professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Mission Privileges. So fast. Even if I saw it, I couldn't react. Shisui quickly climbed up and thought to himself. He was not surprised by this. After all, this was Miyu. Such a speed was already much slower. If Miyu used all her strength, Shisui felt that he would not be able to see clearly. In this case, we must keep moving quickly for a long time. Shisui did not give up, but thought about how to deal with it. To really beat Miyu, it was naturally impossible to do it, but he only needed to complete the training, which was still possible, because Miyu would definitely give her a chance to a certain extent. Otherwise Miyu's rock breathing would be fully concentrated and the transparent world would be added. How could they get close to her? If they could seize the opportunity given by Miyu, they would be able to complete the training. Miyu, who knocked Shisui away, did not chase him, but smiled at Shisui and said, "Why don't you try it? Even if it's not for the reward, it can also increase some practical experience." Shisui glanced at Shisui and Hongdu, hesitated for a while, and finally used basic breathing to walk towards Miyu and then took a physical stance. Both teammates had been beaten once, and she seemed a little out of place if she didn't go. Shisui looked at Miyu seriously, and threw a left hook at her with a chuckle. She knew in her heart that it was impossible to get the bell. Shisui, who was much stronger than her, was quickly defeated, let alone her. But Shisui would not take a break just because she was doomed to fail. Just like she always advised Tsunade not to drink and get hungover, she knew that Tsunade would not listen, but she still had to do what she had to do. Miyu grabbed Shisui's fist with her palm, but Shisui's left hook was just a feint. The chakra condensed in her legs immediately burst out and kicked out a beautiful whirlwind kick. But in Miyu's eyes, Shisui's speed was too slow. Miyu blocked the whirlwind kick with her right hand, and threw Shisui out with her backhand. Fire style. Phoenix Claw Red. Shisui, who had been waiting for the opportunity since he stood up, immediately condensed chakra and spit out a large amount of flames, and then threw out a large number of shurikens. Swish, swish, swish. Each shuriken flew towards Miyu with a ball of flame. The speed of the red claw of the balsam flower is much faster than the fireball. Miyu respected it and dodged it without taking it head-on. Boom! Exclamation mark! A large number of fire shurikens landed and caused an explosion, scorching the ground. What a powerful fire escape ninjutsu! Hongdu looked at the power and damage caused by Shisui's red claw of the balsam flower, and then thought about her own small fireball, and felt that the gap between people was really big. The gap between her, the second in the grade, and Shisui, the first in the grade, might be bigger than the gap between her and the last in the grade. Hongdu was really curious about how Shisui practiced. Everyone has 2 eyes, 2 ears and 1 nose, so why is he so much more exaggerated than others? Oh no, Shisui's eyes can turn red. Hongdu suddenly remembered that Shisui seemed to be really different from them. Ordinary people's eyes would not turn red like this even if they stayed up late. Illusion instant body technique. Shisui quickly formed a seal, and more than 20 figures of Shisui appeared on the field, and they were constantly running around Miyu at high speed. Miyu did not use the Byakugan nor the transparent world. He quietly waited for Shisui to make the next attack. Suddenly, a Shisui rushed from the front of Miyu. Miyu slashed the air with his left hand, and a stream of chi was launched at high speed, instantly hitting the Shisui who was rushing from the front, and then dissipated directly like an illusion. Miyu was not surprised by this. Who would run around so many times and finally attack from the front? It must be a clone to attract attention. The fact was as Miyu expected. At the moment when Miyu waved his hand, Shisui on the left side of Konoha suddenly flashed and rushed out to grab Miyu's waist. Zizizizi. Miyu's right hand burst out with dazzling purple electric light, and then split into several electric currents and rushed towards Shisui who was attacking from the side. Crackling. Shisui who rushed from the side dissipated instantly when he came into contact with the electric current. Because the electric current covered a wide area, Several nearby phantoms dissipated with it. Seeing that Miyu used the unmarked lightning escape technique, a Shisui on the right side also rushed over. Bang! Miyu, who noticed the movement, immediately swiped his right hand to the right, and the Shisui who was hit immediately turned into smoke and dissipated. This time it was a shadow clone. The opportunity has come. The eyes of Shisui's original body, which had been constantly moving, flickered, and he immediately asked the remaining shadow clone and phantom to make the final containment, while the original body concentrated chakra and prepared to grab the bell at the fastest speed while Miyu was not prepared. So amazing. Hongdu, who was watching, couldn't help but want to buy a dumpling to eat while watching the dazzling battle. It was so exciting. Just when Hongdu thought that Shisui was going to succeed, when Shisui's finger was less than 3 centimeters away from the bell, Miyu flashed and appeared on the side of Shisui and threw Shisui away. If the speed was a little faster, maybe it would succeed, Miyu encouraged with a warm smile. The gap is too big, which is not conducive to struggle. It's like buying a house. If you earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, you may have a little hope. What can you buy with 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month? Since you can't cheat, then show your true strength. Hongdu straightened his chest and looked up at Miyu. Shizu looked at Hongdu with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing that such a strong Shisui lost, where did Hongdu get the confidence from? Could it be that he hid his strength at the beginning? This jutsu is extremely powerful. Even a strong person like you, Miyu, may not be able to withstand it. Teacher Miyu, if you don't believe it, you can come and feel it at close range. Hongdu walked towards Miyu with a confident step. Then I want to see how powerful it is. Miyu smiled and replied, letting Hongdu come over. If it was Obito, he might be intimidated by Hongdu, but Miyu was Hongdu's class teacher. How could he not know what Hongdu could do? Humphrey, then teacher Miyu, you should keep your eyes open, Hongdu said while quickly forming seals with his hands. Confusing enemy technique. Bang bang! Exclamation mark. A few wisps of smoke flashed by, and several adult Hongdu wearing black fishnet stockings appeared. If this succeeds, I'll treat you to dumplings. Looking at the bell within reach, Hongdu thought excitedly. Although it had no effect on female ninjas, Hongdu remembered that this ninjutsu that his good brothers had made up had a miraculous effect on male ninjas. So Hongdu came up with this idea. First using an excuse to get close to Miyu and then using the technique of confusing the enemy to attract attention, and finally succeeded in taking the bell. Bang! Faster than Hongdu's palm approaching the bell was Miyu's finger hitting Hongdu's head. Miyu put his index and middle fingers together and hit Hongdu's forehead and said, "This is not scary. He is not teacher Chen or Saratobi Hiruzen, so such ninjutsu is useless to him." Under Miyu's knock, Hongdu took 2 steps back and distanced herself from the bell she longed for. Damn, it doesn't work at all. I'll give them 2 punches when we meet. The depressed Hongdu decided not to treat her good brothers to dumplings, but to treat them to fists. Shizu, she didn't expect that Hongdu, a junior who looked quite cute, would be so difficult to evaluate. Whether it was the confident walkover or the ninjutsu used later, there were too many complaints. Even a very quiet person like Shizu couldn't help but want to complain. Shisui was not too surprised. Although his original body was training in the South Forest every day, he would always send a shadow clone to school, and the memory would flow back after the shadow clone was removed, so he could be regarded as a classmate who had been with Hongdu for nearly 2 years, and he knew Hongdu very well. Hongdu has always been bold and doesn't care about other people's comments. Shisui will not be too surprised by what Hongdu does. After a short rest, Shisui started a new round of grabbing bells, and the silent Hongdu was not strong enough to fight head-on, and tried her best to find a way to grab Miyu's bell. But whether it was fighting alone or the 3 of them joined forces to create opportunities for Shisui, they ultimately failed to grab the bell on Miyu's waist. The sun gradually moved towards the west, and the sky changed from bright to dark. No one finished the training until the evening. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Everyone has worked hard, so let's just leave it at that for today. Tomorrow I will take you to do the task." Miyu announced the end of the first day of the internship. Miyu was not too surprised by this result. What was the purpose of Shisui's internship? It was to graduate early and to improve his strength. In order to make Shisui feel the pressure and grow better, Miyu prepared to increase the intensity of Shisui from the beginning. This training would be impossible to complete if Shisui did not break through. The next day, the four of them first gathered at the training ground, and then went to the Hokage building together. "Teacher Miyu, what mission are we going to do?" "It won't be a battle with the enemy village ninja. I think it's a bit early. Are there any ordinary robbers to practice first?" On the way, Hongdu couldn't help asking. "Don't worry, I won't let you fight with ninjas now," Miyu replied with a faint smile. After arriving at the mission place of the Hokage building, Hongdu was dumbfounded. It was indeed safer than she thought, but too safe. "Why are there only some commission tasks of moving things and picking up garbage?" "Ninjas do this," Hongdu complained as he looked at the D-level missions. "This is for the safety of trainee ninjas and newly graduated ninjas," the registered ninja explained a little. Hongdu scratched his head and was glad that the money was not small, with 5,000 taels for each mission. Then Miyu took Hongdu and the others on a quick brushing journey, completing 20 D-level missions in one day. Ordinary internships definitely cannot meet the growth needs of his team, so Miyu needs to obtain the same privileges as last time. However, if you want privileges, you must first show your strength, otherwise it will break the rules of Konoha. In the next week, Miyu's missions and training will be alternating. Tuesday's mission, Wednesday's training, and Thursday's mission, except for the first day when Miyu grabbed the bell. The rest of the training was normal. Miyu taught ninjutsu and taijutsu. Miyu planned to grab the bell once every 3 weeks. After all, if you come every day, you can't break through every day. During this period, Miyu taught Asuma the developed wind breathing. At this time, Asuma had practiced basic breathing for several months, so he learned wind breathing relatively quickly, just like when Noharlin learned water breathing. After seeing the magic of Miyu's wind breathing, Asuma was very excited. "I knew that you, Miyu teacher, are the most talented ninja." The old man is also called the professor of ninjutsu. "How can the ninjutsu he developed be compared with wind breathing?" Asuma said proudly. Asuma originally thought that basic breathing could strengthen the body, which was already very powerful. After all, his chakra growth rate has become faster since he practiced basic breathing. After practicing wind breathing, he found that basic breathing was really just basic. Wind breathing almost broke Asuma's view of ninja. He didn't expect that there could be such a ninjutsu. It can strengthen the nature of wind attribute and increase the power of wind escape. After a certain level, you can enter the wind breathing chakra mode to release all wind escape without seal. The third generation is good at different things from me. He is better at combining ninjutsu. Miyu shook his head and said, "The breathing method has a strong bonus, but the power of the 5 escape ninjutsu under Sarutobi Hiruzen's full firepower is not weak." Before Asuma learned it, Miyu also told Asuma very straightforwardly that wind breathing was a secret ninjutsu that he had worked hard to develop for a long time. Asuma must tell him first if he wants to teach anyone. Asuma didn't feel anything special about this. After all, it is such a powerful and unfathomable ninjutsu. Asuma was also warned when he was learning the Sarutobi clan's fire escape technique, but Asuma felt that the fire escape technique was not as good as the wind breathing. Another thing worth mentioning is that Obito's life mission progress suddenly increased again. Combining the chakra reward prompts for Obito and Kakashi's previous completion of the task and the coordinates of the flying thunder god that could not be sensed for a long time, Miyu should be Minato taking Obito and others to do the task on the battlefield. And then Obito performed well, so the task progress accelerated again. To become a Hokage, you only need 3 things. The first is strength, the second is merit, and the third is reputation. The second and third can be accumulated by slowly doing tasks, and the battlefield is the best environment for accumulation. Miyu made a simple estimate. If the upward trend is maintained, Obito's life mission can reach 20% in about 4 months. In the second week, when Miyu's team was clearing D-level tasks at a high speed, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gave Miyu's team the authority to accept C-level tasks in advance. Excellent teams like you can take on greater responsibilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile, although the words sound nice. In fact, if Muyu's team continues to do this, other training teams will have no tasks to do. Great. Finally, we don't have to do odd jobs. Lord Hokage, you are really good at vision. Anko smiled and gave a thumbs up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shisui smiled faintly. It was obvious that he couldn't get the same improvement as Might Guy and others by doing D-level tasks all the time. He had to leave the village. After thanking Sarutobi Hiruzen, Muyu began to choose tasks. Choosing tasks is also a technical job, because Muyu has to choose a task with a high probability of accidents. But there will be no accidents that he can't deal with. It has to be close to the war, but not close to the middle of the battlefield. And there can't be two strong ninjas on the battlefield. The northern part of River Country, Muyu saw a good mission to subdue bandits. Chapter 377 Akatsuki Organization. Let's take this mission of River Country. Muyu picked up the scroll and said to the registered ninja. In River Country, there is a chance to meet Kumagakure ninja or Sand Village ninja, and there is no ninja on this battlefield that is so strong that Muyu cannot deal with it. Even if Muyu is extremely unlucky and encounters the strongest person on the battlefield of River Country, he can still take Shisui and others away unscathed. High safety and the opportunity to train disciples at the same time, this is Muyu's standard for choosing missions. Of course, it is only a chance. After all, it is only a C-level mission, and there will be no ninjas if nothing unexpected happens. After completing the registration, Muyu showed the mission scroll to the disciples. The target is River Country. Let's go. Hongdu, who has never left Konoha, said excitedly. The Hokage granted the privilege to perform C-level missions. Hongdu has already thought about how to show off to his good brothers after completing the mission. The meeting is how do you know that I just came back from a C-level mission, and then wait for them to be curious about the reason before telling them about the privilege granted by the third Hokage. Hongdu, although you are in a hurry, don't be in a hurry, because you still have to take the client with you. Shizune reminded, although she is not the same as an ordinary ninja, Shizune is a normal ninja after all, and she knows everything she should know. Oh, there is also a client. Hongdu's steps towards the gate of Konoha stopped instantly. Don't be so reckless when doing a mission, you can even forget the client. Muyu tapped Hongdu's head with her finger, and then took the three of them to meet the client. The client was a middle-aged man who looked ordinary but quite stable. I'm sorry to bother you with the mission, the middle-aged client said. Although Hongdu and Shisui looked very young, he did not underestimate them. After all, Konoha is one of the 5 major ninja villages and it is impossible to destroy its own reputation. Muyu nodded and asked directly without any nonsense, do you have anything else to do here? We can leave at any time. No problem here. Let's go now. The middle-aged client nodded and replied. Then Muyu took Shisui and others to the Kingdom of Rivers quickly. In order to increase the probability of encountering training disciples, Muyu hurried as much as possible in the Kingdom of Fire, and immediately slowed down after entering the Kingdom of Rivers. Muyu explained to his disciples that the Fire Country has good public security, so they can go faster, while the River Country is currently in a chaotic situation, so going slower can better protect the client. Hearing that the speed of travel is so particular, Hongdu looked like she had learned something. Maybe Shisui and his friends were lucky, and there were no accidents along the way. Muyu and his friends soon arrived at Iwaki Mountain, located in the northernmost part of the River Country. These bandits are very cruel. According to rumors, it seems that they not only robbed us, but also went to the Rain Country to rob. The middle-aged client reminded Muyu and his friends before they set off. Trusting Konoha is trust, but the age of Shisui and Hongdu is indeed very confusing, so he reminded them one more time. Rain Country. Is this place close to the Rain Country? Shisui asked with a thoughtful expression. Because Shisui hadn't seen his uncle for a long time, he talked with Uchiha Nobuhiro for a long time that time. Uchiha Nobuhiro mentioned the Rain Country a little when he talked about his mission. If he remembered correctly, the Rain Country seemed to be a bit chaotic now. First, The Iwagakure ninja appeared in the rain country for unknown reasons. The Sand Village was worried about the invasion of the Iwagakure and sent ninjas into the rain country. The Cloud Village saw that the opponents sent people into the rain country and also sent ninjas. Although the number of ninjas may not be large, the rain country has gathered ninjas from the 3 major ninja villages at this time. In this chaotic situation, they can still go there to rob. Shisui thinks that there may be stray ninjas among the bandits, and ordinary bandits should not dare to run around in this situation. It's on the other side of the mountain, the middle-aged client explained. Soon Muyu said goodbye to the client and went to find the bandits according to the task clues, while Shisui expressed his guess on the way. The analysis is very good. It seems that you have listened carefully to the things I taught you, Muyu praised without hesitation. Although it seems that there is still something missing in Muyu's opinion, it is not a problem considering that Shisui is still 7 years old. It is not easy for a 7-year-old child to think so much. So where is Shisui lacking? Shisui did not consider the reaction of his own ninja village, Konoha. As the only country in the ninja world that borders 3 major countries at the same time, the Rain Village is a rare strategic location. How could Konoha remain indifferent to so many ninjas from major ninja villages entering such a place? Muyu estimated that Danzo had already sent members of the route to the Rain country. Shisui, Muyu teacher, what are you talking about? Are we going to fight with ninja enemies next? Hongdu scratched her hair and asked in confusion. She didn't understand Shisui's analysis process, but knew the results she would face. Well, be careful. Muyu nodded slightly and said. Hearing the conversation of the 3 people, Jinian was a little nervous. She hadn't really fought with ninjas. Under the leadership of Muyu, they successfully found the hiding place of the bandits, but when Muyu and the others arrived, there were only 2 ordinary bandits in it. 2 ordinary bandits obviously couldn't make such a big fuss. Muyu judged that the main force of the bandits should have gone out to rob. Next, Muyu repeated the old trick and interrogated the 2 people separately to teach Shisui and the others a lesson on the prisoner's dilemma. The truth contained in it, after careful thinking, Shisui had to admit that this was a very effective interrogation technique. This method will only fail if both people can absolutely trust each other and will not betray each other. But 2 ordinary bandits obviously cannot do this. Under Muyu's interrogation, the 2 bandits told everything they knew. The fact is just as Muyu thought. The main force of the bandits went out a week ago, and the 2 ordinary bandits were left to watch the house. In addition, Shisui's guess was also verified. The leader of this group of bandits is simply a wandering ninja from the Rain country. Go faster. Don't try to play any tricks. At this time, Shisui, who had been searching the bandits' den, suddenly found movement outside. Shisui went out to check and found that there were a few more people outside. Whoosh! The moment Shisui walked out, a shuriken stabbed at Shisui at high speed. But how could Shisui come out without preparation? He slightly turned sideways to avoid the attacking ninja tool, and then took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag. He didn't act immediately because he didn't look like a bandit, but since he took action, he was an enemy. Namaki, don't attack. There is no such a young bandit. Yahiko shook his head at Namaki Noriuki. Namaki Noriuki looked at the bandit leader with his hands tied at the front of the team. Boy, you are underestimating me. A knife in the hands of a 10-year-old kid can kill people. The bandit leader grinned and hinted. Although he didn't know Shisui, it didn't stop him from hoping that Shisui would cause trouble for Yahiko and his team. They were robbing the village for no reason, but were suddenly destroyed by a nosy ninja. The bandit leader hated Yahiko and his team so much. Chief Yahiko, this guy is not simple. Maybe he is the successor they specially trained. The bandit leader hinted that Namaki Noriuki felt that Shisui who appeared in the bandit's den must be no simple one. At this time, Shizune and Anko noticed the movement and quickly rushed to Shisui's side. It turned out to be a Konoha ninja. Seeing the forehead protector on Shizune's head, Yahiko showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Shisui is an intern ninja, without Konoha's ninja forehead protector. As soon as Shizune came, Shisui's identity was very clear. A Konoha ninja who accepted the mission. Hearing the 4 words Konoha ninja, Nagato, who had been following Yahiko, moved his finger subconsciously, and then quickly calmed down. Who are you? Why are you here? Shisui asked in a deep voice with a kunai in his hand. Although the people who came seemed to be bigger ninjas than them, Shisui was not panicked at all, because they came out with Muyu. My name is Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization in the Rain Country. I'm sorry about what happened just now. My companion thought you were a bandit, so he took action. Yahiko briefly introduced himself and apologized. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. We encountered a group of bandits who robbed the villagers in the village of the Rain Country. After we dealt with them, we were worried that there would be residual forces who would retaliate against the villagers, so we came here. The leader of the ninja organization? Shisui felt a little strange. Shisui knew that there were ninja organizations in the ninja world, but Yahiko looked too young, only about 13 or 14, not much older than them. You should have accepted a mission related to this group of bandits. We have saved you some effort, so don't worry about what happened just now, Yahiko said with a smile. Shisui remained silent, waiting for Muyu's decision. Although Muyu had not appeared yet, he knew that Muyu had come. After all, how could Muyu not know about the movement that Hongdu and Shisui could detect? As Shisui thought, Muyu did come, and he discovered the arrival of Yahiko and others earlier than Shisui, because he rolled his eyes when he was looking for the bandits. Name: Yahiko. Chakra: 7300. Potential: S. Skills: Water Chakra Nature Change. Mastery: 115,000. Water Style: Water Wave. Proficient: Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. Proficient. Considering Yahiko's age, this panel can be regarded as a genius ninja. Muyu estimates that if Yahiko had not died early, he should have been able to train himself to become a cage-level ninja. Name: Conan. Chakra: 8,000. Potential: S. Skills: Paper Secret Technique. Proficient: 2,000 Paper Shuriken. Proficient. Conan's potential is slightly higher than Yahiko's, but at this stage, the two are almost the same in strength. Muyu finally looked at Nagato. He had a hunch that Nagato's potential might exceed anyone he had ever seen before. This was the Rinnegan plus the Uzumaki clan. Name: Nagato. Chakra: 605,000. Potential: SS plus, 6 paths bloodline plus samsara plus basic talent. Skills: Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery: 1,015,000. Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery: 715,000. Yang Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery: Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery. Muyu could only describe Nagato's panel as exaggerated. His potential even exceeded SS and reached SS+, except for Yin Attribute Chakra. All other chakra nature changes were mastered. Although the proficiency was not very high, this was the mastery level of 6 nature changes, which could be said to be very terrifying. At the same time, Nagato had hundreds of proficient ninjutsu and a rich reserve of ninjutsu. Of course, what attracted Muyu's attention the most was the terrifying amount of chakra on Nagato's body. Muyu was really tempted. At Nagato's current age, he still had a lot of room for growth. If he could return to his master and give Muyu some chakra, the chakra he would get would be several times more than the other disciples combined. Although Muyu wanted to, he knew it was not an easy thing and there were many difficulties. First of all, it was very difficult to become Nagato's teacher, because Nagato had experienced 3 years of teaching from Jiraiya and already had an excellent teacher in his heart. Moreover, Nagato was proficient in the 6 chakra attributes and knew a lot of ninjutsu, so he did not have much demand for a teacher in terms of strength. Another problem was that Nagato might not like the Konoha ninjas very much, because Nagato's parents died at the hands of the Konoha ninjas. In addition to Nagato's own problems, Muyu wanted to be Nagato's teacher. There were 2 other people worth noting, namely Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. The samsara eye on Nagato was transplanted by Uchiha Madara. No matter how ruthless Uchiha Madara is, he would not just leave the samsara eye to Nagato. There must be secret surveillance, not to mention Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu has been planning for this pair of samsara eyes for thousands of years. Black Zetsu attaches more importance to this pair of samsara eyes than Uchiha Madara. After all, The samsara eyes are a necessary condition for Kaguya's resurrection. They really don't have any bad intentions. Miyu flashed to the side of Shisui and said, "To become Nagato's teacher, you need a perfect and meticulous plan." Miyu is not particularly anxious. In the original work, Nagato's blackening was the result of many pushes. One of the pushers, Obito, is not yet 10 years old. He still has a lot of time. So fast. Yahiko was a little surprised. He didn't even notice when Miyu came. Although he is not very old, he has the strength to become the leader of the ninja organization. Otherwise, how could he convince the crowd? After knowing that Miyu is quite powerful, Yahiko doesn't want to conflict with this team of Konoha ninjas. It would be bad to bring trouble to the Rain country. With Miyu speaking up, the two parties quickly reached a consensus that this was a misunderstanding. "Teacher Miyu, how strong were those people just now?" Shisui asked, looking at the backs of Yahiko and the others leaving. "Strong. There are 2 people you may not be a match for, and there is 1 person you may be killed instantly by him." Miyu thought for a while and replied, "P.S. Nagato is not the same age as Minato. Nagato died at the age of 35, when Naruto was 16. And Minato died at the age of 24 when he gave birth to Naruto. Minato is much older than Nagato. In addition, Nagato's 6 chakra attributes and the fact that he knows many ninjutsu were said by Jiraiya in the comics. Not made up by me. It's the end of the month, and I'm asking for a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Ninja Kill. Miyu's words made Shisui look surprised. Although Shisui was not conceited, he was still confident in his own strength. After all, he had only lost to Kakashi once since he was a child. And Miyu actually said that there was someone in the ninja organization who could kill him in seconds. This made Shisui think that there were always people who were better than him, because Yahiko and the others didn't look very old. There's no need to care too much, just practice well. Everyone has their own path of growth, and the result is hard to tell until the end. Miyu looked into the distance and said, "Nagato's panel does look very luxurious. But the pair of samsara eyes are not Nagato's own after all, but Madara's. If it is not your own samsara eye, you can't use the special pupil technique of the samsara eye, and you can only use the basic ability, such as Shinra Tensai Wangxiam Tanian. If it is the samsara eye that you awaken yourself, you can use special pupil techniques. Madara's samsara eye ability is the grave of the wheel and the prison, while Sasuke's is the sky hand power. The effect of the samsara eye special pupil technique is definitely not comparable to the basic ability. Of course, the weak basic ability of the samsara eye refers to the level of Madara, Senju Hashirama and the battle between the 6 paths. Even if the basic ability of the samsara eye is below the super shadow, it can easily abuse the weak. Shisui nodded and his expression quickly recovered. He didn't originally think that he was the first genius in the ninja world, nor did he feel that his Tao heart was damaged. He just lamented that there were too many geniuses in the ninja world, and he could meet such ninjas whenever he went out. Because the bandits had been dealt with by Yahiko and others, Miyu and his team dealt with the remaining 2 bandits and went to report to the client. The speed at which the Miyu team completed the task surprised the middle-aged client, and he lamented that it was worthy of the famous Konoha in the ninja world. The efficiency was different. On the way back to Konoha, Hongdu couldn't help sighing. "I was nervous for a while, but in the end there were only 2 bandits who were not very good at fighting," Hongdu complained. After all, they really had to fight a life-and-death battle. No matter how big Hongdu was, he couldn't be so nervous about such a thing. "Isn't it great? This is equivalent to getting a C-level mission reward just by dealing with 2 bandits," Shizune said with a smile. She was quite happy that she could get so much money just by going out for a walk. "I'll use the money from the mission to buy some liver supplements for Lady Tsunade. By the way, I have to save some money to buy things for Teacher Miyu." Shizune has already started to plan the use of the money in her heart. That's true. The commission money for the mission can buy a lot of dumplings, Hongdu said with a smile. She felt that Shizu's statement made sense. It was just like a friend came to your house to play, and saw that your room was too messy and helped you clean it up. In the end, your parents thought it was you who cleaned it up, and said that the child was sensible, and then rewarded a little pocket money. Even if the money is not much, you will be very happy. After all, it is free. On the way back, it was still smooth sailing, and no ninjas were encountered. Let's disband today and practice as usual tomorrow, Miyu said after returning to Konoha. Although there was basically no fighting in this mission, the long journey would also make people physically and mentally exhausted, so Miyu still let the disciples rest for a day. Yeah, Hongdu nodded like a chick pecking at rice, holding the money that Miyu had given her in advance and ran towards the dumpling shop. Shizu said goodbye to her teammates and walked towards Tsunade's home. It was a rare break and she must rest. Shisui went straight to the South Forest without hesitation. He had not yet defeated Kakashi and became Miyu's strongest disciple again. Now he had to seize the time to practice and improve himself. Then Miyu went to the mission hall of the Hokage building to submit the mission, and then went to Tsunade's home. Although there was an accident in this mission, there was no need to report it specially. Originally, when there was an accident in a sea-level mission, the ninjas had two choices. One was to ask the client to increase the money to the amount that met the mission level, and the other was to just quit and leave. Although there was an accident in Miyu's mission this time, the ninjas among the bandits were solved in advance by Yahiko and others, so Miyu submitted it as an ordinary sea-level mission. Looking at Miyu coming, Tsunade was happy and annoyed. She was happy that she could eat well later, but she was annoyed that she would die a lot of brain cells. She was doing well in her life, but because of the bet with Miyu, she had to stop her life and study ninjutsu again. Tsunade really regretted it, so much so that she started to quit gambling, but the frequency was too high, and she was back to the first day of quitting gambling after just a few days. I should introduce Orochimaru to you. That guy likes to study ninjutsu. Tsunade rubbed her brows and said. But soon Tsunade shook her head and said, forget it. It's better not to know him. This guy is studying ninjutsu now. His brain is not normal. He even wants to live forever. Orochimaru was just a little weird and calm when he was young, but Tsunade thinks that Orochimaru is really a little abnormal now. At the end of the Second Ninja World War, the three ninjas had a party and talked about the future. Tsunade said that she didn't want to do anything. Jiraiya said that he would continue to travel to find disciples who could change the world, and Orochimaru studied ninjutsu to achieve immortality. Miyu smiled but didn't say anything. At this stage, he really didn't have the idea of contacting Orochimaru, but Orochimaru hadn't defected yet and was one of the strong candidates for Hokage. It didn't matter if Tsunade, who was also one of the three ninjas, cursed a few times, but it wouldn't be good for him to curse along. Miyu reached into the ninja tool bag, and just when Tsunade thought that Miyu would take out a scroll full of various questions, Miyu took out a pack of cards. This is a tabletop game I thought of in my spare time. I would be depressed if I studied every day, so I can play this to relax, Miyu said with a warm smile. Although Tsunade would not violate the bet, Miyu still hoped that the cooperation between the two would be more pleasant, so he made a ninja version of a tabletop game in his previous life. Game? Tsunade showed curiosity and picked up a few cards on the table and flipped them around. Kaitajima, skill illusion, let the opponent guess the suit of the hand. If the guess is wrong, deduct a point of the opponent's physical strength. Skill fire escape, ordinary kill can be converted into fire kill. Tsunade read the small words on the card. It's interesting, but aren't you worried about getting in trouble from making a game out of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan? Tsunade became interested. Senju Fujian, skill Senju clan, physical strength limit +1, skill benevolence. After giving away 2 cards, you can recover 1 physical strength point. Good fellow, even Senju has it. Tsunade showed a serious expression. You know, this is what do you want to eat tonight? Miyu interrupted and asked. I haven't eaten boiled chicken for a while, so I'll have boiled chicken tonight, and then I'll have stir-fried pork with peppers and more meat. And, Tsunade said the dishes she wanted to eat today without hesitation. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Not to mention making Senju Fujian into a game. Tsunade would have no objection to making her grandfather Senju Hashirama into a game. Tsunade even thought that if Senju Hashirama knew about it, he might be quite happy. However, the game here refers to a normal game, and there can be no insults or belittlement, otherwise Tsunade will still hit hard. Hinata Tenin. Skill Soft Fist. Can treat kill as dodge, treat dodge as kill, skill by Akigen. At the beginning of the round, you can choose a character to view all cards in your hand. Tsunade looked at the cards while listening to Miyu's explanation of the rules, and became more and more interested in this game called Ninja Kill. However, Miyu did not start playing with Tsunade immediately, but talked to Tsunade again about the research of Yang Seal Ninjutsu. The cards for this game are not finished yet, so we won't play it today, Miyu explained. Although it is easy for him to make a few cards, sometimes there are benefits to being slow. Tsunade flipped through the cards and found that there were indeed a lot missing. Many of the cards that Miyu mentioned were not in them. Then let's play tomorrow. I'll tell you about some of my achievements these days. Tsunade nodded and said, she is not a child, she won't be unable to wait for a day. She is not that anxious. Miyu added an enlightened state to herself and listened carefully to Tsunade's explanation. Since your rock breathing can be maintained for 24 hours without interruption, we can change the sealing technique like this. Tsunade began to explain formally. After listening, Miyu was glad that he came to Tsunade for help. Tsunade is indeed the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, and her research ability related to the body is really strong. If he had to study alone, it would take at least twice as long, and 3 or 4 times as long is not impossible. At the end of the training the next day, Miyu brought the missing cards as he said, and played a few games with Shizu, Tsunade and the others. Can you bring more character cards? There are only 5 ninjas, which is too few. It won't be so interesting if you play too much. After playing for a few days, Tsunade expressed her opinion. Since there are too few ninja cards, if you are unlucky, you may play the same ninja for several games. Why don't you also play a card for my grandfather and the others? I have thought of the skills for you. The skill is Wood Release. Choose any character to cause 4 points of damage. Tsunade instigated. I'll go look through the history books these days. Miyu smiled and declined Tsunade's proposal. The reason why Senju Fukurama and the others were released was because Miyu only planned to play with Tsunade in private, and Senju Hashirama was too close to them, which was not good. You can play my card, I don't mind. The skill is Super Strength. The damage of killing and duel is increased by 1, and the skill is Medical Ninjutsu, which restores a point of physical strength for every point of physical strength lost. Tsunade said with a smile. Miyu said that she would consider it. If Tsunade wants, Miyu can make a character card for her, but the skills must not be as Tsunade said, otherwise it would be too excessive. This is also the reason why Miyu does not want to play Senju Hashirama. If it is too strong, it will be too strong, but if it is not strong enough, it will not be good. The name Senju Hashirama sounds like the beauty of adding damage. Transition. It is time to speed up the pace. Chapter 379, Changes in Disciple Strength and Flying Thunder God. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. Hongdu gathered a large amount of chakra in her throat and then used the nature of fire attribute chakra to spit out a large amount of flames to form a fireball and smashed it towards Miyu. At the same time, Shizune in the other direction threw a large number of shurikens at Miyu to block her position. Unfortunately, the fireball did not hit the shuriken and was easily blocked by Miyu. Then Shisui, who was hiding in the dark, took the opportunity to attack Miyu with the body flash technique. Miyu seemed to have predicted Shisui's attack in advance and easily dodged it with a step back. At this time, Hongdu and Shizune also started to fight in close combat to find an opportunity. Although it was 2 hands against 6 hands, the difference in strength allowed Miyu to easily knock down Hongdu and Shizune. Only Shisui, who had been cautious, was not hit. As if he was determined to make a last-ditch effort, Shisui did not use his body flash technique to dodge and rushed towards Miyu who was walking towards him. Bang! Shisui in front of Muyu turned into smoke and dissipated. The real Shisui burst out with chakra and rushed out from behind Muyu to grab Muyu's waist. Still a little slow, Muyu turned quickly and grabbed Shisui's outstretched hand and smiled. Bang! Muyu threw Shisui out and smashed him next to Hongdu and the others, making the three of them lie neatly together. It's so difficult. We have already snatched it 5 times, and only Shisui succeeded once. Hongdu sighed while lying on the ground with her head raised to the sky. The training of snatching the bell every 3 weeks is the one that Hongdu looks forward to the most. She has always expected that she will snatch the bell, and then Muyu will teach her the peerless ninjutsu like the protagonist teacher in the ninja novel. As a result, after snatching it 5 times, let alone snatching it, she didn't even have the chance to see the bell up close. Every time she got close, she basically had to lie on the ground. When she saw Shisui snatch the bell the 3rd time, Hongdu was so envious, but Shisui didn't seem to use it yet. Training is for improvement. If it's too simple, it's meaningless. If you can beat Shisui, I can give you a bell directly. Muyu gave Hongdu a suggestion to quickly get a bell. Muyu designed the bell-grabbing training to help students break through faster, not to mention winning. If Hongdu can survive 3 minutes of Shisui's full attack, Muyu can give you a bell directly, which is already a considerable breakthrough. Beating Shisui, is this a real thing? Hongdu sat up and scratched his head, showing a bewildered look. In actual combat, he is not an opponent, and in culture, he is even more crushed. Hongdu doesn't know how to beat Shisui. Maybe he can win once by playing ninja kill with good luck and getting a good hand. If you can become as strong as Kakashi, you should be able to beat me, Shisui said calmly. Although his strength has improved a little after 3 months of hard training, Shisui is still not sure of defeating Kakashi. If the current him replaces the previous him to fight Kakashi, he is still a little sure, but after so long, Kakashi must have made progress. Instead of standing still, I'd better lie down for a while. Anko chose to lie down after hearing what Shisui said. Who is Kakashi? A man who has graduated for several years and still left a legend of genius in the ninja school. Anko remembered that a teacher had said that Shisui and Kakashi were comparable, so in Anko's opinion, Kakashi was simply a bigger Shisui, and she couldn't catch up even if she practiced 24 hours a day. Shisui, you think too highly of Kakashi. He is just showing off his power now. When our Sharingan becomes 3 Magatama, we will definitely beat him easily. Speaking of Kakashi, Obito and others who had completed the task came to the South Forest and happened to hear the conversation between Shisui and Anko. Hearing someone praising Kakashi, Obito, who had hated Kakashi all his life, immediately couldn't help but speak out and told Shisui not to belittle himself and bring down the prestige of their Uchiha. What if we don't win by then? Kakashi asked lightly. I didn't win. I didn't. Obito was speechless for a moment. He just made a boast. He didn't have 3 Magatama yet, so how could he know if 3 Magatama could beat Kakashi? I haven't thought about it, because there's no way I can lose, Obito said firmly. Nohara Rin was still beside him, and there were juniors from the ninja school at the scene, so of course Obito had to speak more firmly. Is this so? If you lose, run around the main city of Konoha, shouting that Obito is not as good as Kakashi while running. How about that? Kakashi looked at Obito with a slight smile on his face. Obito's forehead and back were covered with sweat. This bet was too vicious. If he really did it this way, Obito might have to move out of Konoha with his grandmother overnight. Anyway, Obito, you won't lose, so it doesn't matter what the result of losing is. Kakashi emphasized the point that Obito would not lose. Obito was dumbfounded. If he didn't agree, wouldn't it prove that he was just bragging? It's good that you know this. The 3 Magatama Sharingan is very powerful, Obito said calmly on the surface, but in fact he was sweating profusely. He had already made up his mind in his heart. If he was still not sure of defeating Kakashi after upgrading to the 3 Magatama Sharingan, then he would not use the Sharingan for the time being to prevent being discovered. At the same time, Obito was going to do some high-intensity training to improve his strength. After all, disguise was not a long-term solution. He still had to win to feel at ease. What if you lose? Kakashi-senpai? Anko asked curiously. Kakashi had been talking about what Obito would do after losing, but he didn't say what the consequences would be if he lost. Kakashi turned his head and looked at Anko. The focus of this girl seemed to be different from that of others. Yes, there can't be a punishment for me if I lose. But there is no punishment for you if you lose, although I will definitely not lose. But since you have made such a bet, you have to add it to yourself, Obito said quickly. Since it's a battle to decide the winner, then everyone should be the same. If Obito-senpai loses, he should shout that he is not as good as Kakashi-senpai, and if Kakashi-senpai loses, he should shout that he is not as good as Obito-senpai. Anko was very enthusiastic in giving advice to the two. Kakashi was a little bit stuck now, because it was he who proposed it. No problem, Kakashi nodded calmly, but he felt a little heavy in his heart. It seems that I have to devote more time to training, Kakashi thought silently in his heart. Obito was not sure of defeating Kakashi, but Kakashi was not 100% sure of defeating Obito with the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If he really ran around Konoha and shouted that he was not as good as Obito, Kakashi would not wear a mask when he went out in the future, but a hood. Shisui glanced at Anko, and he realized that Anko actually had a good talent in fanning the flames. Originally, both parties could have regarded this as a joke, but after Anko said this, it really became a battle bet. Not wanting to lose, Obito and Kakashi soon devoted themselves to training, making the training atmosphere in the South Forest even better. Looking at the two who were training to death as long as they didn't die, Miyu thought that if Nohara Rin had this ability to fan the flames, the two would have already won. The 4th best player in Minato's team was actually a student who had not graduated. However, it was a good thing that the disciples' willingness to practice became stronger. The ninja world was becoming more and more dangerous, and only stronger strength could protect themselves in this chaotic situation. After the 3 of them practiced for a while, Miyu also gave them a strength test. Obito and his friends had basically been doing missions on the battlefield for the past few months, and only came back once in a while. Fortunately, the enlightenment skills can be directly operated on the system disciples through the panel, and the bonus is similar to that in Konoha. Since they haven't come back for 2 months this time, in order to ensure that there is no problem with the training plan, Miyu has to determine their latest strength. In order to be accurate enough, Miyu even tested alone instead of letting them go together. The feelings from the actual combat test plus the data from the identification skills test, Miyu figured out the growth of Obito and the other two in the past 3 months in a short time. The battlefield is indeed a place where people can be tempered. In terms of appraisal data, the growth rate of the 3 people is actually average, but their actual combat ability has improved a lot. Now Kakashi and Obito are both real jonins, the kind that can be directly promoted to jonins with enough merit. And because of the transparent world and the flame-breathing chakra mode, the actual output limit of the two is stronger than that of ordinary jonins. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. However, it is not without shortcomings. The two have a common shortcoming, that is, they cannot fight for a long time under full strength fighting. Kakashi's Thunder Flash consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength, and Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode is even more so. Because of the opening of the Sharingan, Obito's chakra has increased dramatically over a period of time. His chakra is much more than Kakashi. Even Obito, who has more chakra, cannot use 2 Fire Dragon Flame Bombs with full strength in the flame-breathing chakra mode. It can be said that both of them have obtained abilities that suit them. If Kakashi opens the thunder-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi's chakra may not be enough to use Purple Lightning with full strength. However, this shortcoming is not a problem of Obito and Kakashi's talent, but a problem of age and physical condition. They are still too young now. If they were 18 years old, they would not be like this. Nohara Rin gave Miyu a small surprise. She is the one with the largest overall improvement. Medical ninjutsu has made significant progress. The training on the battlefield has also made Nohara Rin's water escape and physical skills more proficient, which is considered excellent among the Chunin. This excellence refers to the role that can be played, not the combat power. Let the current Nohara Rin fight against Obito and Kakashi a few months ago and he will still be beaten. Miyu plans to teach Nohara Rin some water escape with auxiliary ability next. At this stage, Nohara Rin is still not suitable for output by herself. It will be fine after a few more years of development. Miyu estimates that Tsunade will be able to develop the 100 Healings technique in a few years. After learning the Yin Seal and the 100 Healings technique, Nohara Rin can take care of both output and assistance. Obito's return is a happy thing for Miyu, because it means that Minato is back, and his Flying Thunder God technique is now stuck at 99 points of proficiency, so he needs to ask Minato for advice. After getting started, it won't be so troublesome. Miyu not only has a ninjutsu proficiency scroll, but also a ninjutsu mastery scroll, which can directly raise the proficiency of Flying Thunder God to the mastery level. In the evening, Minato came to Miyu's house as usual. Minato, I encountered a little problem with Flying Thunder God. Do you have time tonight? Miyu asked directly while cooking. Well, I'll tell you after dinner. Minato nodded and agreed. He didn't have many days to be idle. He would try his best to help Miyu if she was busy. After Miyu finished cooking, Minato first used Flying Thunder God to deliver food to Kushina, and then ate with Miyu. He had met Kushina once after returning to Konoha, so he was not in a hurry to chat with Kushina. Obito and the others will have to trouble you again for a while, Minato said with an embarrassed look. He is indeed a bit inadequate as a teacher, always leaving his disciples to Miyu to take care of. The village has assigned me a task to cooperate with Lord Orochimaru to solve the Cloud Country of Hot Springs as soon as possible, Minato explained. Kirigakure's declaration of war on Konoha was not just a casual remark. Kirigakure has already launched an operation on the east coast of the Land of Fire, so Konoha is a little anxious and wants to resolve a battlefield as soon as possible to draw out forces to deal with Kirigakure. As for why it is Kumagakure instead of Iwagakure, it is because compared to Iwagakure with 2 great Jinchuriki, Kumagakure with the 8 tails Jinchuriki in trouble seems to be easier to deal with. Konoha really doesn't want to face 3 large ninja villages at the same time. Even if they don't work together to deal with it, it will be enough for Konoha to bear. If it's not careful, there will be a risk of serious damage to its vitality. Fighting in 3 battlefields and different large ninja villages is really too stressful. This means that Konoha ninjas must win 1 against 3 per person, which is obviously difficult to do. It's no trouble, I'm also their teacher, Miyu replied with a warm smile. And Minato, you are doing this to protect Konoha, to protect them. After all, there is now another Kirigakure, and the pressure on the village is too great. Minato nodded and said, Kirigakure has directly entered the Land of Fire, which is what the village least wants to see. Konoha's general plan now is to end the battle in the Land of Hot Water first, then concentrate on driving Kirigakure away, and finally Iwagakure. Minato knows too well how much pressure Konoha is under. He is now just a brick, and he has to be moved wherever he is needed, and he has very little time to rest. Miyu listened to Minato talking about the war on the front line calmly. As a ninja in the rear, and also a teacher, it is indeed difficult for him to get in touch with the latest information in this regard, especially the information about Kirigakure, because Kirigakure has just started to fight Konoha, and only the ninjas who have accepted the mission will know some relevant information. It is not confidential, but not many people have been exposed to it. After dinner, Miyu enlightened himself and told all the things he didn't understand. No matter what the front line is like, improving himself is always the most important thing. This is very simple, you just need to do this. Minato thought for a while and solved Miyu's problem. At first, Miyu couldn't keep up with Minato's thinking. Miyu's question was like a problem to be solved, and Minato wrote down the answer directly without going through the process. However, with Minato's patient explanation, Miyu still succeeded in understanding it. Skill, Flying Thunder God Technique, Beginner, 1500. Happy New Year everyone, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 380 Panel, Add Points. After Minato left, Miyu looked at the entry-level Flying Thunder God on the panel and immediately clicked on the Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll in the item. Considering that powerful ninjutsu would be difficult to practice, Muyu rarely used ninjutsu mastery scrolls, except for a test when he first obtained it. He only used a few on medical ninjutsu later. The only ninjutsu mastery scroll was left unused. After clicking it, Muyu saw a large list of ninjutsu. He only needed to click on any ninjutsu and click OK to upgrade the ninjutsu to the mastery level. For ninjutsu that was already at the mastery level, the proficiency would be increased. Muyu ignored the other ninjutsu and quickly found the Flying Thunder God technique with only one proficiency. Ninjutsu mastery scroll has been consumed. Skill proficiency increased. Flying Thunder God technique, mastery level, 115,000. The moment he finished adding points, a large number of memories of practicing Flying Thunder God came to Muyu's mind. He understood the problems that he once thought were profound and difficult to understand instantly, and even felt that this was it. When Flying Thunder God reached the mastery level, Muyu's understanding of Flying Thunder God reached a whole new realm. First of all, he could be sure that it was possible for Muyu to go home. There were two major limitations on the moving distance of Flying Thunder God. One was the perception range and the other was the amount of chakra. If Muyu's perception range could cover the entire ninja realm, and the amount of chakra was enough to use Flying Thunder God to go home at any location in the ninja realm, then it could become Muyu going home. When he was tired, he would go home to rest, and then continue to attack when he was not prepared. Of course, with such an amount of chakra, probably no one could force Muyu to go home. In addition to the two major limitations, there is actually another factor that affects the distance of Flying Thunder God and even the chakra consumed, that is, the proficiency of Flying Thunder God, or the realm in a fantasy sense. For example, if Muyu is only an entry-level Flying Thunder God, he needs to spend 5,000 chakras from point A to point B, and he cannot go directly from point A to point C. But if Muyu is a skilled Flying Thunder God, he may only need 3,000 chakras from point A to point B, and he can teleport directly from point A to point C. The mastery level has less chakra and a longer distance. After having such an understanding of Flying Thunder God, Muyu had some reasonable guesses about why Senjudo Bairama would die while cutting off the rear instead of using Flying Thunder God to take Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen away. Although Senjudo Bairama is a master of forbidden techniques and has developed many forbidden techniques, the techniques developed by Senjudo Bairama are not necessarily perfect. For example, the impure world reincarnation could only be used for self-destruction during the Senjudo Bairama period. But after being improved by Orochimaru, it can greatly exert the strength of his life. Muyu guessed that the same was true for Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God during the Tobirama period consumed a lot of chakra, not to mention the consumption of carrying people, so it can basically only be used as a trump card to kill the enemy in battle. As for why impure world reincarnation Tobirama can carry people at will, it may be related to the unlimited chakra of impure world reincarnation. As for who has modified Konoha's Flying Thunder God now, it must be Minato. Muyu did not stop after using the Mastery Scroll. He used another Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll on the Flying Thunder God technique. Ninjutsu Proficiency Scrolls have been consumed. Skill Proficiency increased. Flying Thunder God technique, Mastery Level, 168 15,000. The proficiency increased slightly, and some new training memories appeared in Muyu's mind, but compared with the entry to Mastery, there were few. Muyu did not hesitate and threw in 7 more Ninjutsu Proficiency Scrolls. He had obtained a total of 13 Ninjutsu Proficiency Scrolls, most of which were rewards from disciples after the ninja school exams, and the remaining small part was a promotion reward or a training task reward. Muyu had used 3 before, and before he added points, he had 10 Ninjutsu Proficiency Scrolls. Ninjutsu Proficiency Scrolls have been consumed. Skill Proficiency increased. Flying Thunder God technique, Mastery Level, 1,336 15,000. The proficiency soared by more than 1,000 in one breath, and many new insights appeared in Muyu's mind. Although it is still far from the next level, this number is actually not small. It only takes 3,000 proficiency from proficiency to mastery, and more than 1,300 proficiency is already half of the mastery level. Muyu did not use the remaining 2 proficiency scrolls, just in case. Muyu was very satisfied with the mastery level Flying Thunder God with more than 1,300 proficiency. He worked hard to practice to the entry level, and with the help of the panel, the proficiency of Flying Thunder God was among the top among all his skills. It is difficult to increase the proficiency of general skills after the mastery level, especially for high difficulty ninjutsu. Muyu took out a kunai, and under the effect of chakra, a black word quickly appeared on the kunai, Master. Then Muyu threw the kunai, and immediately used Flying Thunder God to move a short distance. Because the space at home was too small to perform, Muyu went to the training ground for testing, with the blessing of the transparent world or the thunder attribute chakra to enhance the reaction. He would not have any reaction problems. When the distance was not long, there was not much difference between him and Minato. However, this Minato refers to the Minato during the battle with the Jinchuriki. Muyu has not seen his actual combat now, so it is not easy to compare. But looking at the panel, Minato has made great progress, whether in skill proficiency or chakra. When Muyu first met Minato, he only had 40,000 chakras. After about half a year, Minato's chakras increased to 47,600. Muyu used the appraisal to look at Minato again today and found that his chakras had increased to 69,000. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. This is why Muyu wanted to accept Nagato as his disciple. Nagato has so much chakra before he even reaches the high-speed growth period. After he turns 18, his chakras will increase sharply. Of course, Minato's chakras increased very quickly during the high-speed growth period, but Muyu, who is cheating, is faster than him. Name: Hanyu Muyu. Chakra: 104,400. When he first met Minato, Minato's chakras were 40,000 and Muyu's chakras were only more than 4,000. Now, in nearly 2 years, Muyu's chakras have successfully exceeded 6 digits. Chakra used to be Muyu's shortcoming, but now, looking at the entire Konoha, Muyu's chakras are also among the more. Although this amount of chakra is still not enough for Muyu's means, it is much better than before. After completing the test, Muyu returned home and reorganized the next plan. Obito's life mission is about to break through 20 points, and he can push it to get rewards. Perfecting the Yang Seal and developing supporting ninjutsu are daily must-do tasks. Researching the sun breathing is a relatively important task. Finally, how can I become Nagato's perfect teacher and let his chakra also move towards chakra? P.S. My family insisted that I go on a blind date, which made me a little annoyed, so the number of words is slightly less. I'll just dabble for a day, but I sorted out the outline today, and tomorrow it will definitely be at least 8,000 words. If it's less, feel free to criticize. Chapter 381 Konoha Genin Uzumaki Naruto. Fake evidence. In the morning, Muyu went to the mission hall of the Hokage building to look for missions. Obito's life mission has reached 19.2%, and he only needs 0.8% to reach 20% and settle the reward again. If the mission type is suitable, you can rush up in one go. Of course, if it is not suitable, the effect may not be as good as staying in Konoha to practice and improve your strength. So Muyu did not bring Obito and the others with him, but came to the Hokage building alone. If there's a suitable mission, do it. If there is no mission, practice. B-level mission. Investigate Lulin Minister in Lushan. Muyu's eyes condensed when he saw the word Lulin, and he quickly read the entire mission. Lulin is a very special place in the Naruto world, because the dragon vein underneath it has the power to travel through time and space. However, Muyu remembered very clearly that when Minato went to the dragon vein, he was already proficient in using the Rasengan, and the Lulin mission should not be at this time. Muyu carefully recalled the beginning and end of the Lulin plot, and found that the Lulin mission in front of him and the Lulin mission that Minato took were not the same mission. The Lulin mission that Minato accepted at that time was to protect Queen Sarah, and the B-level mission in front of him was issued by Sarah's mother, and Sarah is not even the queen of Lulin now. I'll take this mission. Miyu thought about it and said to the registered ninja, although Naruto may not be seen at this time, this mission is indeed very suitable for sprinting the mission progress. If Obito performs better, he can become a small hero of a small country like the Snow Country, even if it is not for Obito's life mission reward. Miyu also wants to take this mission to go to Lulin to see the Dragon Vein. This is enough to travel through time and space. It would be a pity not to take a look and study it. After accepting the mission, Miyu returned to the south border forest and explained the situation to the disciples. It's just a B-level mission. Miyu teacher, why don't you take an A-level mission? Obito scratched his head and asked in confusion. Obito has done a lot of A-level missions on the battlefield, and now he is doing ordinary B-level missions. He feels that there is no challenge. Don't you like taking photos of different scenery in different places? Lulin is a small country that existed a long time ago. It has unique buildings that only exist in Lulin. Miyu replied with a warm smile. Is that so? Then this mission must be done. Obito's eyes lit up instantly, and he was very moved. You have changed so fast. Kakashi couldn't help but complain when he saw the huge difference between Obito before and after. What do you know? Didn't you know Miyu's painstaking efforts at the beginning? Obito said indifferently. I think this is mainly related to your failure to study the geography of the ninja world seriously, Kakashi said expressionlessly. I guess the countries you know must not exceed 10. How is that possible? Kakashi, don't underestimate me. It's just 10 countries. I'll read them to you now. Obito was angry. How could he not know 10 countries? There are 5 of the 5 major countries alone. Obito quickly read out the full names of the 5 great nations, and then continued. The land of snow, the land of grass, the land of rivers, the land of hot springs, Lulin, and then, there are only 10. Kakashi showed a mocking smile on his face. Obito's face turned red, and his mind quickly turned and tried to think of what other countries he hadn't mentioned. And the land of fields, 11. Kakashi, what else do you have to say? Obito's mind suddenly flashed, and he thought of the name of another country and then questioned Kakashi loudly. Papa. Kakashi clapped his hands and smiled lightly, saying, Obito is really amazing to remember 11 countries including the 5 great nations. Obito's face became even redder. Kakashi was obviously praising him, but Obito felt greatly insulted. Then do you know the land of rain, the land of moon, the land of waves, the land of water trap, the land of birds, the land of bears? Kakashi suddenly read out a string of small country names. Hearing the names of so many unfamiliar small countries, Obito's eyes showed a trace of confusion. Are there so many countries in the ninja world? Kakashi, please stop bullying Obito. This is what Obito is least good at. Nohara-rin smiled helplessly, but what Nohara-rin didn't know was that her words brought a greater critical blow to Obito. So in Zealand's heart, I am a fool. Obito couldn't help squatting down and drawing circles on the ground with his fingers. He really hoped that someone could teach Kakashi a lesson. It was too bullying. Okay, everyone get ready. It's time to set off. Miyu stood up and said in time. Since this mission was a B-level mission, Miyu did not take Shisui and the others with him, but left a shadow clone to teach them. After everything was ready, Miyu led Obito and the others to Lulin. Walking westward, Miyu and the others' environment gradually changed from forest to grassland, then to desert grassland, and finally to an endless desert. Looking at the golden field, Obito couldn't help but take out his camera and took 2 photos. Last time, I didn't stay for a while and encountered the enemy. This time I can make up for it. Obito smiled excitedly. Lulin in the desert was a pleasant surprise for him. The first time he saw the desert in his life was not very pleasant, because he ran into the cloud-hidden village ab combination after a while, and he didn't have a camera to take pictures at that time. You may start to miss Konoha after staying for a few days. Miyu opened his Byakugan to check the surroundings, and then said, the scenery of the desert is very spectacular, but it is not pleasant to stay for a long time, because the scenery is similar everywhere, and the living environment is worrying. Although the latter does not matter to ninjas, the former will make Obito lose the novelty of the desert quickly. Mr. Miyu, you think too highly of him. I guess he will say that Konoha is still comfortable to live in at night, Kakashi said lightly. Obito glared at Kakashi and made up his mind that no matter how hard he suffered in the desert, he would not complain, and he must not let Kakashi look down on him. Except for taking care of Obito's curiosity when he first arrived in the desert, Miyu accelerated all the way to Lulin. Why are there so many tall buildings here? Looking at Lulin in front of him, Kakashi's face showed confusion. Lulin in the book is not like this. Although it is normal for information to lag in the book, the changes are indeed a bit fast, so you don't know what Lulin looks like. Kakashi, I thought you were so powerful, but you only know a name. Obito, who was taking pictures, was overjoyed when he heard Kakashi's words and turned around to mock. Kakashi frowned slightly and ignored Obito, but looked around and began to observe. He found that there were still many buildings in Lulin that were recorded in the data. Those super high buildings with Lulin style should be newly built. Let's go. Let's meet our client, Miyu said, taking out 3 kunai from the ninja tool bag and distributing them to the disciples. Kakashi looked at Miyu, with a little surprise in his eyes. They haven't fought since they came out of Konoha, so Miyu must not be worried that they don't have enough ninja tools. So it can only be, Teacher Miyu, do you also know Flying Thunder God? Kakashi asked. At this time, Obito was still a little confused about why Miyu distributed kunai to them, and he subconsciously looked at Miyu when he heard Kakashi's words. Well, as long as you bring the kunai with you, I can move to your side at any time. Miyu nodded and smiled. Teacher Miyu, do you really not have a long-lost twin brother? Obito asked directly. Minato looked like Miyu, and both of them knew the Flying Thunder God technique, and they both had gentle personalities. It was hard for Obito not to suspect that they were brothers. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was not a ninjutsu that Uchiha could use, such as the Great Fireball. Obito had only seen Minato use it, not to mention Obito, Nohara Rin and Kakashi all looked at Miyu with curiosity. Although Miyu had denied it many times, it was indeed too similar. Pa. Miyu put her index and middle fingers together and knocked on Obito's forehead. No, don't guess blindly. The Flying Thunder God technique was taught to me by Minato, and I just happened to learn it. If it weren't for Minato's explanation, it might take him a long time to learn it by force, so it's okay to say that it was Minato who taught him. Teacher Miyu, I want to learn this too. Obito rubbed the place where he was knocked and said with a smile, as much as Obito didn't want to fight Minato, he wanted to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. In his opinion, this ninjutsu was too shabby. You tried your best but couldn't touch the corner of Minato Namikaze's clothes, but if you dared to be careless, Minato Namikaze's kunai would pierce you. I'll teach you when you can learn it. Miyu thought for a while and replied. Miyu was going to teach Obito the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, Obito had a talent in space, but he wouldn't teach it now, because Flying Thunder God consumes a lot of chakra. Obito can't learn it now. Just like no one would teach a 5 or 6-year-old child to extinguish the fire. Is it because they don't want to teach? How can they learn it? Great. Obito couldn't help cheering, and then looked at Kakashi with a provocative look. If he learned Flying Thunder God technique, Obito didn't believe Kakashi could beat him. Kakashi looked at Miyu. Flying Thunder God technique was indeed powerful, and he also wanted to learn it. You can all learn it, but the conditions for this ninjutsu are special, so don't be discouraged if you don't learn it, Miyu said. He hoped that all his disciples could learn Flying Thunder God, so that both combat effectiveness and life-saving ability would be improved to a certain extent. But this was obviously a bit unrealistic. In the original work, Minato passed the Flying Thunder God technique to his guards. Could he not teach it to Kakashi? It is likely that he did, but Kakashi did not learn it. Miyu learned Flying Thunder God before she got the spatial talent. Knowing that feeling, she was really confused and could not understand it at all. However, in Miyu's opinion, Kakashi did not really need Flying Thunder God in battle. If he could enter the transparent world before Changzong, Kakashi would definitely be able to practice the breathing method to the perfect level, and then the short-range burst would not be slower than Flying Thunder God. After briefly chatting with the disciples about the issue of Flying Thunder God, Miyu took the disciples to meet the client this time, the current queen of Lulin. The current queen of Lulan is a young woman who looks very gentle. Perhaps because she is the queen, she has enough wealth to maintain herself. Just by looking at her appearance, Miyu can't tell that she is a mother who already has a child in her teens. The mission says we need to investigate in Lushan. Are there any points to focus on? Miyu asked after both parties confirmed their identities. Please try to investigate his past and what he did in secret. The Queen of Lulan said. Isn't he a minister of your country? How come you don't even know his past? Kakashi asked in confusion. A person of unknown origin actually became the second role under the queen. The Queen of Lulan showed helplessness on her face and explained. At first he talked about his past, and he became a minister after making great contributions. But now I suspect that his past was a disguise, and he came to Lulan for impure purposes. No matter how much the Queen of Lulan suspected in Lushan, she could not deny his contribution to Lulan. If it were not for Lushan's help, Lulan would not be able to build so many high-rise buildings, and the economy would be much worse than it is now. It was precisely because of Lushan's contribution to Lulan that the Queen of Lulan did not directly dismiss Lushan and imprison him because of suspicion, but invited ninjas to investigate. In addition, please do it secretly, don't reveal your purpose, and don't let people know that I entrusted you. The Queen of Lulan continued. There are many people in Lulan who support Lushan now. If it is exposed before the evidence is found, it will lead to dissatisfaction among the people and officials. This is also one of the reasons why she wanted to find the Konoha ninja. There are too many people in Lulan who support Lushan now, and it is easy to be exposed. However, the Queen of Lulan can understand them. After all, Lushan did bring development to Lulan. Obito looked at the Queen of Lulan with surprise. It was the first time he saw a queen in such a miserable state. After Fenghua's Aoksu confirmed that Fenghua Nutao had problems, he directly sent his troops to arrest people, while the Queen of Lulan was worried that someone would know about the investigation. No problem. Miyu nodded to show that he understood. He could understand the Queen of Lulan. This place is said to be a small country, but it is actually the size of a town, far worse than this Snow country. And the location is not good. It is in a remote desert, and there are frequent wars around. Life here is really not easy. Under such circumstances, it is inevitable that someone who brings development and changes to Lulan will be supported. However, the Queen of Lulan should be thankful for her caution. If she really dares to act casually, she will die in the end. Lushan is not only a ninja, but also a ninja with strong strength. It won't be another person like Fenghua Nutao, preparing to take Lulan for himself. Obito guessed on the way out. It's hard to say before the investigation is clear. Even the Queen of Lulan herself doesn't know. Kakashi shook his head and said, now they haven't even seen Lushan, so it's meaningless to make empty speculations. Miyu first found an ordinary hotel, and then said to Kakashi and others, in order to investigate the efficiency as soon as possible, we will act separately for the time being. I will be in a group, and you will be in a group of 3. We will exchange information together when we return to the hotel at night. Miyu can observe the powerful energy under Lulan through his white eyes. He plans to go to the Dragon Vein to take a look first. His perception cannot cover the entire ninja world, but it is no problem to cover the entire Lulan, as long as the disciples are in danger. Miyu can use Flying Thunder God to support. In order to prevent accidents, Miyu will send a shadow clone to follow Kakashi and the others. Double insurance. After saying that, Miyu's figure quickly disappeared in front of the 3 people. Let's go. Let's observe Lulan now. Kakashi did not hesitate at all and immediately prepared to start the investigation. Why do you act like you are the captain? Obito did not like Kakashi's attitude of giving orders directly. Then what do you say to do now? And why do you do this? Kakashi turned his head and looked at Obito and asked. Obito's momentum was insufficient all of a sudden. Kakashi asked this question as if he was doing an exam paper. After Obito had no objection, the 3 of them officially began to investigate. Because of the request of the Queen of Lulan, Kakashi and the other 2 put away their forehead protectors and chunin vests, and dressed like ordinary people to observe Lulan. Kakashi, Zealand, I seem to have found someone who may be problematic, Obito said. looking at the yellow-haired figure looking around stupidly in front of him. "I found it before you said it." Kakashi frowned slightly as he looked at the Konoha forehead protector. It is indeed a person who looks problematic at first glance. No Harlan followed the two people's gaze and showed an expression of approval. "Be careful and be prepared for battle," Kakashi reminded in a low voice. In Kakashi's opinion, there were too many suspicious points about the yellow-haired figure in front of him. He only wore a forehead protector and no Chunin vest, so he might be a genin. Why would a genin appear alone in Lulan? Not really. The other party might also be a Konoha ninja. Obito felt that the person on the other side should not be bad. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. It's not that anyone wearing a Konoha forehead protector is a Konoha ninja, Kakashi said lightly. It's too easy to imitate a ninja's forehead protector. If it's even simpler, there's no need to imitate it, just transform directly. However, Kakashi didn't see any traces of the person on the other side using the transformation technique. Of course, it's also possible that the other party is very skilled in transformation. Just ask and you'll know. After saying that, Obito gave Kakashi a look, and the two surrounded him in a fighting posture. "Are you a Konoha ninja?" Obito asked straight to the point. "Isn't this obvious?" Naruto pointed at his forehead protector. "Can you please see your ninja ID? After all, it's a wartime period. Please understand," Kakashi said in a deep voice. All official ninjas in Konoha have IDs, which not only record the basic information of the ninja and the number of completed missions, but also anti-counterfeiting technology. "Ah, what war, but I seem to have my ID with me." Uzumaki Naruto was a little confused when he heard what Kakashi said, but he roughly understood what they meant. They were also Konoha ninjas. So Naruto handed his ID to Kakashi readily, and for some reason he felt that the white-haired masked child in front of him looked a little familiar. Uzumaki Naruto, Genin, ninja number 012607. After Kakashi finished reading Naruto's ID, his eyelids couldn't help twitching. He had to report to Mutanine about the leak of Konoha's ID anti-counterfeiting technology. In Kakashi's opinion, the ID that Uzumaki Naruto gave him was a very real fake ID. The reason why he said it was very true was that this certificate was exactly the same as the Konoha ninja certificate, and there was no difference in the details, but the information on it was too outrageous. The ninja number was over 12,600. How outrageous was it? Obito had not graduated for a full year yet, and was considered the latest graduate of the ninja school, and his ninja number was 10,886. In other words, even if Obito was the top numbered in their class and Naruto was the last numbered, there was still a difference of more than 1,700 between the two. The ninja school obviously couldn't graduate so many ninjas in a year, and Kakashi looked at Naruto, and he didn't look like a ninja school graduate. He must be at least 15 or 16 years old, and there weren't many people in a grade in the ninja school, so if he was the latest graduate, Obito would not have failed to recognize him. The surname Uzumaki was also very suspicious. If Kakashi remembered correctly, Konoha now only had one Uzumaki clan member, Minato's girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina. A simple certificate revealed too many outrageous doubts. Kakashi did not return the certificate to Uzumaki Naruto. He gave Obito a look and silently concentrated his chakra to prepare for battle. Muyuing's clone, who had been following in the dark, showed an interested look. This development was quite interesting. "By the way, do you know where this is? Have you seen the centipede? I'm on a mission to capture him." Naruto, who finally met a ninja from the same village, asked happily. "This is Lulan. You came here without even knowing where this is?" Because Uzumaki Naruto's expression was too real, Kakashi couldn't tell for a moment whether Uzumaki Naruto was really stupid or just pretending to be crazy. "Lulan? This is Lulan. I remember Lulan wasn't a ruin." Naruto turned his head and looked at the intact and even somewhat prosperous towns around him, scratched his hair and asked in confusion. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto like this, Kakashi inexplicably felt a familiar feeling, because Obito was usually in this state. Because Uzumaki Naruto didn't deliberately control the volume, The pedestrians around him looked at him sideways. Kakashi felt bad and could only lead Uzumaki Naruto to a remote place. If he continued like this, he would be exposed before the investigation even started. By the way, your last name is not Hitake, right? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help asking Kakashi on the way. He felt that the child in front of him might be the illegitimate child of his teacher Hitake Kakashi. Kakashi nodded calmly. Now it was no longer the Warring States period, and there was no problem in reporting a last name. Really, Teacher Kakashi is really too much. He secretly had such a big child and didn't tell me. Uzumaki Naruto said with an indignant look. Kakashi? Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a question mark on his face. What does it mean? I am my own child. Is there another person named Hitake Kakashi in the world? Haha. Kakashi, he calls you teacher, even though you are his own son. Obito couldn't help laughing loudly. He felt that Uzumaki Naruto was really interesting. If Uzumaki Naruto was really a Konoha ninja, Obito must make friends with him. It's so fun. Phew. Uzumaki Naruto's words made Nohara-Lin laugh out loud. She felt that Uzumaki Naruto must know Kakashi, and his acting skills were very good. This pretending was too real. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a dark face. He felt that Naruto was a ninja who knew him and was deliberately irritating him. Ah, where is Kakashi-sensei? Because of Obito's words, Uzumaki Naruto looked around for Kakashi's trace. Ha ha ha, I can't do it anymore. Obito laughed even louder. Just based on this encounter, he felt that this mission was done right. Who are you? Stop pretending, Kakashi asked bluntly. He felt that if he continued like this, he would leave Obito with a lot of jokes. How could he bear this? Didn't I give you the ninja certificate? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said puzzled. Are you referring to your ninja certificate full of loopholes? The imitation is indeed very good, but there are too many wrong data in it, Kakashi said lightly. If you can't tell the truth, then we can only talk in a ninja way. Kakashi silently took out the kunai from his ninja bag. At this time, they had walked to a very remote place. Although Uzumaki Naruto acted harmless, the information revealed in this incident had to be taken seriously by Kakashi. I really don't understand what you are thinking. Uzumaki Naruto was a little confused, not knowing how he had offended the other party. Although he had been laughing at Kakashi, after Kakashi was about to really take action, Obito chose to help immediately. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and spit out a large amount of flames to form a fireball and hit Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, if you take action, I will beat you to tears even if you are related to Kakashi-sensei. Naruto easily dodged the great fireball and said, so fast, the opponent's strength is not simple. Kakashi, who noticed Naruto's speed, became cautious in his heart. Because the opponent was not simple, Kakashi directly concentrated his breathing to the extreme to enhance his own ability, and then pulled out the white fang short blade and slashed at Uzumaki Naruto. Multiple shadow clone technique. Seeing that both of them had already started, Naruto also started, using the huge chakra in his body to instantly create more than 80 shadow clones. Bang, bang, bang! Exclamation mark. Pieces of white smoke flashed by, and Kakashi and Obito were instantly surrounded by numerous shadow clones. At first, Kakashi thought it was just a deceptive illusion, but after a fight, he found that they were all real clones. What a terrifying chakra! Kakashi's expression became serious. Naruto, who created so many shadow clones in one breath, was still calm. Kakashi threw away all distractions and fought wholeheartedly, fighting with Naruto's shadow clones. Obito, who was standing by, was also shocked by Naruto's human wave tactics. It was the first time he saw someone use shadow clones like this. Generally, ninjas use shadow clones to collect intelligence, and they are usually used flexibly in battle. Basically, no one relies on shadow clones to rush forward. Nohara-Rin also opened her mouth slightly when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that a ninja she met on the road would have such strength. Orochi-nagi. Obito concentrated his breath, then gathered a large amount of chakra in his palm, and with the blessing of the breath of fire, all of it was transformed into fire attribute chakra and gushed out in one breath. Whoosh! The fierce flames instantly engulfed most of Naruto's shadow clones around him, leaving charred marks on the ground. One flash, two consecutive. Kakashi's feet flashed with blue lightning, with the blessing of lightning attribute chakra to activate his body. He ran at a high speed and swung his sword, and also cleared a large number of Naruto's shadow clones. The performance of the two surprised Uzumaki Naruto a little, although he didn't want to do it. It was not bad to be able to quickly eliminate so many of his shadow clones. After all, Obito and the others looked about the same age as Konohamaru. What a capable guy. Naruto twisted his wrist, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Although Naruto liked Kakashi as a teacher, Kakashi did a lot of bad things. If you want to blame someone, blame your father, Naruto silently said in his heart, and his chakra burst out instantly, splitting into hundreds of clones again, and then the real body rushed out. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto splitting into a bunch of shadow clones, Kakashi's forehead was covered with sweat. He found that the three of them might not be able to beat Uzumaki Naruto. We have to make a bigger noise to let Muyu know what's going on here. Kakashi thought of a countermeasure quickly in his mind. They have Muyu's Flying Thunder God Kunai on them. If Muyu knows that something happened here, she can come over immediately. Although this Uzumaki Naruto is very strong, Kakashi doesn't think he can beat Muyu, because Uzumaki Naruto's performance was too exaggerated. Kakashi immediately entered the state of a transparent world. Everything around him and himself became transparent in his eyes, and his strength and insight increased greatly. Two fists cannot beat four hands. Although Kakashi can know where the attack is coming from, Naruto's shadow clones are too many, and they are not weak. There is also Naruto's real body making trouble, and Kakashi was soon punched in the face. Nohara Rin wanted to use water jutsu to help Kakashi out of trouble, but Naruto used a Rasengan to directly disperse Nohara Rin's water jutsu. Seeing that Kakashi was at a disadvantage, Obito didn't care about the consumption problem and directly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Fire Jutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The power of Orochimaru's chakra is very high, but the range is average, so Obito chose the wider Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. As the chakra in Obito's body continued to be consumed, the orange-red high-temperature flames continued to spit out from Obito's mouth, quickly forming a small sea of fire, burning a large number of Naruto's shadow clones to ashes. Then Obito controlled the orange-red flames to attack all Uzumaki Naruto in three different directions. Because they were physical clones, even his Sharingan couldn't see through the shadow clones, and couldn't find Naruto's body among the many clones. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with his lightning jutsu, Obito's fire jutsu was more powerful and eye-catching. Such a fierce flame only needed to be maintained for a while to attract attention. Water style, water wave hand. But at this moment, someone suddenly released the water style, and a fierce current of water like a wave came, instantly extinguishing all the flames sprayed by Obito. Kakashi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, sank again. The enemy was not only one person but also had helpers. Kakashi looked over and saw a ninja wearing a black combat uniform, a Konoha Chunin vest and a Konoha forehead protector slowly walking towards them. Kakashi felt that they might have accidentally fallen into a huge conspiracy against Konoha. In order to increase the average subscription, 8K chapters were released. Chapter 382 Some Unfortunate Future. Naruto, what happened? Yamato asked Uzumaki Naruto, who was walking towards him after putting out the fire. He was also confused about the current situation. He was fighting the enemy in the ruins just now, and the next moment he appeared in a bustling town. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, then pointed at Kakashi and said, "Captain Yamato, look who I met." Kakashi teacher actually has a child, and he is almost the same age as Konohamaru. How is it possible? How could Senior Kakashi? Yamato subconsciously wanted to deny Uzumaki Naruto's words. He has known Kakashi for so long, how could he not know that Kakashi has been single? But when he saw the appearance of the boy that Naruto was pointing at, he was stunned for a moment. There were too many shadow clones of Naruto at the scene, and the sea of fire and waves just now seriously blocked Yamato's sight. After looking carefully, Yamato found that the boy that Uzumaki Naruto pointed at really looked like Hitake Kakashi. Same silver hair, black mask covering half of his face, no scars except for his eyes, and he doesn't look dead, but energetic. just like a young Kakashi. And his last name is Hitake too, Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile. In his opinion, there is no need to think about it. This silver-haired boy must be Kakashi's son. They look so similar. Even the last name is the same. What else can it be but a son? Yamato was so surprised that he couldn't speak for a while. If the last name is Hitake, then he must be Kakashi's son, and Hitake is not a common last name like Watanabe Tanaka. Hard. Kakashi's fist hardened. Kakashi glared at Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto. This was the first time he had such a strong desire to beat someone. If he didn't think he could beat them, Kakashi would have rushed up and punched them both. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is naturally needless to say. He has just experienced it. His chakra is unfathomable and his body is also very strong. And he also has a powerful no-mark ninjutsu. Yamato just released a wave-like water escape technique without forming a seal, which obviously shows that he is also a water escape ninja with great strength. The angrier Kakashi is, the more Obito wants to laugh. It is really too funny. First, a disciple of Kakashi appeared, and now a junior of Kakashi appears. But after all, it is a battle, so Obito is trying hard to hold back his laughter. He will only laugh out loud if he can't help it. Since he is the son of Senior Kakashi, how come you two are fighting? Yamato looked at Uzumaki Naruto in confusion. It's not that I want to bully him, it's him who wants to do it. Uzumaki Naruto explained. I gave him my ninja certificate, but he insisted that I was not a Konoha ninja, and then we fought. Even if Hitake Kakashi knew about it when he returned, Uzumaki Naruto felt that he was right. Yamato's expression became more confused. He suspected that Uzumaki Naruto omitted some important details. How could they fight for such a reason? As for not knowing Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato didn't think it was a big deal. Although Uzumaki Naruto was well known in Konoha, not everyone knew him. For example, he had known Kakashi for more than 10 years but didn't know that Kakashi had a son. Naruto may not be very good at speaking, so let me communicate with you. I am Yamato, a Jonin of Konoha. This is my ninja certificate. Yamato took out his certificate from his ninja bag and showed it to Kakashi. What do you mean I'm not very good at speaking? Uzumaki Naruto was very dissatisfied. It was not his problem just now. Yamato temporarily ignored the complaining Uzumaki Naruto. He was carefully looking at Obito and the other two and watching their reactions. Hearing Yamato's words, Kakashi's eyes fixed on the certificate that Yamato took out. The first thing he looked at was the ninja number. As he expected, it was still outrageous. The ninja number of Yamato, who claimed to be a Jonin of Konoha, was 010992. If this number was a Konoha ninja, then he could only be a ninja who graduated in the same class as Obito. Less than a year after graduation, he jumped directly from Jinin to Jonin. Even brainless ninja novels dare not write this way. If Kakashi had not been unable to defeat them and had to delay time to wait for Miyu to come, he would have mocked them long ago. What should we do now? Because Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto did not take action, Obito exited the flame-breathing chakra mode and walked to Kakashi's side and asked softly. He was not really stupid. They were afraid that they could not defeat the opponent with this posture. Nohara Rin also walked over and looked at Kakashi. Although there was no clear captain in the team, Kakashi usually made the decision when encountering such a situation. Don't talk too much, just act according to my words. Kakashi exhaled and said calmly. It was impossible to fight again. What Kakashi had to do now was to wait for Miyu. Well, no problem. Hello, Yamato Jonin. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Kakashi threw Naruto's ninja certificate back to Naruto and said, since the opponent wanted to disguise himself as Konoha ninjas, Kakashi would play with them and take them to see Miyu. Kakashi didn't believe that these two ninjas could be stronger than the ab combination of Kumage Cure. What Captain Yamato's will do. Uzumaki Naruto looked around at his ninja certificate, then looked at Yamato's and didn't feel any difference. Yamato smiled and nodded and put the certificate away. You two are hunting for a ninja named Baizu, right? It just so happens that I heard our captain mention this name before. Why don't I take you to meet our captain, which can be regarded as compensation for the misunderstanding just now? Kakashi said sincerely. and put on the Konoha forehead protector and his ninja tool bag. When did Mr. Muyu? Obito was about to ask why he hadn't heard of it. Then he noticed Kakashi's eyes and shut up immediately. He admired Kakashi a little bit. He didn't blink at all when lying, and it looked like the truth. That would be great. Yamato smiled and nodded. He had thought about looking at Obito's ID, but the white-haired boy looked and dressed like Kakashi, and he also had a Konoha forehead protector. The fire jutsu used by Obito was also Konoha's famous powerful fire jutsu, so there was no problem with his identity. It was not the time of the previous Ninja World War, and the villages would not be idle to carry out so many espionage activities. By the way, what's your name? Yamato couldn't help but be curious. If he didn't feel presumptuous, he would have asked directly who Kakashi's mother was. Take Obito, Kakashi said calmly. Since the other party wanted to use his name to tease him, he would just go along with it. Anyway, the ultimate goal was to delay time. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito was dumbfounded and looked at Kakashi with a confused face. Kakashi was called Obito, so what was his name? Uchiha Kakashi? But it was okay, he became a substitute. So it's called Obito. Kakashi Sr. is really well hidden. Yamato sighed. He was really curious about the story. He couldn't imagine that such a senior Kakashi already had such a big son. He usually behaved so well. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. This feeling of being teased and unable to resist was too uncomfortable. Obito also looked unhappy, because he found that he was at a disadvantage. Doesn't this mean that Obito is Kakashi's son? Damn Kakashi, is this also in your calculation? Obito cursed in his heart. Yamato looked at Kakashi with more kindness. By the way, who is your captain? Yamato asked casually. Hanyu Muiyu, but unlike you, Yamato, the Jonin, Captain Muiyu is a special Jonin. Kakashi answered quickly. Muiyu is different from Minato. If Minato was there, Kakashi would just lie about a name, because Minato had a higher reputation in the Ninja World War. However, in order not to alert the other party, Kakashi lied about Muyu's ninja level, saying that Muyu was just a special Jonin, and he didn't even say that Muyu was their teacher, but just said the captain. Yamato smiled and said nothing, because he didn't know the special Jonin that Kakashi was talking about, because he was either in the route or in the Anbu before. Yamato's social circle was relatively small and he didn't know many ninjas. Seeing that the two sides had communicated to this point, the hidden Muyu shadow clone notified the main body and asked the main body to come and deal with it. If he didn't come, it would be a bit late. Whoosh! After receiving the notification, Muyu's main body immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to move to the side of Kakashi and others. A person suddenly appeared next to him, and Yamato subconsciously took 2 steps back after discovering that the other person was wearing a Konoha ninja uniform, so he didn't take any further action. Teacher Muyu, these 2 people are unknown people disguised as Konoha ninjas. Seeing Muyu coming, Kakashi quickly explained the situation to Muyu. The anti-counterfeiting technology of our Konoha ninja certificates may have been leaked. Although the content of the other party's certificate has obvious errors, other aspects are consistent with normal certificates. Obito and Nohara Rin also stood beside Muyu and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato vigilantly. What's going on? Naruto scratched his head, a little confused about what was going on. Obito, what are you doing? Yamato looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look. How could his Anbu captain's ninja certificate be fake? How could he become an unknown person pretending to be a Konoha ninja? And didn't he say that he had information about the centipede? Why did he suddenly become like this? Yamato felt that Kakashi's son was as unpredictable as he was. I understand. You guys step back and I'll deal with them. Muyu nodded and asked the disciples to retreat to a safe place. Although Muyu was very clear about the cause and effect, he didn't know from the perspective of the disciples, so he had to act a little. Are you still pretending at this time? I am Hotake Kakashi, Kakashi said coldly. The teasing along the way made Kakashi very angry. He was really angry now. However, such a plain word from Kakashi was shocking in the eyes of Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto. It was like a friend's son solemnly reading his father's name and saying that he was him. If you are Kakashi teacher, I am still the 6th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto complained. No matter how dazzled he was, he would not recognize a white-haired boy as his teacher who was already 30 years old. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Miyu next to Kakashi, and suddenly felt that Miyu seemed a little familiar. The ninja with a silly face and wearing an orange sportswear has a lot of chakra and can split hundreds of shadow clones in one breath. The remaining ninja who looks a little stupid is good at water escape, and his strength should be much stronger than that of ordinary Jonin. Kakashi then quickly said the known information of Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto. He was confident in Miyu's strength, but he had to tell the information if he had it, and making Miyu win more easily was also considered to have done his part. A silly look on your face, bastard, even Kakashi's son would beat you to tears. Naruto, who felt greatly insulted, lifted his sleeves and gritted his teeth. Look stupid? Yamato felt a little hurt. Would he look stupid? Kakashi looked indifferent. He was definitely not avenging what Naruto and Yamato had done before. He was just telling the truth. Is there any misunderstanding? Yamato said, holding Naruto by the hand. He was not afraid of fighting, but he didn't want to fight with ninjas from the same village because of a small matter. No matter who got hurt, it would not be good for Konoha. If you really don't believe it, you can contact the 5th generation. Our mission this time was personally given to us by the 5th generation, Yamato said. Now even Nohara Rin couldn't hold it anymore. What the hell is the 5th generation? Is this person crazy? The current Hokage of Konoha is only the 3rd generation. Kakashi's face showed a thoughtful look. If the previous words were to tease him to anger him, what did he mean by the 5th generation now? Cursing the Konoha Hokage to die early. Sorry, your words make you look even weirder. The Hokage of Konoha has only been passed down to the Sandaime, Miyu reminded gently. After hearing Miyu's words, both Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto stood still. Isn't Grandpa Hokage taking the Chunin exam? Naruto looked at Miyu in confusion. Yamato connected Kakashi's words with Miyu's, and combined with the shocking changes in the surrounding environment, a terrifying guess appeared in his mind. They traveled through time and space. The reason why the white-haired boy is so similar to Kakashi is not because he is Kakashi's son, but because he is Kakashi when he was a child. And the reason why Kakashi thinks their ninja certificates are fake is probably because of the problem of ninja numbers. More than a decade ago, the current ninja numbers of Konoha may not have been ranked up to the numbers on their certificates. After figuring this out, Yamato finally understood why Kakashi was angry. If someone inexplicably said that he was his own son one day, Yamato would also be unhappy. Could he be the future 4th Hokage? No, the 4th Hokage's name is Minato Namikaze, and he doesn't wear glasses either. Yamato almost mistook Miyu for the 4th Hokage on the rock, but after thinking about it carefully, Yamato felt that they should just look alike. As Kakashi had mentioned Miyu's name before, Yamato wanted to say something, but then Miyu rushed towards him, forcing Yamato to give up the explanation. Traveling through time and space is indeed a bit unbelievable. I'll explain it to him after I defeat him, Yamato thought to himself. This matter was so bizarre that Yamato felt that even if he said it directly, the Konoha ninja on the opposite side would not believe it. Wood release. Great forest technique. As Yamato's chakra burst out, Yamato's arms immediately extended multiple wood and vine branches and rushed towards Miyu. Wood release. Kakashi looked at the thick branches extending from Yamato's arms with a shocked face. Although there are no more wood-style ninjas in Konoha after the death of Hashirama Senju, there is no Konoha ninja who does not know wood style, because the 1st generation died, but he lives on in the textbooks, and many people who know the deeds of the god of ninja are still alive. In the hearts of Konoha people, wood style is the strongest bloodline limit. Sharingan, Byakugan, ice style, magnetic style cannot compare with wood style. Wood style is invincible. Is this wood style? It doesn't look very strong, Obito said, touching his chin. The wood style he imagined was more spectacular, and he could create a small forest with a ninjutsu. Obito thought it would be very convenient if someone among them mastered wood style, so that they would not have to change back and forth when practicing in the forest of death. If a tree is destroyed, they can just create a new one. Are they really Konoha ninjas? Nohara Rin couldn't help thinking in her heart, Once this wood style is out, false evidence is nothing. Facing the attacking thick branches, Muyu did not retreat, but concentrated his strength on the palm of his right hand, and then chopped the attacking branches with a burst of chakra. Bang! Under Muyu's powerful force, the 4 attacking branches broke and fell to the ground. What a strong power! Yamato looked at Muyu in surprise. The wood made by wood release is different from ordinary trees. It is not only harder but also has the special effect of absorbing chakra. Muyu can easily break the wood release ninjutsu, which shows his strength. Captain Yamato, let's look at me. Naruto burst chakra and quickly formed a seal. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. In an instant, dozens of Naruto's shadow clones appeared on the field. Konoha Dragon God. Before Naruto's shadow clones started to attack, Muyu directly gathered strength to cast Konoha Dragon God. In order not to attract too much attention, Muyu deliberately controlled the size of Konoha Dragon God. Under the powerful attack of the Konoha Dragon God, all of Naruto's shadow clones were instantly dissipated, and even Naruto's body was bounced away. After cleaning up the shadow clones, Muyu cancelled the Konoha Dragon God. This physical technique is very convenient for cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers, but if you really use force, it will make a lot of noise. Yamato helplessly stroked his forehead, and then his eyes became more serious, and he began to make seals again. Just now, he was worried about hurting Muyu, so he didn't use his full strength. With Muyu's current performance, he really couldn't do it without going all out. Wood release, thorn killing technique. As Yamato completed the seal, thick vines and wooden sticks from the roots of the tree stretched out from the ground and grabbed Muyu. Muyu did not dodge, but threw 3 flying thunder god kunai in the direction of Yamato and Naruto. When throwing the kunai, Muyu did not use any special skills or ninjutsu, but just threw it normally, so Uzumaki, Naruto and Yamato easily dodged it sideways. At this time, the vines and wooden sticks created by Yamato's wood release wrapped around Muyu's body, and were about to tie Muyu up. We won. Yamato thought the battle was over. Whoosh! The next moment, Yamato suddenly found that Muyu disappeared in front of him, and a huge force suddenly came from behind him. Captain Yamato, watch out behind you! Naruto shouted, but it was too late. When Naruto shouted, Muyu had already completed his move before Naruto and Yamato could react. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Yamato's body came into close contact with the ground. Did Senior Kakashi lie to me again just now? In fact, the name he told me was also fake. Yamato thought depressedly. Anyone who knows a little about the 4th Hokage knows that the 4th Hokage's best ninjutsu is the Flying Thunder God technique. He looks so much like the Hokage Iwasaki, and he has such a strong Flying Thunder God. Who else can this be but the 4th Hokage? Thinking of this, Yamato felt much more comfortable. Losing to the future 4th Hokage is nothing. This is the future Hokage. Damn it! Seeing Yamato being knocked down, Naruto's blood surged instantly, and the huge amount of chakra in his body burst out, rolling out a ball, and rushed directly towards Muyu at high speed. Looking at the attacking Uzumaki Naruto, Muyu did not make any extra moves, but simply took out a kunai with the mark of the Flying Thunder God. The moment Uzumaki Naruto approached Muyu, Muyu threw out the Flying Thunder God kunai and immediately performed the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer. Whoosh! Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly blurred, and he was shocked to find that there was no one in front of him. His Rasengan completely smashed the air. How did he do it? It was so fast. The speed displayed by Muyu was beyond Naruto's understanding. It was not a question of seeing clearly or not. He didn't see how Muyu moved at all. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying force came, and Naruto lay next to Yamato. Kakashi looked at Muyu with surprise. He was not surprised that Muyu could defeat Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato. This was something he expected. Kakashi was surprised by the Flying Thunder God displayed by Muyu. According to Muyu, he learned it from Minato Namikaze some time ago, but Kakashi saw that Muyu's proficiency in Flying Thunder God did not look like a beginner at all. It felt that he was almost the same as Minato Namikaze. Kakashi had a new understanding of Muyu's terrifying ninja talent. In fact, In Kakashi's heart, Muyu is the most talented ninja, who was able to develop incredible secret techniques such as breathing techniques and armed color domineering when he was less than 20 years old. In addition to the completeness of the breathing technique, Kakashi has reason to believe that Muyu developed the breathing technique before he was 16 years old. If Muyu continues like this, Kakashi thinks that Muyu's achievements in ninjutsu will definitely surpass the second-generation Hokage Senjutsu Byakuya. As expected of teacher Muyu, such a powerful flying thunder god technique, seeing Muyu easily defeat the ninja they could not defeat with flying thunder god, Obito showed an extremely excited expression, because Muyu said before that he would teach him the flying thunder god technique in the future. Obito has begun to imagine that he will use flying thunder god to complete similar handsome operations in the future. The tenacious Uzumaki Naruto spit out the ashes in his mouth and quickly got up to continue fighting. Naruto, don't do it again. Yamato also sat up quickly and pulled Naruto. We traveled through time and space back to the past. The opponent is very likely the fourth Hokage. We don't need to fight him because of this misunderstanding, Yamato said in an extremely subtle voice. He felt that it was really meaningless to continue fighting, no matter who was injured on both sides. It would be a loss for Konoha. I said why he looked familiar. It turned out to be the fourth Hokage on the rock face. Naruto showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Brother, can you take off your glasses? Naruto seemed to have forgotten that he was in the war and said with a familiar look. Muyu did not open the Byakuya, so he fulfilled Naruto's wish and took off his glasses and put them in the ninja tool bag. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly and slapped his palms with his hands. This way it looks exactly the same. It turns out that you are the fourth Hokage. Yamato covered his face with his hands. He just didn't want to say the future things so quietly, but Naruto said it loudly, making his previous volume control seem useless. On the one hand, talking about the future will affect history, and on the other hand, saying such words when it is only passed to the third Hokage is really like a provocation. Are they patients who escaped from the mental hospital? Obito couldn't help but say. Naruto's words had made Obito begin to doubt whether he had a mental illness. Obito had no doubt that Muyu had the ability to become Hokage. After all, this was the almighty Muyu sage. But Konoha didn't have the fourth Hokage yet. Are you ninjas from the future who traveled through time and space? Kakashi asked in surprise, connecting the words and deeds of Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto in the battle. At first, he thought that Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto were playing a trick on him, but now that he thought about it carefully, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato had never shown any killing intent, and they always held back in battle. They always seemed to have a weak will to fight, and they didn't behave like enemies at all. But if Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto were ninjas from the future, all their abnormalities would make sense, whether it was their ninja numbers or their words and deeds. The reason they thought he was their son was because they knew the future Kakashi. In their era, the third Hokage had died, and the position of Hokage was passed to the fifth Hokage. Although this conclusion is very bizarre, there are only two possibilities. One is that Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato are mentally ill, and the other is that they are ninjas who traveled from the future to the past. Because Yamato can use wood release, Kakashi is more inclined to the latter. As expected of Kakashi-senpai, Yamato couldn't help but praise. Although Kakashi likes to bully people, Yamato has to admit that Kakashi is very capable. Kakashi's expression is a little weird. It really feels weird for a ninja in his 20s to call him a ninja who is less than 10 years old as a senior. The taste of yin and yang is too strong. Kakashi, your brain is not broken, right? Obito looked at Kakashi with some concern. He had never heard that mental illness can be contagious. Although time travel is a common plot in novels, how can it be done in reality? The world must have been in chaos long ago. Teacher Muyu, it's like this. Kakashi temporarily ignored Obito and told Muyu his guess again. Can you trouble me to take a look at your ninja certificates? Muyu said with a warm smile to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato. Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto gave the documents to Muyu without hesitation. There is indeed no problem, except for the information above. Muyu nodded and said, I used to be the captain of the Anbu. If you are still worried, we can check the secret information of Konoha. Yamato then said to Muyu, Yamato's words made Kakashi look sideways. The captain is considered a high-level member of the Anbu. There are only 3 people higher than the captain general, the vice-captain general and the current Hokage. Miyu did not refuse. She walked aside and chatted with Yamato for a few words, and then announced the final result. They are indeed Konoha ninjas, but they are Konoha ninjas from the future. Then Miyu apologized for her previous move with an apologetic look. It's okay. After all, from your perspective, we are indeed quite suspicious. Yamato expressed his understanding. Naruto, have you ever heard of a powerful ninja named Obito? Obito asked Uzumaki Naruto excitedly. The future captain of the Anbu actually called Kakashi Sr. If Kakashi, who has no ambition, is like this, then he will become the Hokage. Could it be that he is the 5th generation? Obito, I don't remember. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said, how could I not have heard of him? Think about it carefully. His full name is Uchiha Obito. He uses the Sharingan, and his fire escape technique is very powerful. He may also be able to use Flying Thunder God. Obito was a little anxious. How could he be so much worse than Kakashi? He had never even heard of his name. Hearing Obito's words, Naruto fell silent for a while. At that time, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and only Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke were left. What about Might Guy? Obito continued to ask unwillingly. Super thick eyebrow teacher. His taijutsu is very powerful. Uzumaki Naruto said honestly. Your nickname is indeed very suitable for Uchiha. But why don't you know me? Obito was very unwilling. Yamato looked at Obito's expression and hesitated to speak. He was wondering whether he should tell Obito the cruel truth. Would it change history? Where is Nohara Rin? Kakashi, who was watching, suddenly asked. He didn't want to ask about the future. In Kakashi's opinion, if the future was known in advance, life would lose some fun. But Yamato's expression and Uzumaki Naruto's answer made Kakashi guess a bad possibility. No. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and replied. Kakashi's heart sank. He knew him and Might Guy but didn't know Obito and Nohara Rin. Putting aside the possibility that the 3 of them broke off their friendship, Obito and Nohara Rin's current performance would definitely be excellent Jonin in the future. That could only be. Kakashi didn't dare to think about it anymore. Maybe I will be a doctor in the hospital in the future. It's normal not to be famous. Nohara Rin said softly, but her smile was not as natural as usual. She didn't have the extraordinary wisdom of Kakashi, but she was also thoughtful. Uzumaki Naruto's words revealed too much information. What about Asuma? Obito was ready to ask everyone he had a good relationship with. After Obito said the name Asuma, Naruto and Yamato's faces darkened. For them, Asuma's funeral was not long ago. For Uzumaki Naruto, Asuma was the teacher who taught him the wind attribute nature change, and for Yamato, Asuma was a senior who could drink and talk together, so both of them felt bad. Seeing Naruto and Yamato showing such expressions, even Obito realized that something was wrong. Today is also 8K. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 383 The True and False Fourth Hokage. After feeling something was wrong, Obito thought of what Naruto said just now, that Miyu was the 4th Hokage, and Yamato said that they were carrying out the mission under the orders of the 5th Hokage. So, how was the 4th Hokage when you came over? Obito asked Yamato and Naruto with the last bit of luck. Although so far basically the new Hokage has been appointed after the death of the previous Hokage, this is not because the Hokage want to sit in the position until death, but because of various accidents. The first Hokage died early, the second Hokage died in the cloud-hidden ninjaku, so the next Hokage does not mean that the previous Hokage must have died. Obito thought that maybe Miyu did not want to hold the power all the time, leaving the opportunity to the younger generation, so the 5th Hokage appeared so quickly. Kakashi looked at Obito, opened his mouth, and finally closed it again. How could he, who was extremely smart, not notice this information? But it was too shocking for a while, and asking would only make his companions more sad. Kakashi really hoped that this was his dream, an absurd nightmare. How could Miyu, who was unfathomable, die before him? Miyu mastered a variety of breathing chakra modes, and had both offensive and defensive armed color domineering. He was proficient in 7 types of chakra nature changes, and also developed the blood limit ice escape on his own. He mastered countless advanced ninjutsu and advanced physical techniques. How could such a strong man be killed? But Kakashi knew very well that as long as he was a human, he would die. The second-generation Hokage Senjudo Bairama was a powerful man who shocked the ninja world, and he developed countless forbidden ninjutsu, but he still died in the coup of Kumagakure. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and looked at Yamato next to him. Even he knew that it was not good to say that he would die in the future in front of him. Yamato was also very entangled. He was worried that what he said would change history and lead to unknown changes in the future. If the result of the change is that the fourth Hokage survives and Konoha becomes stronger, then that would be good, but Yamato has no way of ensuring whether this accident is benign or malignant. If he says that history has changed, and Konoha has perished when he returns to the past, then Yamato will really cry to death. But at this time, not answering is an answer in itself. Why don't you talk? Would the Konoha ninja not know about the Hokage? Obito clenched his fist and continued to ask, his voice trembling at this time. He didn't believe that Miyu would die. This was the omnipotent Miyu immortal. The huge amount of negative emotions made Obito unconsciously open his Sharingan and his eyes quickly turned blood red. The two Magatama patterns kept spinning and soon turned into three Magatama. The three Magatama patterns were still spinning at high speed, but just when the three Magatama were about to merge, they suddenly became powerless and dispersed, and finally exited the Sharingan state with the three Magatama patterns. Obito, don't ask. Miyu put his palm on Obito's shoulder, shook his head slightly and smiled warmly. Future ninjas have their own difficulties, and their future is their future. Our future still needs to be created by ourselves. Based on the performance of Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato and the information revealed by the two, Miyu guessed that they were not the future of their world, but the future of the original world of Naruto. Now Miyu is no longer a nameless person in Konoha. Even if he still failed to defeat Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, he died, and his disciples died and became blackened. But Yamato, who was born as a root ninja, should not have no reaction to the name of Hanyu Miyu. His training results for the root Anbu were recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. If it were not for the shortage of Konoha's combat power due to the war, the second training would definitely have been planned. His current strength is destined that his death will definitely not be ordinary. If he is given another 3 years of development time, he may have the strength to fight a big ninja village without injury. Unless the opponent is Uchiha Madara at the peak of the Samsara Eye, Miyu can't think of why he lost so badly. But if Uchiha Madara could live and return to the peak, he would not have to make such a troublesome resurrection plan, nor would he have to find ways to make Obito fall into darkness. So this is not true. However, Miyu did not hastily conclude that Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were 100% from the original timeline. The water in the ninja world is too deep. The leaders of the three holy places are all unfathomable old monsters. Although the Six Paths sage is dead, his chakra will live forever in the world. If he fails, the opponents who make him fail may not only be Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. The warmth transmitted from Miyu's palm eased Obito's emotions to a certain extent, but his expression was still painful and confused. But Obito was a little incoherent. He wanted to say too much and messed up the order of words for a while. Miyu's words were very handsome, but he really didn't want the future that Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto talked about. Obito couldn't imagine what kind of future it would be without teacher Miyu. Kakashi lowered his eyes and could no longer maintain a calm expression. He is a very sensible person. If a person in the past knows the future, then history will most likely change. For people in the future, this change is unknown and uncontrollable, so the best choice to avoid causing trouble to others is not to ask too much. But this time Kakashi couldn't control himself. At night, he would secretly look for Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato to ask about Miyu and try to change the history of Miyu's death. Kakashi didn't know what changes such an action would have on the future, but he knew that if such an opportunity was put in front of him and he didn't take action, he would spend his life in regret when Miyu really died in the future. Not only Miyu, he had to ask about everything about Obito and Nohara Rin. If he was the only one who survived in the Miyu class, It would be better for everyone to die together. As Teacher Miyu said, our future can be decided by us. Nohara Rin smiled softly and comforted. In fact, her mood was also very complicated at the moment. With the performance of Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto, she was afraid that she would die one day in the future. It's definitely a lie to say that you're not afraid of death at all. Nohara Rin occasionally thinks that death is a terrible thing when she thinks that after death, all thoughts will disappear and she can no longer think. But she is still alive now. If she is afraid because she might die, then everyone should be afraid from birth, because death is the end of everyone. So the living Nohara Rin chooses to comfort her emotionally unstable friend first. As expected of you, Lord Minato. Yamato looked at Miyu with respect. If he were to think about it from another perspective, if he met a ninja who traveled from the future and the other party was still hiding his own affairs, then Yamato would definitely not be able to rest assured without an answer. But this fourth generation Hokage is different. Not only does he not care about his own life and death, but he can also comfort his disciples and even say that our future still needs to be created by ourselves. The young fourth generation Hokage in front of him satisfies all of Yamato's fantasies about the fourth generation Hokage. Lord Minato, Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara Rin's expressions all became confused and looked at Yamato. Kakashi frowned slightly. Didn't he already introduce Miyu? Although he mixed some false information. Did I say something wrong? Seeing Kakashi and the other two staring at him, Yamato was a little confused. He frantically reflected on what he had just said but didn't realize that he had said anything wrong. It couldn't be more normal. Although he was older than the current fourth Hokage, the other party was the future fourth Hokage after all, and his current strength was much stronger than him, so it was okay to call him an adult. Big brother idiot, are you blind or deaf? You called Minato's name to our Miyu teacher? Maybe because he had too much negative emotion just now and hadn't recovered yet. Obito's words were quite aggressive. Obito's call of big brother idiot was like a sharp sword piercing Yamato's body. After being said by Kakashi and then by Obito, Yamato was a little self-doubting, and couldn't help asking Uzumaki Naruto next to him, "Do I really look stupid?" "So Captain Yamato, didn't you notice it all along?" Uzumaki Naruto answered honestly. Naruto's sword pierced Yamato's heart, and his self-esteem was severely frustrated. He always thought that he was a very majestic person. "You've missed the point. Why do you call Miyu teacher Minato-sama?" Kakashi asked seriously. He felt that things seemed to have taken a turn for the better, and the future might not be what he imagined. Obito and Kakashi's words confused Yamato. Wasn't the name Hanyu Miyu used to deceive him, because he was regarded as an enemy at that time? Because he is Minato-sama? Yamato couldn't sort out all the information at once. Although Minato-sensei and Miyu-sensei look very similar, you can't regard them as the same person. Obito complained. He just regarded the two as brothers. Kakashi's mind turned rapidly. He found that they might have misunderstood one thing. Miyu didn't seem to be the future fourth Hokage. It was Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto who recognized the wrong person, and regarded Miyu as Namikaze Minato, who was very similar to him. "So the full name of the fourth Hokage is Namikaze Minato?" Kakashi asked with a flickering look. Yamato nodded subconsciously. After getting the confirmation, Kakashi showed a surprised expression. "Good news, Miyu teacher may not be dead. Bad news, Minato teacher seems to be dying." "Ah?" "The fourth Hokage is Minato teacher." Obito also became at a loss for a moment. He didn't know what emotion he should use to face this matter now. If Minato died, he would be very sad. Yamato was the captain of the Anbu after all. Seeing the performance of Kakashi and Obito, he immediately thought that he might have recognized the wrong person, but he was still confused and unsure. The blonde in front of him looked similar to the one on the rock face. He was powerful and could use Flying Thunder God skillfully. He perfectly met the characteristics of the fourth Hokage. Who else could it be but the fourth Hokage? Yamato really didn't know what was going on. Even Yamato was so confused, not to mention Uzumaki Naruto, who couldn't understand the conversation between the few people. "Ha, what do you mean? Isn't this big brother the fourth Hokage?" Uzumaki Naruto asked in confusion. "We don't have the fourth Hokage now, but if your fourth Hokage is Minato teacher, Then you have recognized the wrong person. The one in front of you is Muyu teacher, Obito replied. Naruto was very confused. In his opinion, Muyu was the fourth Hokage on the rock face. He looked at Yamato, but Yamato himself didn't fully understand it and couldn't help Naruto. You two must have recognized the wrong person. My full name is Hanyu Muyu, and Minato is my good friend. Muyu introduced herself. This. Yamato was dumbfounded. He really recognized the wrong person. He didn't understand. This person looked like the fourth Hokage, and Flying Thunder God was so strong. But he was not the fourth Hokage. How could this be justified? Logically speaking, if Konoha had a powerful ninja who was similar to the fourth Hokage, he should be very famous, but Yamato really had no impression of the name Hanyu Muyu. In your world, how is Kenji's dark calling practice going? Muyu suddenly asked Yamato, like a senior. I'm not sure about this. Yamato thought for a while and replied. Kenji Tabata's code name in the Anbu is Shion. He is a very capable senior Anbu. Yamato knows that Kenji Tabata is good at the lightning release sealing technique, but he doesn't know about the dark breathing. Muyu can basically confirm that Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto in front of him are from the original Naruto world. Even if he fails and dies, the plot returns to the original track, but it is impossible to erase all traces of his existence. This workload is too large and meaningless. Then brother Muyu, do you know where the centipede is? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly remembered that he was here to do a mission and asked hurriedly. I don't know the ninja you are talking about. Muyu shook his head and said, read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. The current situation is too different from the original plot of the animation. Blindly messing around can only make the situation worse, so Muyu did not directly spoil it. Yamato covered his forehead. He found that Kakashi seemed to be lying except for Muyu's name. Everything else was a lie. Little Kakashi teacher said. Naruto wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Kakashi. I said that to delay time, we came to Lulin because of the investigation mission issued by the queen. Of course, I don't know where the ninja you mentioned is. Kakashi explained. Captain Yamato, what should we do now? We should find that guy before we can go back. Uzumaki Naruto said with some distress. He didn't quite understand why he traveled through time and space, but he knew that the person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. If he found the centipede that caused all this, there would be hope to solve the problem. We can only look for it in Lulin first. We all traveled through Lulin, and he should be there too. Yamato thought for a while and said, now he has no good solution. After all, traveling through time and space is too incredible. If you don't mind, our team can help find it without affecting our mission, Muyu said with a warm smile. Muyu, who has read the script, knows that their mission is essentially a mission. The centipede that Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto want to get rid of is Enlushan, the current minister of Lulin. If Enlushan's ambition and deeds are investigated, the Queen of Lulin will certainly ask them to get rid of Enlushan. The difference between their mission and Naruto Uzumaki's mission is that they have to conduct an investigation first, which is equivalent to a pre-task. That would be great if you can. Yamato nodded and thanked Muyu. Looking at the gentle and helpful Muyu, Yamato secretly thought it was a pity that such a ninja might die in the war in the near future. He didn't have any memory of a ninja like Muyu, so there was only one possibility. That is, Muyu died very early, and might have died in the Third Ninja World War before Minato Nimikase became the fourth Hokage. If I can go back, I'll ask Senior Kakashi. Yamato thought in his heart that since Muyu is also Kakashi's teacher, Kakashi should know a lot about Muyu. Thank you so much, brother Muyu. Naruto Uzumaki also smiled and thanked Muyu. Although Muyu is not the fourth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki still has a good impression of Muyu and feels that the other party is very kind. Then Muyu told Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto the location of the hotel where their team was staying, and then the two teams were busy with their own things. Muyu and his team went to investigate Enlushan, while Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were looking for the centipede in Lulin. In fact, Kakashi and others still had a lot of doubts in their hearts. Muyu and Minato did look alike, and the Flying Thunder God technique was more likely to be misunderstood, so it was understandable that Yamato and his team admitted their mistakes. But there were still too many doubts. Why did Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto know nothing about the name of Hanyu Muyu? And what happened to Namikaze Minato? And what happened to Obito, Nohara Rin, and Asuma? Obito wanted to figure all of this out, but Naruto and his team's affairs were indeed very urgent. If he couldn't go back, it would be a big problem, so Obito could only suppress his doubts and prepare to go back to the hotel at night to talk with Uzumaki Naruto and his team. Sure enough, they are worthy of being the protagonist. Muyu sighed in his heart after taking another look at the Yamato and Naruto panels. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Chakra: 220,000. Potential: SS plus, 6 paths bloodline plus 9 tails plus basic talent. Skills: Wind attribute chakra nature change. Mastered: Rasengan, Rasen. Although the amount of chakra does not seem to be as much as Nagato, who is smaller than Naruto now, the chakra detected by Naruto now is just an appearance. As long as it explodes, the chakra that Naruto can use is much more than what has been identified. And Nagato is not an ordinary Uzumaki clan. He must have something special to be chosen by Uchiha Madara to transplant the samsara. Name: Yamato. Chakra: 110,000. Potential: S. Hashirama cells plus basic talent. Skills: Wood release. Mastery level 30. 15,000. Earth attribute chakra property change. Mastery level 815,000. Water attribute chakra property change. Mastery level Wood release. 4 pillars family. Seeing Yamato's panel, Muyu could only say that Hashirama Senju was ridiculously strong, and his cells could actually affect people's potential calculations. Yamato's performance in the original work is obviously not comparable to Minato Sarutobi Hiruzen, so Muyu thinks that Yamato's potential S is completely lifted by Hashirama's cells. It may be because of the influence of Hashirama's cells that Yamato's chakra is still outstanding, but other aspects are relatively ordinary. Although the water and soil property change and wood release have reached the mastery level, the proficiency is not high, basically equivalent to the mastery level goalkeeper. After looking at Naruto's panel, Muyu feels that only people like the 6 Paths Sage who are born with the samsara have 3S potential. Naruto already has enough buffs, first the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra, then the Uzumaki clan, and finally the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, but with so many bonuses, he is still only SS+, which shows how difficult it is to achieve 3S. However, Muyu's requirements are not that high. He is happy to use the 5th quota if the potential reaches S level, and it would be even better if it is double S. Muyu is also willing to teach people with low potential, but his current environment does not allow him to use the quota for students with low potential. After separating from his disciples, Muyu began to continue studying the dragon veins of Lulin. His Byakugan can easily see through the ground and observe the huge chakra hidden underground. This chakra gave Muyu a very special feeling, which was quite different from the chakra extracted by their ordinary ninjas. However, Muyu had no way to control this chakra, so he could only find an abandoned underground base, and then get as close to this chakra as possible and open the transparent world to perceive it. We can interrogate in Lashan later or ask for help from the Queen of Lulin, Muyu thought after studying until the evening. Lashan has a secret method to absorb the power of dragon veins. Although it seems that he will become a ghost, it should also have certain research value. The Queen of Lulin has the power to control dragon veins, which will be of great help to his research work. After Muyu returned to the hotel, Kakashi and the others just finished their investigation. Is it really the queen who thinks too much? Why does it seem that everyone likes him? Obito said, scratching his hair. They investigated for a day without any useful gains, because they found that Lashan was really popular in Lulin, and the people were all talking about how good and wise Lashan was. And he actually distributes things to the people. He doesn't look like a bad guy. The situation this time is completely different from the Snow Country. Even if Fengwen Tao hadn't rebelled later, Obito didn't like him very much. He had a stern face and was very arrogant. But Lashan was different. He looked like he was dedicated to Lulin for his whole life, and he was popular among the people. Our investigation is still too shallow. Everything is just an appearance. Kakashi shook his head and said softly, If there is a disguise mission, he can also pretend to be a minister for the country and the people, but unless he can pretend for a lifetime, he is not. At this time, Obito and the others also saw Miyu coming in. Miyu smiled and nodded and walked to their side. Obito was about to talk to Miyu about the mission, but found that Uzumaki, Naruto and Yamato also walked in. P.S. There was a conflict at home today, which distracted my attention, so I updated less. Today I will update 6K, and tomorrow I will continue to update 8K if I have nothing to do. If I need to take a leave for something, I will post a single chapter in advance. Chapter 384, Carrying Everything and Changing History. Brother Naruto, have you found any clues about the centipede? Obito asked. Although he had many questions in his mind, they were not suitable to be asked when they were together. Obito felt that it would be better for him to ask alone. At present, it is known that Uzumaki, Naruto and Yamato knew Kakashi and Might Guy, but did not know Miyu. Him and Nohara Lin, Asuma might know them, but it cannot be confirmed because he did not answer. I have searched many places and asked some people, but I found nothing. The centipede may not have traveled through time, so Sakura and Sai are in danger. As he said this, a trace of worry flashed across Uzumaki Naruto's face. Yamato's expression was also very solemn. Things were beyond his expectations. It's not convenient here. Let's go to the room to communicate, Miyu suggested. Although there are not many people around now, we still need to pay attention to what we should pay attention to. Kakashi and Yamato both nodded, and then everyone went to Miyu's room together. When we were investigating in Lushan today, we were also keeping an eye on the centipede. Not only did we not find anyone who looked similar, but even the name of the centipede didn't seem to appear in Lulan, Obito said as he sat cross-legged. In order to make it easier to find people, Yamato handed them the portrait of the centipede, so they were trying to help Naruto and the others keep an eye on the centipede while they were on the mission. Nohara Rin poured a glass of water for everyone and brought it to them. It's the same as our investigation results. Yamato took the teacup and thanked him. I asked a lot of residents near the location where we crossed over, and there was no one else who looked suspicious except Naruto that day. Yamato used the transformation technique to investigate, and he was not surprised that Naruto was identified as a suspicious person. With Uzumaki Naruto's personality, he would definitely ask passers-by about everything as soon as he crossed over, but when he pretended to offer a reward for finding his relatives and asked the residents about the centipede's portrait, he got a negative answer, and Yamato felt something was wrong. This means that the centipede may not have traveled through time and space, but still stayed in the original time and space. At the same time, it also means that Sakura and Sai, who also did not travel through time, have to face the centipede that absorbed the power of the dragon vein, and it also means that it may be difficult for them to go back. After listening to Yamato's information, Kakashi frowned. It was nothing if there were no suspicious people. If the other party was a cautious ninja, he would not let himself quickly become an alien in the crowd. But even the portraits all denied the answer, so there are only two possibilities. One is that the centipede was lucky and no one saw him when he appeared, and then he quickly performed the transformation technique to hide his whereabouts. The second possibility is terrible, that is, only Naruto and Yamato traveled through time and space, and the centipede did not come. Damn it. It was obviously him who caused the change. How could only me and Captain Yamato travel through time and space? Thinking that his teammates might be in danger, Naruto was a little anxious. Since the centipede will appear in the future, can we wait in Lulan until the centipede appears, and then defeat it in one fell swoop? Obito suddenly thought of a good idea. Naruto stared at Obito with wide eyes and found that this seemed to make sense, but he didn't know how many years he would have to wait. That won't work. Naruto and the others came from the future, which means there will be another Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato in our world. If they keep waiting like this, then there will be two of them in the world. How should they get along then? Kakashi shook his head and said, Obito's plan was too ideal. Moreover, if the two people from the future stayed in the present, who knows what kind of impact it would have on history. It's hard to say whether they can go to the original future, not to mention ambushing the centipede. Obito thought about it and found that Kakashi's words made more sense. If there were two of him, Wouldn't he become a love rival with him? We can't stay here for too long. Staying for too long is irresponsible to the ninja world and history. Yamato agreed in a deep voice. Yamato was a little surprised that Kakashi could think of this. Although he was still young, that Senior Kakashi was still Senior Kakashi after all, and he was always so reliable at critical moments. Don't worry, the centipede must have come through, Miyu said affirmatively. Yamato looked at Miyu. Although he knew that Miyu was not the fourth Hokage, according to Miyu's performance, Miyu was undoubtedly a very reliable ninja who would not shoot without purpose. According to your description, the centipede swallowed the fourth Hokage's seal together, causing the dragon vein power to run wild, and finally you traveled through time and space. So, Miyu took out his extremely profound ninjutsu skills and began to teach. In order to fool everyone, he even used some knowledge of Flying Thunder God. Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't understand it very well, they could sense that the content was not simple. So the centipede must have traveled through time like you. The reason for the current situation may be that the centipede came earlier than you, maybe a few weeks earlier, maybe a few months earlier, or even a few years earlier, Miyu concluded. In that case, wouldn't it be even harder to find him? The ninja world is so big. Who knows where he ran to? Naruto scratched his head in distress. Miyu's explanation was long and profound, giving people a sense of power. In addition, Miyu was very friendly, so Uzumaki Naruto directly believed Miyu's explanation. Yamato thought about it and felt that Miyu's explanation was the best and most reasonable, but his expression was still not relaxed. As Uzumaki Naruto said, it was too difficult to find someone in such a large ninja world. I don't think he has left Lulan. Since he wants to obtain the power of Lulan Dragon Vein, how could he let go of Lulan without any hostile ninja obstacles? Miyu pushed his glasses with his left hand and said, as for the reason why he can't find the information, it's probably because he is worried that you will follow and change your appearance. I will go to negotiate with the queen tomorrow to see if I can get some relevant information from her. Naruto gave Miyu a thumbs up and thanked him. Brother Miyu, thank you so much. I think you are really amazing. Obviously everyone was confused, but Miyu was able to extract useful information from it and finally get the answer they wanted. Of course, don't you see who this is? Teacher Miyu is omnipotent. Obito, a loyal believer of the immortal Miyu, immediately began to promote his beliefs. Miyu put his middle finger and index finger together, gently tapped under Obito's head, and smiled helplessly. I don't even know that I am omnipotent. Obito chuckled twice, and didn't care about the divine punishment that came down. It was reasonable for the almighty immortal Miyu to be modest. Thank you very much, Master Miyu. Yamato bowed and thanked him. He was really curious about Miyu. Why did this gentle and easygoing strong man have no reputation in the future? Was it because he died too early in the battle? Thinking of this, Yamato felt a little heavy. Even if he could infer this result, he couldn't help Miyu in any way. If Senior Kakashi was here, what would he do? Yamato couldn't help thinking in his heart. Although Kakashi always bullied him and often did not act according to plan when performing tasks, the final results were all good, so Yamato always trusted Kakashi. As Yamato was thinking, he saw the young version of Kakashi sitting opposite him. After Obito and his team had discussed their mission, Miyu and his team began to exchange information about their mission. Kakashi was reporting their day's gains to Miyu with a serious face. The senior was quite cute when he was young, and his eyes were bright. Why did he become dead fish eyes later? Comparing the big and small Kakashis, and looking at the Miyu class with a very loving atmosphere, Yamato vaguely guessed something. There were 4 people in total, but he only knew Kakashi. When everything was discussed, it began to disperse. Miyu was going to start studying the sealing technique, no Harlan was going to wash up, and Obito and Kakashi had another dispute and quarreled all the way. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato also returned to their room. 4 hours later, the door of Obito's room was slowly opened at a very low volume, and then Obito poked his head out, looked around, and after confirming that he was not discovered, Obito quietly walked to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato's room. Obito knocked on the door twice, then tiptoed in. Obito, Why are you so careful? Uzumaki Naruto asked in confusion. Yamato showed hesitation on his face. He probably guessed Obito's purpose. What else could he want to do besides wanting to know about the future by sneaking into their room of future travelers at night? Ahem, nothing. Just want to ask some questions. Obito did not hide anything and quickly explained his purpose. Don't you know Mr. Muyu? I mean before you traveled through time. Obito stared at Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato. He had been restraining himself during the day. He really wanted to know the answer. I don't know him. Today is the first time I met Brother Muyu. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and answered. Muyu is very special. Uzumaki Naruto feels that if he has met Muyu, he will never forget it. After Uzumaki Naruto answered, Obito turned all his attention to Yamato. Yamato looked much older than Uzumaki Naruto and should know more than Naruto. I don't know Muyu either. Yamato thought about it, but in the end he didn't evade and answered Obito's question directly. He really didn't want to change history, but facing Obito's almost begging eyes, Yamato couldn't remain silent or lie. It's just that these shouldn't have much impact. Yamato comforted himself in his heart. Before he came, he didn't even know Hanyu Muyu. How could it be? Obito's face showed a blank look. In his opinion, an excellent ninja like Muyu teacher couldn't be so unknown even if he was low-key. Who will be the vice principal of the ninja school? Obito continued to ask. Yamato shook his head, indicating that he didn't know about this. Vice principal? Is there a vice principal in the ninja school? Uzumaki Naruto asked puzzled. He only remembered that Grandpa Hokage was the principal of the ninja school, and then nothing. Obito thought frantically in his mind, thinking about where else there must be traces of Muyu, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't think of it. First of all, Muyu was very low-key. Even if he defeated a strong enemy like the candidate Raikage, he asked them not to spread the news. Then, Obito didn't know whether Muyu held any other positions in the ninja school. Damn Kakashi, Muyu is so outstanding, doesn't he tell others about his deeds? The depressed Obito scolded Kakashi in his heart. The most clear information at present is the future Kakashi. The future Kakashi is Yamato's predecessor and Uzumaki Naruto's teacher. Obito felt that if Kakashi could tell Uzumaki Naruto about Muyu's story, it would not be like this. What about Nohara Rin? Don't you have any impression of her? Kakashi didn't mention her either? Obito let out a long breath and changed the question. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato shook their heads together. This was also someone they didn't know and had never heard of. After getting this answer, Obito clenched his fist tightly. Due to excessive force, his nails pierced into the flesh, but Obito still didn't relax at all. He simply couldn't imagine that there would be no Muyu and no Nohara Rin in the future. He didn't believe there would be such a future, nor did he want to have such a future. You should know, Mr. Minato. Obito bit his tongue, forced himself to calm down and continued to ask. Yeah, Yamato nodded. Mr. Minato is the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He is the greatest hero in the war. Due to the mistake of identifying the wrong person before, the fact that Minato Namikaze is the fourth Hokage has basically been leaked, so Yamato felt that it didn't matter if he said more. How did Minato teacher die, and why? Obito asked directly about the cause of Minato's death. As a Hokage, Minato Namikaze couldn't die unclearly. Yamato closed his eyes. He didn't know whether he should continue to talk, and what the consequences would be. Captain Yamato, you know, if you know, just tell it. If you can prevent the death of the fourth Hokage, wouldn't it be great? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Yamato and said. He was not very clear about this matter. He knew very little about the fourth Hokage. Only when he was with Jiraiya would tell him a little bit. For example, the Rasengan was developed by the fourth Hokage in 3 years. The fourth Hokage was a true genius ninja. Naruto, it's not that I don't want to say it, but if history has changed, what will the world look like after we go back? Will it be the same as before, or will it change with the change of history? Yamato opened his eyes and said helplessly, if this change is for the better, the fourth Hokage successfully survived and Konoha became stronger, this is naturally good, but if Konoha is destroyed by accident because of our recklessness, we will become the sinners of history. Yamato didn't know much about the death of the fourth Hokage. The details of this matter were highly confidential. He only knew that the main reason was that the Nine Tails ran away. and the fourth Hokage died to protect the village and seal the Nine Tails, so Yamato really didn't dare to say anything. If he did something bad with good intentions and caused Konoha to suffer greater trauma, it would be really troublesome. Yamato didn't think he was someone who had the ability to influence the course of history, so he chose to maintain the status quo. At least he wouldn't be happy to go back and find that Konoha was gone. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth, and for a moment he couldn't think of how to refute Yamato. If it was just his own life, Uzumaki Naruto could just stand up and say number. He dared to challenge. If he won, Miyu and the fourth Hokage would survive, and if he lost, he would die. But Naruto couldn't gamble with other people's lives. He didn't have the qualifications. Obito also felt the heaviness in Yamato's words. Although there were only two people, they actually carried the entire future on their shoulders. But Obito still didn't want to give up. Without Miyu, Lin, and Minato, he didn't want that kind of future, and didn't admit such a future. He wanted to create a future where everyone could survive. Knock knock. Just as Obito was about to say something else, there was a knock on the door. Obito looked around, and finally locked the closet in the room and hid in it. Miyu had already expressed his attitude towards the future ninja during the day, and Obito didn't want to make Miyu worry. Before entering, Obito specifically whispered to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato not to tell him that he had been here. "It's little Kakashi, teacher, why are you so cautious?" Obito, who was hiding in the closet, listened to the conversation and found that the person who came was not Miyu, but Kakashi. "Does this guy Kakashi also want to know the future?" Obito controlled his breathing and listened quietly to the conversation of several people. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a black line. Although he was called teacher, he didn't feel a bit of respect. Who would add little in front of teacher? Yamato looked at the young version of Kakashi who came in and had a headache. Senior Kakashi was not easy to deal with. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. "I have something I care about to ask you." Kakashi sat down and explained his purpose. Uzumaki Naruto felt a little familiar. He seemed to have just experienced this way of entering and opening remarks. Sure enough, Kakashi immediately began to ask about Miyu, no Harlin and Obito. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato did not hide this issue, because they didn't know anything about Miyu and others. But what surprised Yamato was that Kakashi did not ask about Minato next, but talked about himself. "Since one of you is my future disciple and the other is my future junior, then you can tell me what kind of person I will be in the future," Kakashi said after thinking. Uzumaki Naruto got excited when he heard Kakashi talking about this. "Teacher Kakashi, you really should pay attention to the time. You are a latecomer in the future. You are late every day and never on time. When you are late, you have to use that lame excuse to perfunctory us. It's either you meet a lost old woman or you meet a black cat and lose your direction in life." Uzumaki Naruto complained. Uzumaki Naruto really tolerated Kakashi for a long time. Kakashi was a little dazed. He who has always been punctual will often be late in the future, and this reason is a little familiar. Helping the old woman. Could it be that guy Obito? Kakashi remained silent and continued to listen to Naruto's story. "You are always lazy. You clearly said that you were going to teach the wind attribute chakra nature change, but you were watching the intimate paradise next to you. Fortunately, Captain Yamato is diligent. I want to make a statement about this matter. It's not me who is diligent, it was Kakashi who tricked me into completing all the work." Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto mentioned something related to him, Yamato had to come out to clarify. Yamato has discovered that he will be particularly tired as long as he is on a mission with Kakashi, because Kakashi always makes him finish all the work unconsciously. Kakashi's mouth twitched. "What's going on? I feel like my future self is such a jerk." I knew that Kakashi is not a good guy. Obito, who was hiding in the closet, couldn't help but complain in his heart. But Kakashi is not without advantages. No matter what the task is, it will always be completed under the leadership of Kakashi. No matter what the process is, the result is always good. After a long list, Yamato couldn't help but praise Kakashi for his reliability. Kakashi's expression did not change, and he looked a little bit like him. Because he suffered multiple blows, he ended up in that miserable state. Kakashi was basically certain, based on his future self's image, that many important people around him had died. In the end, did you fail to successfully protect the existence you wanted to protect? Kakashi touched the white fang short blade behind him. In order to protect the existence he cared about, Kakashi would rather die in battle, but the future seemed to be completely opposite to his idea. He was the only one who survived in the entire Muiu class. If you think I am your Kakashi teacher or Kakashi senior, tell me all about the future that I care about, Kakashi said with an extremely serious expression. He is not a person who likes to take advantage of feelings, and he doesn't like to take advantage of the feelings of future ninjas for his future self. But Kakashi dislikes something even more, that is, watching the demise of the people he cares about. Traveling through time and space is an extremely bizarre thing. Now two ninjas from the future are in front of him, and they have learned the news of their companion's death. Kakashi must consider whether this will be his only chance to save them in this life. He doesn't want to regret one day in the future that he didn't try his best to change the fate of his companion's death, so he chose to use feelings in a despicable way. If I can't successfully protect my companions, there is no point in me living alone. If Muyu and the others die, no matter who the enemy is or how strong the enemy is, I would rather die in his hands than escape alone, Kakashi said seriously. He was showing his determination in kidnapping. His meaning was very clear. If Muyu and the others were bound to die, he would not be able to survive. Little Kakashi teacher. Naruto looked at Kakashi a little crazy. If he didn't know so little, he would have told it all. Yamato on the side also fell into deep self-blame and confusion. He didn't know how to choose. Telling the future would most likely change history and cause unknown accidents. But if he didn't say it, they might not see Kakashi after they go back, and the lazy, unserious but very reliable senior in his memory would die forever. Kakashi, Obito, who was hiding in the closet, was moved by Kakashi's words, and the appearance of Kakashi in his mind didn't seem so hateful. Tell me everything, please believe me. Believe that we can make Konoha and the ninja world better. Kakashi took the white fang short blade from behind and said sincerely. He knew that changing the future was very risky and immoral for the people in the future, so Kakashi chose to bear it all alone, and he would be the only one who was wrong in the end. Bang! Yamato suddenly raised his arm and hit Kakashi's head hard. Kakashi looked at Yamato in confusion. He could sense that Yamato had no desire to attack or kill. Damn Senior Kakashi, I've been wanting to hit you because you always bully me. Recalling the feeling just now, Yamato felt relieved and his thoughts were clear in an instant. He felt that this was more comfortable than taking a hot spring bath. Kakashi : You are blaming him for the future Kakashi, right? Yamato's knock made Uzumaki Naruto a little eager to move. This was a chance to hit teacher Kakashi, and little Kakashi. If he missed it, he would probably never have it again. Really, as long as it's Kakashi-senpai, no matter how old he is, it's so troublesome. Yamato sighed and prepared to tell everything he knew. In the end, he chose to believe Kakashi, the senior Kakashi he had always relied on. He had no choice but to say it. Yamato could feel it, because the history of their arrival was actually changing. If he didn't answer Kakashi's question, then Kakashi might really die, which means that history has changed. Its chain reaction will make Konoha go to what situation is unknown. Anyway, the future will change. So Yamato chooses to believe Kakashi. The fourth Hokage died very early, and he was the Hokage with the shortest reign. He died because, just as Yamato was about to tell Kakashi the cause of the fourth Hokage's death, the door was suddenly knocked again. Don't tell others that I've been here, let me bear this alone, Kakashi said in a very fast and soft voice, and then walked quickly to the only closet in the room that could hide people. Since he is the only one who will survive in the future, this heavy burden will be borne by him alone. Little Kakashi. Naruto Uzumaki was about to say that someone was already there, but unfortunately Kakashi was too quick. Kakashi had already opened the closet before Naruto opened his mouth. Silence. Kakashi and Obito looked at each other, and the whole room became extremely quiet, with only a slight knock on the door. Kakashi, hee. What a coincidence. Obito laughed embarrassedly. Kakashi's expression was a little bit tense. He had just made such a big psychological preparation, but in the blink of an eye, he found that another person also knew about it. Although he was speechless in his heart, Kakashi still hid in the closet with Obito, and then quietly listened to the sounds outside. "Zealand, it's you. What's the matter?" Uzumaki Naruto greeted him in a familiar manner. "Excuse me, I just want to ask you something," Nohara said with a soft smile. Kakashi and Obito in the closet looked at each other silently, and it seemed that the three of them were thinking about the same thing. Yamato helplessly held his forehead with his right hand. "What kind of thing is this?" The three of them might as well ask together and save some words. The questions asked by Nohara were similar to those asked by Kakashi and the others. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato answered Nohara's questions very fluently. Because they were too fluent, it was as if they had not thought much. For a time, Nohara looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato with suspicion. Nohara felt that Uzumaki Naruto and the others were fooling her. Yamato was very speechless. He had said it several times. How could it not be fluent? Nohara didn't ask a few questions. Suddenly, there was another knock on the door, but this time it was not as subtle as before. "Yamato, Naruto, are you asleep?" "I'm Muyu," Muyu said outside the door. Nohara heard Muyu's voice and quickly looked around, then rushed straight to the cabinet. "Yamato, Uzumaki Naruto : What is this? A bond between the same class?" Yamato really wanted to use wood release to build a new cabinet on the spot for Nohara to hide in. 3 people in one cabinet would be a bit crowded and awkward. After the cabinet was opened, Nohara was confused. On one side was Obito with an embarrassed smile, and on the other side was Kakashi with a bit of an expression that was a bit tense. Although it was not clear what happened, Muyu outside was about to come over, so Nohara had to go in and close the door. "Brother Muyu, are you here to ask about the future?" Uzumaki Naruto asked directly, since the entire Muyu class wanted to know about the future, and Yamato was willing to say that Uzumaki Naruto didn't think it was necessary to make it so troublesome and make chatting like a spy mission. "No," Muyu smiled and shook his head and replied. Since he remembered the plot of the original work very clearly, Uzumaki Naruto at this time didn't know as much as he did, so of course he didn't need to ask Uzumaki Naruto. "Although what happened during the day was a misunderstanding, my disciples and I are still a little sorry for you. So if you have any ideas, you can tell me. Whether you want to learn ninjutsu or want to meet someone in the present era, I will help you to the best of my ability," Muyu said. "Brother Muyu, you are so kind, but my ninjutsu..." Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally smiling, suddenly froze in his place when he thought of something. He thought of a person he missed very much, and a person he wanted to meet but could no longer meet. "Brother Muyu, do you know the lecherous immortal? His name is Jiraiya, and he is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha." Uzumaki Naruto asked Muyu with a burning gaze. Uzumaki Naruto realized that this was the past, and the current Jiraiya was still alive and well, but he didn't know what the difference was between the current Jiraiya and the Jiraiya he knew. "Lord Jiraiya is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha who is famous in the ninja world." "Of course I know him," Muyu nodded at Naruto's excited expression. "Naruto." Yamato wanted to remind Naruto not to influence history too much, but when he thought about it, it was already like this, and it seemed that meeting Naruto and Jiraiya would not have much impact. Anyway, it would definitely not be as big as the impact of Kakashi and the others. "Brother Muyu, please, I want to meet him once," Uzumaki Naruto said solemnly. He had something important to say to Jiraiya. "I will try my best, but I am not 100% sure that you can meet," Muyu reminded. "Jiraiya is currently commanding the ninja troops and fighting the Iwagakure, and it is difficult for him to take time to meet a stranger, even if he is a stranger who will be very close in the future." As for Uzumaki Naruto, they are traveling through time and space under the influence of the Lulan Dragon Vein. Muyu thinks it is better for them not to leave Lulan for the time being. I will briefly explain the fact that Obito did not open the Mangekyo. First of all, this is because I heard from others that he died, and I didn't see it with my own eyes. The impact was not great. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very easy for the rumored Uchiha to open his eyes earlier? The second is Obito's current age problem. He is less than 10 years old and does not have that strength. Isn't Sasuke's talent good enough? If the whole clan dies, there will only be a single Magatama. In addition, I would like to ask for a monthly ticket. I think he has been diligent recently. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Muyu Speed. Because it is the Lulan Dragon Vein that allows you to travel through time and space, in order to avoid accidents, you should try not to leave Lulan, and I will find a way to deal with the rest. Muyu reminded. It is easier to see Jiraiya by taking Uzumaki Naruto to the battlefield of the Grass Country, but because it is too far away and the connection with the Lulan Dragon Vein is cut off, it will be a big trouble to go back. In fact, it is a good thing for Muyu to have another Uzumaki Naruto in the world, so that he does not have to find a way to become Nagato's teacher, and can directly use the 5th disciple quota on Uzumaki Naruto. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto is already very powerful now. With Muyu's training, he can directly become a huge helper by learning the Sage Mode. But it is a bit unpleasant for another world. Without Uzumaki Naruto's power, the ninja world will move towards an unknown ending. So the best candidate for Muyu's 5th disciple is still Nagato. I will pay attention, Brother Muyu. Thank you very much no matter what the result is, Uzumaki Naruto said gratefully. Even if Muyu told him that he couldn't let him meet Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto would not blame Muyu, because he knew that it must be Muyu who tried hard but failed. It was obviously the first time they met, and they were not people of the same time, but Muyu still chose to help them. Such a Muyu would obviously not be a person who would perfunctorily follow the agreement. Thank you, Master Muyu, Yamato said respectfully. The more he communicated with Muyu, the more he felt it was a pity that such an excellent ninja. You don't need to call me an adult, just call me Muyu directly. I'm not your senior or boss, Muyu said with a warm smile. In terms of age, Yamato is 7 years older than him, and Yamato doesn't need to call him an adult in any way. Okay, Senior Muyu, Yamato thought for a while and replied. He felt that calling Muyu's name directly was still inappropriate. After all, this was Senior Kakashi's teacher and a respectable ninja, so Yamato still added honorifics. Faced with Yamato's persistence, Muyu didn't say anything else and left the room soon. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, the 3 people hiding in the closet breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they were worried about being discovered by Muyu, so they dared to keep their breathing to a minimum, and they were very nervous. Obito wanted to open the closet door and go out, but was stopped by Kakashi. Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion, and Kakashi shook his head and waited for 3 minutes before going out. After all, it's Muyu teacher. We must be more cautious, Kakashi explained. He was worried that the movement of them opening the closet door and walking out would be noticed by Muyu. Obito scratched his head. Kakashi did know a little about this, but Obito couldn't wait any longer. He nodded and ran to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato and asked, when did Minato teacher die, and why? He was almost finished listening in the closet, but unfortunately he was interrupted by Nohara Rin. However, Obito didn't blame Nohara Rin. After all, this was a kind-hearted little Rin. What bad intentions could she have? Yamato didn't answer Obito's question directly, but looked at Kakashi. Strictly speaking, Yamato just made up his mind to tell Kakashi everything, and then Kakashi said that he would bear everything alone, so Yamato wanted to know Kakashi's attitude now. Kakashi looked at Obito's anxious face, and then looked at Nohara Rin's worried eyes, and fell into deep thought. He didn't want Obito and Nohara Rin to get involved. After all, this was not a good thing. Based on Kakashi's understanding of them, they would definitely feel very guilty. Just say it directly. Kakashi took a deep breath and walked to Obito and sat down and said to Yamato, although he wanted to bear everything alone, Obito and Nohara Rin already knew something. If they were driven out now, Kakashi would not be able to successfully change history in the future, and Muyu and Minato would both die. Then Obito and Nohara Rin would definitely fall into endless self-blame. Captain Yamato, Just say it quickly. Uzumaki Naruto also spoke. Now he could understand Kakashi and the others' feelings, because he just couldn't wait to meet Jiraiya, tell Jiraiya's future, and change Jiraiya's fate of dying while gathering intelligence. The fourth Hokage died when the Nine Tails went berserk. The war hadn't ended long at that time, and it was only about a year since the Third Ninja World War that swept the entire ninja world. This matter is highly confidential, so I don't know much. I only know that the fourth Hokage sealed the runaway Nine Tails with his life to protect the village. Yamato told all the information he knew about the fourth Hokage's death. Nine Tails, isn't that? Uzumaki Naruto looked at his body in surprise, and the Nine Tails was in his body. Yes, it's the tailed beast in your body. Yamato nodded and then quickly comforted Naruto. Naruto, you don't have to blame yourself for this. This has nothing to do with you. This is the evil deeds of the tailed beast in your body. Yamato felt that it was unfair to put the sins committed by the tailed beast on the Jinchuriki. Naruto might have just been born when the Nine Tails went berserk. What does this have to do with him? Uzumaki Naruto nodded solemnly. Hearing that the tailed beast in his body was the murderer of the fourth Hokage, he became more determined to control the power of the tailed beast in his body, rather than letting it run away and be controlled. The Nine Tails is running away. Kakashi secretly wrote down everything Yamato said and prepared to go back to check the relevant information. He knew a little about the tailed beasts. They were the war weapons of the 5 major countries. Each major ninja village had 1 or 2 tailed beasts, but Kakashi really didn't know about the tailed beasts running away. Senior Asuma died in battle not long before we traveled through time. At that time, there was a ninja organization called Akatsuki. All the members of Akatsuki were S-level rebels from various ninja villages. They robbed the tailed beasts of the major ninja villages. Senior Asuma died at the hands of Akatsuki ninjas. Speaking of Asuma's death, Yamato couldn't help but recall the time when he and Asuma talked to each other in the izakaya. Thinking that he would never be able to go to the izakaya with Asuma again, Yamato's eyes dimmed a little. Even the fourth Hokage had said it, so Yamato simply said Asuma's as well. Kakashi and the others wanted to change history anyway, and if they could change Asuma's death, everyone would be happy. A ninja organization composed of S-level rebel ninjas. Kakashi thought about it, and simply took out a pen and a scroll and wrote down everything Yamato said on the scroll. Since Asuma's death happened not long before Uzumaki Naruto and the others traveled through time, it was still far away. In order to prevent forgetting, Kakashi chose to record it. Kakashi engraved the 3 words Akatsuki in his mind. He felt that he could eliminate Akatsuki in advance before it grew up, which would save a lot of effort. A ninja organization cannot be established overnight. According to Yamato's description, the Akatsuki organization at that time was already very powerful, and they didn't care about defending the great ninja village. Kakashi boldly guessed that the Akatsuki organization in the future may already exist in the ninja world, but it is still accumulating strength. Could it be that the rampage of the Nine Tails that caused Minato's death was related to the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi suddenly had an idea and connected the rampage of the Nine Tails with the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization's goal is the tailed beasts, so Konoha's Nine Tails is naturally one of their targets. But Konoha's strength is too strong, so their conspiracy did not succeed, and it only caused Konoha to lose some strength. Kakashi shook his head slightly to suppress all the messy thoughts in his heart. He still needed to get more information about the tailed beasts before he could continue to think about them. Otherwise it would just be groundless speculation. Let me confirm with you again. You don't know anything about Muyu teacher, Obito, and Zealand. Kakashi looked into Yamato's eyes and asked. Although Yamato had said before that he didn't know about Muyu and others, Yamato at that time had not made up his mind to help him change history, and there was a possibility that he was lying. I also want to help, but I really don't know, Yamato said helplessly. Since he was determined to change history, Yamato would certainly not hide anything, but he really didn't know about Muyu and others. But I can be sure that Senior Muyu died earlier than the fourth Hokage, and most likely died in the Third Ninja World War. Yamato thought for a while and said his speculation. An excellent ninja like Muyu could only die too early, which led to his lack of fame in later generations. If Miyu died after the war, Yamato would have heard of her name more or less, given her ability and affinity. Kakashi's eyes flickered. Yamato's speculation was indeed reasonable. The war was too dangerous. Even a strong man like Miyu would not be able to get any good if he was besieged by the ninja army. Damn war. I must end it. Obito gritted his teeth and said, he didn't like war in the first place, and his dream was to end the war and become Hokage. Now that he knew that Miyu might die in the war, Obito hated war even more. The same was true for Nohara Rin. Her biggest dream was to make war disappear. At this moment, she was very dissatisfied with her weakness. If she could become stronger, then Kakashi and Obito would not need to pay special attention to her safety in the battle. As for Zealand and Obito, I can't say. It could be because of the Third Ninja World War or the Rampage of the Nine Tails, or it could be the war with Iwagakure and Kumagakure later. Yamato continued. Compared with the powerful Miyu, Nohara Rin and Obito are younger after all, so Yamato can't judge the time of their death. After the Third Ninja World War, it was not that the entire ninja world was at peace. In fact, Konoha and Kumagakure fought for several years before signing a peace treaty, and there was also a war with Iwagakure in the middle. However, the intensity of this war was not as strong as the Third Ninja World War, and a strong man like Miyu would not fall in such a war. Moreover, Yamato was not very old at that time. If Miyu lived to that time, he would definitely hear Miyu's name. Please tell me the details of the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi said bluntly. He always makes the worst plan. Since Obito and Nohara Rin may also die in the war, he assumes that if there is no accident, Miyu's class will be reduced to only him in the Third Ninja World War. Under such circumstances, Kakashi must obtain more information related to the war, and then analyze when they had the accident during the war. I don't know much about this, I only know a rough idea, Yamato said somewhat embarrassedly. He did not participate in the Third Ninja World War as a ninja. At that time, he was still receiving secret training from Danzo, and Yamato is not a person who is interested in history, and has not specially studied the history of the Third Ninja World War, so he does not know much about the Third Ninja World War. Naruto, your history class in the ninja school should have talked about this content. Why don't you talk about it? Yamato said to Uzumaki. Naruto, what is the Third Ninja World War? Does the school teach this? I don't know. Uzumaki. Naruto answered with a confused look. Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto at this moment and felt that he was inexplicably familiar, and the sense of deja vu was too strong. Naruto, I'd like to ask you a question. How are your theoretical grades usually? Kakashi glanced at Obito, and then asked Naruto. Usually the last one. Uzumaki. Naruto answered a little embarrassedly. Kakashi showed an expression of as expected. Naruto's performance just now was not only somewhat similar to Obito's, but also exactly the same. If Naruto's last name was not Uzumaki and he had blonde hair, Kakashi would have suspected that Naruto and Obito had some relationship. Obito's eyes went dark. It was too bad that he happened to meet a poor student who knew nothing. At this moment, he hoped that Uzumaki Naruto was a genius like Kakashi Shisui who could easily get full marks. Kakashi put his sights back on Yamato. It was obvious that he could not rely on Uzumaki Naruto, who was a poor student. Although Yamato didn't know much, the more information he could get, In the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha fought against the four major ninja villages one after another, and the enemy invaded the Land of Fire several times. There was no other way. Yamato had to recall as much as possible and then tell what he knew about the Third Shinobi World War. He didn't know a lot of details, but he still remembered some of the more important events. Four major ninja villages. Kakashi frowned uncontrollably. He thought that Konoha was already at its limit after being declared war by the three major ninja villages. He didn't expect that Sand Village would also go to war with Konoha later. This made Miyu's death in the Third Ninja World War more reasonable. Facing so many powerful enemies, Konoha must be very lacking in combat power. As a strong man, Miyu naturally had to bear more pressure. This made Kakashi's heart more urgent. At present, his strength was still too weak. The strength that could only defeat ordinary Jonin was not enough to set off any splash in the Ninja World War. Isn't this all the big ninja villages besieging Konoha together? It's a bit too despicable. Obito wanted to say to those big ninja villages, if you have the ability, fight them one by one. Although Konoha suffered the most challenges, the other ninja villages did not work together to deal with Konoha. While fighting Konoha, Kumagakure was also fighting Sand Village, and Iwagakure was fighting Kumagakure. Even the third-generation Raikage died in the siege of Iwagakure ninja troops. Yamato explained, if the four major ninja villages really work together to attack the Land of Fire and deal with Konoha, how can Konoha withstand it? Konoha during the Third Ninja World War did not have the fighting power of the ninja god. Hearing Yamato say that the third Raikage would die in the Ninja World War, Kakashi once again realized the danger and cruelty of war. Sorry, that's all I know, Yamato said apologetically after talking for about 5 minutes. He felt that if it was Senior Kakashi who traveled through time, he would definitely be able to help his previous self change history. If he was, Kakashi put away the pen, rolled up the scroll, and thanked him solemnly. You don't need to apologize. This sentence should be said by us. Kakashi knew very well how rebellious what he was doing was. He actually wanted to change history and destiny. If their actions failed, and Konoha and the ninja world both ended up in a bad way, then Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto would become historical sinners inexplicably without doing anything. So Kakashi felt a little sorry for them. Senior Kakashi, please come on, I believe you can succeed, Yamato encouraged. If it weren't for the fact that the person who requested it was the Senior Kakashi whom he trusted, Yamato's choice might be different. Although Kakashi-sensei has many bad habits, he has never let us down. I believe that you, little Kakashi-sensei, will be fine. I will invite Brother Muyu to eat ramen with you then, Uzumaki Naruto also said. Uzumaki Naruto is now looking forward to traveling back in time. He hopes that after traveling back in time, he can see the man who would break half of his popsicle for him again, and hopes that after traveling back in time, he can see Muyu with a warm smile on his face, and hopes that Muyu's class will still be as lively as before. Don't say it as if it's all thanks to Kakashi. He was once just a defeated opponent of mine. Muyu-sensei, Minato-sensei, as well as Alina and Asuma, I will definitely create a future with them, Obito said domineeringly. He wants to protect all the people he cares about most, his friends, and he can give everything to achieve this goal. Do you want to say that you will win for the rest of your life after winning once? Kakashi said speechlessly. He felt that losing to Obito that time was a major setback in his life. Just tell me whether you win or not. Obito said that winning once is also winning. You too. Nohara Rin looked at the two helplessly. Go back to sleep quickly. We have to continue the mission tomorrow. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar. First published this novel. Obito and Kakashi knew the importance of the matter, and after a few words, they went back to their respective rooms. Things have to be done one by one. Although they are burdened with the burden of changing history, they must first complete the tasks at hand. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kakashi and Obito and thought of the time he spent with Sasuke. Their classes were really similar, but Sakura was not as gentle as Nohara Rin. After the three left, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato also went to bed quickly. The next morning, everyone started to work hard. Kakashi and the other two continued to investigate in Lushan. Naruto and Yamato looked for traces of the centipede, and Muyu went to seek the help of the Queen of Lulan. Did you find anything? The Queen of Lulan first asked about the progress of Muyu's mission. Muyu did not directly answer the question of the Queen of Lulan, but asked her the same question. Minister in Lushan is a ninja, right? Muyu asked. The Queen of Lulan hesitated and nodded. Although there were not many ninjas in Lulan, the Queen of Lulan was not completely ignorant of the word ninja. I did find out some things. In Lushan's strength as a ninja far exceeds the scope of the B-level mission, Muyu said lightly. Although he did not investigate, and Kakashi and Obito did not find out anything, it was not a problem for Muyu, who was familiar with the plot, to make up some information. The Queen of Lulan was a very shrewd person. She understood what it Muyu meant at once. She gave the wrong mission information, which led to an error in the mission level. In this case, the ninja who performed the mission could just walk away. Sorry, this is my negligence. I don't know much about your ninjas, and I don't know what strength he has among the ninjas. The Queen of Lulin apologized immediately. I can add to the commission. Then the Queen of Lulin proposed a solution. Seeing that she had successfully frightened the Queen of Lulin, Muyu continued calmly. In addition to the commission, there is another problem. Queen, do you have any information about Enlushan that you haven't told us? The Queen's expression did not change, and she replied, no, if I knew so much, I wouldn't ask you to help investigate. She did hide a piece of information, but she couldn't tell it because it was related to the safety of Lulin, and it was also the secret of Lulin's rapid development in the past 2 years. The latter doesn't matter, the most important thing is the former. Muyu looked at the Queen quietly, and 3 minutes later she said, Enlushan is an ninja from the Hidden Sand Village who is good at using puppetry. I found that he secretly hoarded many puppets for combat. I don't know what the purpose is. Puppets for combat? The Queen of Lulin's face changed. The information she hid was her previous cooperation with Enlushan. There is a huge energy called dragon veins under Lulin, but this huge energy is not uncontrollable. The royal family of Lulin has a probability of awakening the ability to control dragon veins. The Queen of Lulin is one of the awakeners. It is precisely because of this ability that she became the queen. It can even be said that it is not because the royal family has such ability, but because of such ability that the Lulin royal family is. Because Enlushan showed extraordinary ability, the Queen of Lulin initially agreed to cooperate with Enlushan to develop the energy of the dragon vein to promote the development of Lulin. Although Enlushan has always been cautious, he is a lawless rebel after all. The careful Queen of Lulin noticed something wrong and directly terminated the cooperation. During this period, the Queen of Lulin has been observing Enlushan, but Enlushan did not show any abnormality, as if he was really just a Lulin minister who was dedicated to development and caring for the people. But the Queen of Lulin believed in her own judgment, so she finally issued a task to the ninja village to investigate Enlushan. The efficiency of the ninja was beyond her imagination. Such a major discovery was made in just 1 day. In addition, I need your help with one thing. Yesterday I met another pair of Konoha companions. They accepted the task of arresting the sand-hidden rebel ninja. They found out that the other party seemed to have come to Lulin 2 years ago, so they came to Lulin to search and get some relevant information. Muyu continued. After hearing Muyu's words, the Queen's face changed again. According to Muyu's investigation, Enlushan is an ninja from the Sand Village, and Enlushan happened to have come to Lulin 2 years ago. With this association, the Queen instantly felt that Enlushan was the Sand Village rebel ninja centipede. If it was someone else, the Queen would be suspicious for a while, but Muyu was a ninja she hired, and Muyu had no reason to be unfavorable to her, otherwise the reputation of Konoha would be ruined. She was a queen after all. I suspect that Enlushan is the Sand Village rebel ninja centipede. Muyu directly said what the Queen was thinking. There are not many Sand Village rebel ninjas, and there are even fewer ninjas who are proficient in puppetry. It is very likely that Enlushan is centipede. I have a perception secret technique. I can sense that there is a powerful energy under Lulin through the secret technique. Maybe Enlushan has been staying in Lulin because he is trying to get that powerful energy. Muyu continued to reason. The Queen finally couldn't keep calm. Her face changed drastically and she looked at Muyu in shock. Muyu had only investigated for 1 day, but judging from her current performance, she knew more than she did. Combined with what Muyu had said before, the Queen found that her concealment might have been seen through by Muyu a long time ago. But Muyu didn't say it out of consideration for her face. I'm sorry, I did conceal something. The Queen of Lulin bowed to Muyu and apologized sincerely. It has come to this point, and there is no point in deceiving herself, so the Queen of Lulin chose to be honest with Muyu. I really don't want to murder you, I hope you don't mind. It's really about the safety of Lulin. The Queen of Lulin explained. There is a power called Dragon Veins underground in Lulin. This power is very strong, and only our Lulin royal family can control it. In order to prevent it from being coveted by some people, This has always been our Lulin's top secret. The Queen of Lulin didn't know how the dragon veins were for ninjas, but it was really strong for ordinary people. Just a tiny bit of dragon vein power is enough to turn an ordinary person into a Superman who can fight 10 people at once. Of course, the consequences are also terrible. The person will die soon. This is why the Lulin royal family can become the Lulin royal family. They can control the dragon veins and raise a team of Superman dead soldiers. However, due to the high cost, the Lulin royal family rarely uses dragon veins. After all, there are not many people in Lulin, and people in Lulin are precious resources. I once cooperated with Lushan. I controlled the dragon vein power for him, and he used this power to help Lulin develop. But one day I found that something was wrong with him, so I terminated my cooperation with him. Now I think it's probably because he was a rebel before. The Queen of Lulin sighed. She thought that God blessed Lulin before, and Lulin would develop from then on, but after all, there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. This makes sense. Lushan is probably really a rebel ninja of Sand Village. Muyu agreed. He was not going to waste too much time on this task. He would deal with Lushan's affairs as soon as possible, and he would have time to instruct Uzumaki Naruto in his training. But Lushan has a higher reputation among the people of Lulin. I will continue to investigate and find more evidence and make it public, Muyu said at last. He came here today just to expose all of Lushan's secrets to the queen, and he was not going to deal with Lushan immediately. In case Lushan couldn't afford it and blew himself up again, Naruto and the others might have to go back directly, and Muyu would choose a suitable time to take action. Anyway, there is no problem with the queen now, and if you want to take action, you can find a reason to take action directly. That would be even better, the Queen of Lulin said with satisfaction. At this moment, the Queen of Lulin had a great improvement in her favor for Konoha. The Konoha ninjas were really reliable. Not only were they efficient, but they also considered the client so much. If she had to hire someone in the future, then the Queen of Lulin would definitely choose Konoha as her first choice. It didn't matter if it was a little more expensive, because the Konoha ninjas were really awesome. After saying goodbye to the queen, Muyu went to study the dragon veins again. As soon as he arrived at the place, Muyu's perception was fully opened, and all the transparent world-white eyes were opened. In addition, the enlightenment skills were refreshed, and Muyu directly turned on himself. Maybe it was because of the enlightenment state today that Muyu had a different feeling from yesterday. In his perception, the powerful energy source was closely connected with the land of Lulin, and the two sides influenced each other. This made Muyu have a guess, whether the sacred tree absorbed power from the planet similar to the power of dragon vein chakra. If so, then this dragon vein chakra cannot be used too much. If it is used too much, the whole Lulin may be blocked. In the evening, Muyu returned to the hotel to meet up with everyone and told them about his achievements today. It turns out that Lushan is a centipede. It's really the same as what you think, brother Muyu. He traveled to a time earlier than us. Naruto looked at Muyu with admiration. In his opinion, Muyu really has a sense of omnipotence. Judging from today's results, Muyu's speculations yesterday were almost all correct, and he was simply predicting things. Senior Muyu, your speed is really too fast, Yamato exclaimed. Today was another day without any gains for them. Yamato was ready for a protracted war, but he didn't expect that Muyu would directly say that he had found the centipede as soon as he came back. Then our mission is equivalent to one mission. Obito found that they could act together directly next. He was not too surprised. After all, this was the immortal Muyu, which was very reasonable. Next, we just need to defeat that Lushan. No, that centipede. Obito showed an eager expression. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Didn't you listen carefully to what Teacher Muyu said? This is just an inference based on the existing data. We still need to conduct some investigations. After all, the other party has accumulated strength in Lulin for 2 years. Now the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. We can take this opportunity to find out the other party's current strength before taking action," Muyu explained. "We can also conduct some pre-war training to improve our combat effectiveness." Muyu briefly explained his ideas. Naruto and Yamato took turns to fight against Muyu's class to help Muyu hone his disciples, and then Muyu would instruct Naruto and Yamato through their battle process. Yamato's eyes lit up. Isn't this an opportunity to beat up Senior Kakashi openly? Today it is still 8K. Please give me monthly tickets. The double monthly tickets are about to end. In addition, the focus of this plot is not to fight monsters, so the centipede-related plot will end quickly. Chapter 386 Yang Attribute Breathing Method. I wonder what it feels like to hit Kakashi-sensei's head. Uzumaki Naruto also had a malicious smile on his face. Last night, he saw Yamato hit Kakashi's head with a happy expression, so he wanted to try it too. Kakashi, who was still thinking about the battle plan, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his head. Kakashi touched the back of his head, looked around in confusion, and didn't find anything wrong. Who will go first? Muyu looked at Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto and asked, I'm the captain, let me go first. Yamato immediately took a step forward and said with a look of no one else but me. How can I let the captain go first? Let me go first. Uzumaki Naruto said, rubbing his hands. Although the two were communicating with Muyu, they would look at Kakashi from time to time, which made Kakashi a little confused. Why were they staring at him alone? Kakashi, who was being stared at by the two, pulled out the white fang short blade and used the snow-white blade to observe himself, but he didn't find anything unusual. Yamato said it first, so let him go first. Muyu thought for a while and replied. On the first day, Kakashi and the others had already experienced the powerful chakra of Uzumaki Naruto, so he thought it would be better to let Yamato, who had wood release, fight first this time. Yamato smiled slightly and walked in front of Kakashi and the other two to make the seal of opposition. Kakashi and the other two nodded to each other and made the seal of opposition together. The battle begins. Muyu shouted after both sides were ready. As soon as Muyu finished speaking, Kakashi and Obito immediately concentrated their breathing to improve their physical abilities. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Obito quickly made a seal to condense the chakra in his throat, then transformed it into fire attribute chakra in one breath, and finally spit it all out to form a huge fireball and hit Yamato. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. No Harurin, who entered the water-breathing state, ran and threw several shurikens at Yamato. Wood release. Wood wall. Yamato calmly made a seal on the spot. Under the effect of wood release chakra, rows of wooden pillars quickly grew on the ground and then bent to form an arch to protect Yamato. Boom! Exclamation mark. The huge fireball exploded directly after hitting the wooden arch, and the fierce flames spread in all directions. Something that surprised Obito happened. His fireball failed to break the wooden arch. Although there were very tragic traces of fire on the wooden arch, it was not broken by the explosion of the fireball. No Harulin's shuriken were all blocked by Yamato's wooden arch. The wood of wood release is different from ordinary trees. Don't be careless. Kakashi held the white fang short blade tightly and reminded. Although Muyu defeated Yamato very easily and Yamato's wood release did not have much presence in the battle, it was a battle with Muyu after all. Kakashi would not underestimate this bloodline limit that only appeared in the God of Ninja. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would launch a surprise attack with the speed of thunder breathing under the cover of Obito's fireball. But this time it was a wood release ninja that he had never fought before, so Kakashi chose to collect intelligence first. Wood style, thorn killing technique. Yamato's figure suddenly rushed out from behind the wooden wall, quickly forming seals while running. Wood-like thorns emerged from the ground and grabbed at the three people. Seeing this, Obito concentrated his breathing again and directly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. He didn't believe that his extreme flames couldn't burn these pieces of wood. After all, it was training, so it was okay to be a little reckless. In a real battle, Obito would not be so eager to use his trump card. Fire style, flame fist. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra on his fist. Because he was in the flame-breathing chakra mode, Obito's condensed chakra instantly turned into a raging fire. The fire on Obito's fist was sometimes big and sometimes small. But this was not because Obito's control ability was not good, but because he was compressing the fire on his fist. When Obito compressed the fire on his fist to the extreme, The wooden strips created by Yamato's wood style were about to get close to Obito's body. Boom! Exclamation mark! Obito blasted out his fist, burning with red flames. Facing the huge force and high temperature of the fist, the wood near Obito broke instantly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Won't the flame hurt me? Obito's flaming fist made Yamato a little confused. According to the general ninja theory, fire-style ninjutsu is not allowed. Flash! Dazzling lightning flashed from Kakashi's feet and palms. With the help of lightning chakra to activate his body and breathing method, Kakashi's physical ability increased greatly. With just a sprint and a swing of the sword, he cut off all the wood on his and Nohara Rin's side. Snap! The cut wood fell to the ground helplessly. If Yamato just didn't understand Obito's moves, then Kakashi's ability surprised Yamato. Did Senior Kakashi fight like this before? Yamato was very confused. In his impression, Kakashi was an excellent jonin with comprehensive development of ninjutsu and Teigen. In battle, he either relied on his rich ninjutsu library to restrain the opponent, or used lightning style and Sharingan. And the youth version of Kakashi was best at swordsmanship. No kidding, Yamato had rarely seen Kakashi fight with a knife, and he thought it was strange. Is it because of the Sharingan? Yamato guessed that the Sharingan changed Kakashi's fighting style. Fire style, Red Claw of the Phoenix. Obito did not give Yamato more time to think, and one by one, the Shuriken carrying flames stabbed at Yamato at a rapid speed. He knew that Yamato mastered a large range of water style, so he did not use the strongest Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Although the overall power of the Red Claw of the Phoenix is not as good as the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, its penetration and small-scale attack ability are better. Wood style, Violent Spear Tree. Yamato continued to make hand seals without changing his expression, and at the same time, he used the water and soil property changes and then created wood-style chakra. A huge tree quickly grew on his body, blocking all the attacks. Kakashi concentrated his breathing to the extreme, entered the transparent world state, and prepared to fight with Obito with all his strength. But after entering the transparent world, Kakashi's movements suddenly paused. Kakashi's expression did not change. He gave Obito a look and continued to rush towards Yamato. Although Obito did not know what Kakashi's plan was, he still followed Kakashi's instructions and rushed towards Yamato with all his strength. Nohara Rin stared at Yamato and was ready to use water ninjutsu to support him at any time. But at this moment, another Yamato appeared behind Nohara Rin silently. The first one to rush out was actually Yamato's wooden clone. His real body used earth ninjutsu to sneak in and go around Nohara Rin. Although it was a youthful version of Kakashi, he was the reliable senior Kakashi after all. Yamato was not careless and was ready to end this battle steadily. One flash, two consecutive. At the moment when Yamato's real body appeared, Kakashi, who was rushing straight towards Yamato, used the big tree that Yamato had created before to change direction and rushed back at a faster speed. When he opened the perspective world, he found Yamato lurking underground. But Kakashi pretended not to notice it in order to catch Yamato off guard. Seeing this, the wood clone wanted to use wood release to stop Kakashi, but Obito, who had activated the chakra of flame breathing, had already rushed over. How could he succeed? He raised his hand and fired a flame fist. Kakashi was very fast, and Yamato immediately gave up Nohara Rin, who was close at hand, and burst his chakra to create many giant trees to block Kakashi's advance. Nohara Rin looked at Kakashi rushing towards her, and immediately reacted to condensed chakra and swung a heavy punch behind her. But Yamato had given up the attack and sent a short distance, so Nohara Rin's attack did not hit Yamato. Although Kakashi cut off many of the giant trees that blocked the way, he was unable to cause damage to Yamato. Kakashi pulled Nohara Rin back at a very fast speed, and he was not upset. Yamato was a ninja who had been the captain of the Anbu after all. If he lost because of a little accident, it would be a surprise to him, and he would worry about the level of the Anbu ninjas in the future. Obito's wooden clone turned into vines and bound him, but a large amount of fire ignited on the surface of Obito's body, turning the vines into ashes and releasing the restraints. It's amazing. If I were here a few years ago, I might have lost without knowing the information. Yamato sighed in his heart. The strength of the Muayu class far exceeded his expectations. Kakashi and Obito's performance was completely at the level of a jonin. Nohara Rin didn't show much, but it can be seen that her combat skills are not bad. Wood release, Sea of Trees. Yamato mobilized a large amount of chakra in his body and performed the strongest wood release ninjutsu he could use. In fact, he practiced the Tree World Birth, a powerful wood release ninjutsu that can create a large forest in an instant, but Yamato didn't have enough chakra, so he did a Sea of Trees Birth, which is a second-hand beggar's version of the Tree World Birth, which is much smaller in both power and range. Although it is not as good as the Tree World Birth, this is indeed the largest range of wood release that Yamato can use. Under the effect of a large amount of wood release chakra, large trees rose from the ground and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of large trees surrounded Kakashi and his friends. "Is this a wood release ninja?" Obito exclaimed as he watched a golden desert suddenly turn into a small forest. Compared to the ninjutsu that Yamato used before, he felt that this was the real wood release. Under Yamato's control, all the rapidly growing trees attacked the three people with their branches. The trees he created were not for greening. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito directly used his most powerful range of fire release, and under the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode, he quickly spit out a small sea of fire. The extremely high-temperature red flames engulfed all the branches that grew, and turned a large number of trees into fire trees, expanding the sea of fire. Because the fire was too big, Nohara Rin had to use water release to protect her and Kakashi. As for Obito, he was in the flame-breathing chakra mode and was difficult to be hurt by the flames. After taking a few breaths, Obito looked at Kakashi. He had already consumed a lot of chakra, and could only barely maintain the breathing chakra mode. This was because his chakra had increased a lot recently for some reason. In the past, he would have automatically exited the flame-breathing chakra mode. Kakashi nodded. Obito had cleared most of the obstacles for him. The outcome of the next battle depended on him. Although the raging fire blocked Kakashi's sight, his transparent world could penetrate the obstacles and lock onto Yamato at the edge of the woods. Water style, Water Wave Hand. Seeing the fierce fire, Yamato stretched out his hand and released a wave like water style, trying to put out all of Obito's flames. Sizzled! Kakashi exhaled a stream of white air, and the large amount of chakra that had long been condensed in his body was all transformed into lightning chakra, dyeing Kakashi's body with electric light. He tightly grasped the white fang short blade, mobilizing all the strength in his body without wasting a single bit of strength. Thunder flash, boom! In this world of fire, a thunderclap suddenly exploded, followed by a dazzling lightning that cut through the flames, splitting the incoming huge wave in two, and rushed towards Yamato with the momentum to cut off everything. Yamato looked at the incoming Kakashi with a surprised look on his face. He thought Kakashi's speed was fast enough, but he didn't expect that Kakashi had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar is the first to publish this novel. Thinking of this, Yamato no longer held back. Many tall trees grew rapidly in front of him, and the trees that were not affected by the sea of fire were also doing their best to block Kakashi's way. Swish, boom! A flash of lightning flashed, and the giant trees collapsed one by one, and Kakashi was still trying to move forward. Yamato continued to output chakra without changing his expression. Countless branches and vines that attacked were cut off by Kakashi, and Kakashi's body became more and more tired. When he was only 10 meters away from Yamato, Kakashi's sprint slowed down. When Kakashi was only 5 meters away from Yamato, he was finally exhausted and failed to cut the tree in half. His body was tied up by thick branches. Seeing Kakashi stop, Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was not as easy as he thought. The fighting style of the young version of Kakashi was completely different from the Kakashi he remembered, and his strength was beyond his expectations. Obito's fire escape was also very scary. The power of the last Fire Dragon Flame Bomb had surpassed the fire escape of many jonin. Looking at Kakashi, who was tied up by the branches and looked powerless, Yamato was so angry that he hit Kakashi's head again. After the fight, Yamato felt refreshed and felt much more comfortable. Kakashi looked at Yamato with a puzzled look. This attack was meaningless. He still had no fighting power without this attack, and he would not faint after this attack. "Sorry, I accidentally attacked you when I saw your face," Yamato said apologetically. Kakashi: If he sees someone who looks like Yamato and is named Yamato in the future, he will definitely punch him in the head without hesitation. He can't help asking because of his appearance. Why did Senior Kakashi give up the lightning blade technique? Yamato thought in confusion. He thinks that the current Kakashi is very good, and he may become stronger if he continues on this path. After all, the current Kakashi has the strength to defeat a Jonin before he is 10 years old. It is not impossible for him to become a strong man at the level of Hokage after practicing for another 17 years. However, the current youth version of Kakashi obviously cannot answer Yamato's question. Only the future Kakashi can answer him. Yamato hides his doubts in his heart and continues to train. Kakashi completely loses his fighting power, and it is easy for Yamato to deal with the remaining Obito and Nohara Rin, and the training is soon over. After the battle, it is the review session. Miyu talks about everyone's problems and gives instructions. After the break, they changed a place for training. Yamato's wood release and Obito's fire release made that place too messy. The battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi was simple. Uzumaki Naruto was not playing tricks. He just used multiple shadow clones to roll balls, and defeated Kakashi and others with his hard power. During the battle, Uzumaki Naruto hit Kakashi's head as he wished. Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to laugh. After all, this was his future teacher Kakashi, but he couldn't help it. After the training, Kakashi's face darkened, and he finally understood what his bad premonition was. If history makes him Uzumaki Naruto's teacher again, he will definitely let Uzumaki Naruto know what love from a teacher is. "Brother Naruto, do you only know these two ninjutsu?" Obito couldn't help but complain after the training. He was a little envious of Uzumaki Naruto's chakra. The shadow clones seemed to use no chakra. If he could have the amount of chakra of Uzumaki Naruto, the flame-breathing chakra mode could be used as full concentration breathing. "Of course not, don't underestimate me." Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and denied it. How could he only know how to make multiple shadow clones and Rasengan? He also knows how to seduce, harem and Rasenshuriken. Sometimes it's a good choice to keep practicing and developing a useful ninjutsu. Miyu thought for a while and said, although Uzumaki Naruto really only relies on multiple shadow clones and Rasengan to fight, this does not prevent him from being very strong. Naruto's Rasengan is really useful. Obito had to admit that this ninjutsu was really strong. It didn't need to make hand seals and was still very powerful. "Obito, if you want to learn it, I can teach you," Uzumaki Naruto said generously. He felt that Obito and he were very compatible, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with teaching him ninjutsu. If Obito learned his Rasengan and his strength improved, it would be considered that Uzumaki Naruto made a contribution to Kakashi and others to change history. "Naruto, I want to learn." Obito instantly felt that this big brother was not in vain. Miyu's expression was a little subtle. If he wanted to learn Rasengan from Naruto, it would be almost the same as creating it himself. However, Miyu did not discourage Obito's enthusiasm. Anyway, he also knew Rasengan, and he could teach Obito if he really wanted to learn it. After 2 consecutive failures, Kakashi and the other 2 were full of fighting spirit and devoted themselves to the night training, while Miyu instructed Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato in their training. Uzumaki Naruto, who now has a shadow clone and a Rasengan, does not need Miyu's guidance, so Miyu chose to teach Naruto physical skills. Thanks to Tamakai, Miyu has won many physical skills awards. It is hard to say in the scope of the ninja world, but he can say that no one in Konoha knows physical skills better than him. After all, the experience of physical skills training in his mind is something that a person cannot have from birth to death. This is the power of plug-ins. As for Yamato, Miyu chose to teach him water escape and water breathing. Yamato generally uses 3 kinds of ninjutsu in battle, namely wood escape, earth escape, and water escape. Miyu does not have the wood escape blood limit now, and although Miyu has reached the mastery level of earth attribute chakra nature change, His proficiency is not high. Muyu does not mind teaching Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto breathing, but he does not have a breathing method suitable for Naruto at present. Naruto Uzumaki's personality is very suitable for the breath of fire, but Naruto Uzumaki doesn't use fire style. Learning fire style is not as good as learning wind style. Wind style can at least increase the power of Rasengan Shuriken. After developing wind style, Muyu has been developing yang attribute breathing. He thinks that by combining yang and fire style, he might be able to develop sun style. Naruto Uzumaki came too early, and his yang attribute breathing method has not been developed yet. If Naruto Uzumaki had been a few months later, Muyu might have developed a prototype, enhanced the chakra form change and enhanced the power of water style. Yamato couldn't help but show a shocked expression when he heard Muyu introduce the effect of water style. As the captain of the Anbu, he has come into contact with many secret techniques, but he has never seen such a comprehensive and powerful secret technique as water style. It can not only strengthen the body and accelerate the recovery of injuries, but also enhance water style. When you practice to a certain level, you can enter the water style chakra mode and use water style at will. Not to mention that he has never come into contact with it. Yamato has never heard of such a secret technique. Could it be that it was lost because Senior Muyu died in battle? Yamato thought of a possibility. Yamato looked at Muyu with a complicated look. Although he had only known her for 2 days, he really admired this ninja named Hanyu Muyu. Senior Muyu, do you really not want to know the future? Aren't you worried that you will encounter an accident at some point? Yamato asked tactfully. He wanted to tell Muyu about his speculation on the time of Muyu's death so that Muyu would be more vigilant. No need to do that. We will create our future, Muyu replied with a warm smile. Yamato sighed in his heart, but under Muyu's careful teaching, he quickly devoted himself to the study of water breathing. Yamato then discovered that Muyu's teaching ability was also unique. Lecture completed. Evaluation. S. Reward. Change in the nature of water attribute chakra +2. Water breathing +1. Slight increase in physical experience. When the training was over, something happened that Muyu didn't expect. The lecture reward was actually settled with an S-level evaluation. This was something Muyu had not expected. According to his experience, there would usually be dozens of students to settle the lecture reward. The only exception was when he taught Minato and Kushina, and there were only 2 people at that time. But the strength of Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato was obviously not comparable to that of Minato and Kushina. Muyu thought hard and suddenly found that he had made a mistake. In the system's recognition, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato might not be bad. From the perspective of potential identification, the system is actually very rigid. For example, Hyuga Uchiha basically has high potential that does not match their strength. Some people have higher potential than Sarutobi Hiruzen, Heimabu and Minato, but their actual combat strength may not last for a few rounds. So Muyu boldly speculated that the system's recognition of strength is mostly based on chakra, and Yamato and Naruto have a lot of chakra. Thinking of the 9 tails in Kushina and Naruto's bodies, Muyu could even be bolder. Maybe Yamato and Minato are just making up the numbers, and it is Naruto and Kushina who really trigger the end-of-course reward. This gave Muyu an idea. If he used the yang attribute breathing method he was developing as part of his class content, could he increase his development speed? Chapter 387 The End of Enlushan. In order to verify his idea, Muyu used an excuse to change the proportion of investigation and training time. From the 3rd day, he practiced all day and investigated at night. No one had any objections. Whether it was Muyu's disciples or Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato, they all obeyed Muyu's arrangements. The intelligence they currently have is enough for them to complete their respective tasks. The next investigation is just to end the task more steadily and reduce the impact of the Enlushan incident on Lulin. So it is very reasonable to reduce the investigation time. Everyone is tired after practicing for so long. How about having a midnight snack? Muyu looked at the tired people and made an opinion. Midnight snack. Are you going to eat ramen? Uzumaki Naruto's tired look on his face was swept away, and he asked with an excited expression, if you can eat a bowl of hot kairaku ramen after tiring training, it would be happiness. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto can also accept instant noodles, But if you make instant noodles alone, you have to wait for 3 minutes boringly. Although it is impossible for everyone to eat ramen immediately, you can chat together while waiting. Yamato looked up at the sky. It was already late at night, and the stars in the sky were bright and fresh. It's so late, it feels like only Izaku's are still open. Yamato looked back at Naruto and said honestly, although it was a bit inappropriate, it was indeed the truth. How could an ordinary ramen shop not close at 12 o'clock? Yamato was happy to go to the izakaya with Miyu, but he thought about it and it was not appropriate. Even Uzumaki Naruto was not yet an adult, and Kakashi and the others were even worse. They were not at the age to go to the izakaya. Then it seems that you guys are in for a treat today, Naruto. Obito immediately thought that Miyu would cook for the midnight snack himself. After all, this was the immortal Miyu, and how could he not have considered something that even Yamato had considered? Don't go out to eat, I'll cook for you, Miyu explained. Miyu had completed all the preparations before starting training. Obito showed an expression of as expected, and Kakashi and Nohara-rin began to look forward to today's midnight snack. Miyu is their teacher, not their chef, and they haven't eaten Miyu's cooking for a while. While waiting, seeing Kakashi and the others looking forward to it, Yamato asked curiously, is Miyu good at cooking? He originally wanted to go to the kitchen to help Miyu share some of the work. After all, he learned Miyu's ninjutsu, so how could he have the nerve to eat for free? But Miyu refused him. Miyu said that if he wanted to help, he could clean up the dishes after eating, and he could cook by himself. More than good at it, Miyu's cooking is like applying some kind of super high-level ninjutsu. There is absolutely no other cooking in the ninja world that can be compared. Obito replied with an exaggerated look, although he also likes his grandmother's cooking. From the facts, the deliciousness of Miyu's cooking is indeed incomparable to any other cooking. Yamato's expression was a little hesitant. If Obito just said that it was delicious, Yamato would believe it directly, but Obito's exaggeration made it less credible. It's not that I think Obito is lying, but there may be an idle filter in this, which has a lot to do with the person who cooks. Mr. Miyu's cooking skills are no less than his ninja strength, Kakashi said seriously. Kakashi even thought that Miyu might make more money as a chef than a ninja. After all, Miyu's cooking is so delicious that it makes people hallucinate. Those daimyo nobles must be willing to spend a lot of money to taste this unique cooking in the ninja world. Yamato looked a little surprised. If Kakashi said it, it would be very credible. After all, Kakashi is not the kind of person who will exaggerate too much, and he is also more rational. I'm really looking forward to it. Uzumaki Naruto listened to Kakashi and others' praise for Miyu's cooking, and curiously looked towards the kitchen. He was looking forward to the next midnight snack time. By the way, who will be the 5th generation Hokage? Obito asked curiously. Obito wanted to become Hokage, but at his age, it should be difficult for the 4th generation, so Obito directly pointed his sword at the 5th generation Hokage, and the 5th generation Hokage with normal historical development would naturally be his competitor. It's Grandma Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto replied. Ah, Lady Tsunade actually became the 5th Hokage. Nohara-rin opened her mouth slightly, a little bit unbelieving. Nohara-rin didn't think Tsunade was incapable of becoming Hokage. In fact, at this time, all 3 ninjas were popular candidates for the 4th Hokage. No Konoha ninjas would not think it was inappropriate for any of the 3 of them to become Hokage. Nohara-rin was now considered half a disciple of Tsunade. She had been with Tsunade for quite a long time and had some understanding of Tsunade. She knew very well that Tsunade didn't want to become Hokage at all. Tsunade was too lazy to even study medical ninjutsu, let alone become a Hokage to handle Konoha's affairs. Nohara-rin couldn't imagine what it would be like for Tsunade to become Hokage. Would she be able to work on time? There wouldn't be a Hokage in the Hokage's office before the afternoon. Nohara-rin couldn't help but show worry on her face. She hoped that Konoha would be fine in the future and that Tsunade could hold on under the heavy workload. Grandma Tsunade, isn't that Zealand's medical ninjutsu teacher? I didn't expect that she would be the 5th generation. Obito scratched his head. He remembered that Tsunade seemed to be in the same class as Uncle Toad. Wasn't she a little too old to be the 5th generation at this age? Zealand, Do you know how strong Grandma Tsunade is? Obito and Nohara Rin were trying to get information. Since Obito called Uzumaki Naruto Big Brother, Obito subconsciously used the name Uzumaki Naruto called Tsunade, ignoring the problem of Naruto traveling through time. Probably one punch would knock Obito so hard that he couldn't get up. Also, Obito, you'd better not call Lady Tsunade Grandma. Nohara Rin reminded him out of concern for Obito's life, since he had to prepare supper for 6 people, and they were 6 ninjas who had just finished their training. Muyu spent a lot of time. During this time, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato, Kakashi and others kept chatting and deepening their understanding. Obito then realized that Naruto was also a complete loser in the ninja school, both in theory and ninjutsu. Why do I feel so familiar with you? I feel like you are similar to Kai. Obito felt that he had discovered the truth. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Someone really didn't know himself. After listening to Kakashi and his team's mission experience, Yamato secretly sighed that it was not easy for Kakashi to survive. Kakashi and his team encountered ninjas of various levels in C-rank missions, which were not supposed to encounter ninjas. Even the Chunin exams could cause accidents. Wow, it's so rich. There are so many dishes I haven't seen before. Naruto looked at the dishes of tempting aromas brought from the kitchen and widened his eyes. This was much richer than he had imagined. Considering that Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato had never eaten his dishes, half of them were local dishes in the ninja world, so that Uzumaki Naruto and his team would not have to look at a table full of unfamiliar dishes. Many of the ingredients were stored by Miyu in the scroll, and Lulin might not be able to buy them. Faced with such a rich supper, everyone said I'm starting in a very ceremonial way before starting to eat. Naruto picked up a piece of tempura and stuffed it into his mouth. When his teeth bit through the crispy fried skin, the tender and moist shrimp meat inside made Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widen. Before eating, he really didn't expect that an ordinary piece of tempura could be so delicious. Then something happened that surprised Naruto Uzumaki. He suddenly felt dazed. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by a mysterious and magnificent blue world, with countless fish and shrimps swimming around him. Naruto Uzumaki wanted to reach out and touch it, but found that he stretched out a claw. He turned into a shrimp. Then Naruto Uzumaki forgot all his troubles and swam happily in the ocean. When he came to his senses, Naruto Uzumaki found himself sitting at the dining table to eat, and the ocean and fish and shrimps had all disappeared. Brother Muyu, awesome. Naruto Uzumaki gave Muyu a thumbs up. He really couldn't think of any other adjectives. Naruto Uzumaki remembered that before the meal, Obito said that eating Muyu's food would see forests, seas, and volcanoes, so this description was still realistic. Yamato took a bite of the food and looked at Muyu in shock. At that moment, he thought he was in a genjutsu. Obito's exaggerated descriptions were all true, which really shocked Yamato. Eat quickly, Muyu reminded him. Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto only then realized how exaggerated Obito and the other two were when eating. The chopsticks were left with after images. Noticing that the food on the plate was decreasing rapidly, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato also quickly took out their fighting state and started eating. This midnight snack is the best I've ever had. After eating, Naruto was still not satisfied. He felt that he didn't perform well. If he had another chance, he would definitely be able to eat more dishes. Thank you so much, Senior Muyu. Yamato felt that it was great to meet Muyu, helping them complete their tasks, teaching them powerful secrets, and now making such delicious food for them personally. Muyu smiled and said nothing. These were just a piece of cake for him at the moment. The next day, because Muyu changed the training time, Uzumaki Naruto and others started training in the early morning. Muyu also officially began his test. We won't practice physical skills today. I will teach you yang breathing, Muyu said before the class started. This will be difficult, so Naruto, try to be more serious. The reward for teaching is not just about Muyu's teaching, but also depends on whether the students have learned it. Since yang breathing is a secret technique under development, Muyu emphasized the difficulty. I will study hard. Uzumaki Naruto nodded seriously. Whether it is defeating the Akatsuki organization or recovering Sasuke, it requires strength, and he is serious about practicing, and Muyu is so good to him. Uzumaki Naruto must practice seriously and not let Muyu down. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto quickly formed a seal and burst chakra to split dozens of shadow clones. He knew that he was not a genius in learning. Since one brain was not enough, he would think with dozens of him. Before learning yang breathing, you must first understand two pieces of knowledge, the change of yang's chakra nature and breathing. Muyu began to teach. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto's foundation was very average, so he started from the basics and introduced yang attribute chakra first. Dozens of Uzumaki Naruto were listening to the lecture attentively. He really didn't know much about the yang attribute. The only time he heard about it was when Yamato mentioned it when he was learning about the changes in the nature of wind attribute chakra. After explaining for about 40 minutes, Muyu stopped and gave Uzumaki Naruto some time to digest it. After realizing this, Uzumaki Naruto released his multiple shadow clones to sort out his memories. When Muyu started to talk again, he created dozens of shadow clones. In the morning, Muyu successfully made Uzumaki Naruto understand the changes in the nature of yang attribute chakra and basic breathing. Muyu had to admit that the multiple shadow clones method was really useful, and Uzumaki Naruto learned very quickly. However, only Naruto had such a cheating learning method, which was too demanding on both the body and the mind. Ordinary people might not be able to withstand the practice of several shadow clones together, let alone dozens of shadow clones. This could really cause trouble. In the afternoon, Muyu officially began to teach him the yang breathing that was still under development. Since it had not been completely developed, Muyu spent most of the time talking about theory. When using yang breathing, the body's energy will be enhanced, and the moves related to the change of yang chakra properties will become stronger. If you want to maximize the power of the moves, the final practice must be to integrate yang breathing into other moves. Although he has not obtained the localized sun breathing, this does not prevent Muyu from guessing the effect of the system localized sun breathing based on the existing breathing method. Sun breathing and flame breathing are both flames. In the original work of Demon Slayer, sun breathing is much stronger than flame breathing. According to the principle of system localized skills, the flame of sun breathing must be much stronger than flame breathing. If you want to achieve this effect in the Naruto world, it is likely that the change of yang chakra properties or natural energy is introduced, so that the flame of sun breathing becomes yang plus fire or natural energy fire, or it is possible to have both, because the two do not conflict. Muyu has not yet come into contact with the fairy art knowledge related to natural energy, so he starts with yang attribute. For Muyu's development purpose, the biggest difference between yang breathing and other breathing methods is that there is a great possibility. The current yang breathing is very weak. If we really talk about the effect in the early stage, it is only slightly stronger than the basic breathing, but the difficulty is far greater than that of the basic breathing. However, there are many ways that yang breathing can go. If you keep going forward, when yang breathing is practiced to a high level, it can make the body's energy extremely powerful, and the unsealed healing is not a dream. At the same time, yang breathing can also be used in combination with suitable breathing methods as Muyu envisioned, such as helping yang breathing to advance to sun breathing. In addition to teaching Uzumaki Naruto, Muyu also taught Yamato some water escape techniques. He felt that with Yamato's chakra, learning some powerful water escape techniques, the actual combat performance may not be much worse than wood escape techniques. Of course, wood escape techniques have their unique effects, such as suppressing the chakra of the tailed beasts, and no matter how much you practice water escape techniques, you can't achieve this effect. Lecture completed. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Evaluation. S rewards. Yang chakra nature change +9, basic breathing +12, yang breathing +2, water chakra nature change +1. As the rewards were settled, Muyu had some more related training memories in his mind. A smile appeared on Muyu's face. This was indeed a very good surprise. If he continued like this, he should be able to complete the preliminary development of yang breathing within a month. After the training, Muyu, who was in a good mood, made a sumptuous dinner to reward the students. Before the dishes were served, everyone laughed and talked. But when the dishes were served, no one spoke. After the first loss, Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto learned a lesson. They could chat casually before and after meals, but they had to go all out when eating, after a rest after dinner. It was time for the investigation mission. Miyu split a shadow clone to follow Kakashi and others, while the main body continued to study the dragon veins. After a week of such days, Obito and others, who had collected enough evidence, proposed to Miyu at night to capture the centipede. This guy not only locked innocent people in underground factories to make puppets for him day and night, but also conducted human experiments. Doesn't he feel disgusted when he smiles at the people? Obito said indignantly. During the investigation, they found that Enlushan was related to many cases of missing people in Lulan. With the help of Miyu's white eyes, they quickly found Enlushan's underground factory and discovered Enlushan's evil deeds. We will never let this hateful guy get away this time. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and said, he couldn't wait to treat Enlushan to meatballs. Publish these evidences, let alone defend Enlushan. I'm afraid those people can't wait to execute him immediately. Kakashi felt that the preparation stage was perfect enough. Then let's do it tomorrow. I'll contact the queen later and ask her to meet Enlushan tomorrow. Miyu thought for a while and said, Enlushan is a puppeteer, and his combat effectiveness depends entirely on puppets. If he fights him in Enlushan's base camp, then Enlushan must have a lot of spare puppets. Let the Queen of Lulan invite Enlushan to fight outside. Enlushan can only use the puppets he brought in the scroll, which can be regarded as a certain degree of weakening, although the enemy is not particularly strong. Miyu adheres to the principle of using all his strength even if a lion fights a rabbit, and strives to avoid any accidents. You keep the kunai. If there is danger, I can come to you in an instant. Miyu took out 2 flying thunder gods from the ninja tool bag and gave them to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato. It is not only to protect Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato, but also to protect Enlushan. If Enlushan died, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato would directly travel back, so Miyu would not let Enlushan die. He would seal Enlushan first. Now Uzumaki Naruto has not learned the yang breathing, and Jiraiya has not seen it yet. It is not time to go back. Miyu's plan seems very reliable and reasonable. Everyone has no objection. It is almost time to go to bed and then disperse and go back to their own rooms. Did she finally figure it out and decide to continue to cooperate with me? This was Enlushan's first thought after hearing that the Queen of Lulan asked him to discuss the development of the western part of Lulan. After all, there is nothing to develop in this remote and poor place of Lulan except the dragon vein. Enlushan was in a very good mood about this. He was ready to assassinate the Queen of Lulan and support the Lulan Princess Sarah to take the throne. According to the information he received, Sarah also had the same ability as the Queen of Lulan. Compared with the cunning Queen of Lulan, the innocent Sarah is undoubtedly easier to control. Maybe she will help him count the money even if he sells her. However, Enlushan's goal is to absorb the power of the dragon vein, not to control Lulan. So for him, as long as this goal is achieved, it doesn't matter what happens. The west of Lulan is the worst developed area of Lulan, where there are large tracts of vacant land and abandoned houses. Enlushan, led by the Lulan soldiers, found the queen who was inspecting. Enlushan smiled and said, "My queen, I have a good development idea here. I think you should be able to get it." Because of the cooperation, Enlushan did not directly tell the queen about the dragon vein, but hinted to the queen. They are all Lulan, but the environment in the west is much worse than other places. We should develop this place, even if it requires a little cost. Seeing that the queen did not respond, Enlushan continued. At this moment, the handkerchief on the queen suddenly fell off. Swish! The 4 Lulan soldiers standing next to Enlushan immediately drew their swords and chopped at Enlushan, but something surprised them. It seemed that they were not slashing people, but slashing steel with their swords. The blade cut through Enlushan's clothes and could not go down anymore. Enlushan's face quickly sank, and several ordinary people started fighting with him. In order to be able to withstand the power of the dragon vein, he had long transformed himself into a puppet. The swords of ordinary people were at most a tickle to him. It seems that we have to let the Queen of Lulan be assassinated, and then Princess Sarah will succeed to the throne in distress. Enlushan was ready to kill everyone here, and then support Sarah to succeed to the throne. But before he could do anything, several wooden strips suddenly grew out of the ground where he was and quickly tied him up. The 4 Lulan soldiers took this opportunity to retreat quickly, while Uzumaki Naruto and others who had been hiding nearby rushed out. Uzumaki Naruto gathered a large amount of chakra in his hands and continuously compressed and rotated it, eventually forming a high-speed rotating chakra ball. Uzumaki Naruto raised the Rasengan without hesitation and smashed it towards Enlushan's chest. Flash. Kakashi also seized the opportunity to highly concentrate the lightning breathing to enhance the explosive power, and then swung the lightning blade at Enlushan's legs at a high speed. Enlushan frowned slightly and tried to break free from the restraints of the wooden strips, but found that the wooden strips were harder than he imagined. Swish. Kakashi's white fang short blade directly cut off Enlushan's legs. Boom! Naruto's Rasengan tore off part of Enlushan's clothes and body, revealing the puppet parts inside. This time the enemy seems to be unexpectedly easy to deal with. Seeing Enlushan suffer such a heavy blow, Obito felt that the battle was over. Don't be careless before you completely solve the enemy. Miyu, who walked to the side of the Queen of Lulan, shook her head and said, although the Queen of Lulan chose to terminate the cooperation with Enlushan, Enlushan still absorbed a lot of dragon vein power after all, and he would not be solved so easily. Although Naruto's Rasengan dealt a heavy blow to Enlushan, it also broke the wooden strips that bound Enlushan. Enlushan rolled over and quickly took out the scroll and activated the dragon vein chakra power in his body. There was a puppet in Enlushan's scroll. Under Enlushan's control, it quickly turned into parts to repair Enlushan's body, making Enlushan look even stronger than at the beginning. It's really haunting. I didn't expect you to follow me. Enlushan dodged and cursed. At first, Enlushan thought that Uzumaki Naruto and the others had followed him, so he was very cautious in his actions in Lulan, using all kinds of aliases and transformation techniques. After a long time, Uzumaki Naruto did not appear, and Enlushan was sure that he was the only one who traveled through time. He really didn't expect Naruto to appear at this juncture, and he also brought a few helpers he had never seen before. Enlushan quickly took out 2 more scrolls and released 6 doll puppets. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito, who had highly concentrated his breath of flame, immediately spit out a large amount of flames to form a huge fireball. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and one of Enlushan's puppets was instantly blown up. Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto used the multiple shadow clone technique to create a large number of shadow clones, and the shadow clones and the main body used the Rasengan to attack and quickly destroyed 2 puppets. Wood style, violent spear tree. Yamato calmly controlled the wooden strips spreading from his body to penetrate and destroy a puppet. Lightning style, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi finally condensed a large amount of lightning attribute chakra and then sent out a lightning spear. The lightning spear was very fast and had extremely strong penetrating power, destroying another puppet. Nohara Rin wielded the chakra short blade given by Naruto to cut off the chakra line on a puppet, causing Enlushan to lose control of the puppet. As soon as the battle began, all 6 puppets that Enlushan had just released were knocked down. Enlushan's face became extremely gloomy. Just now, that was most of the puppet reserves he carried. He only had 10 puppets on him, and now there were only 3 left. Enlushan did not hesitate, and immediately released the remaining 3 puppets, and then ran madly towards the location of his underground base. Although the puppets he carried were of high quality, there were enough puppets in the base, and they could consume all the ninjas to death. As long as we can reach that place, there will be no problem. Enlushan seemed to see the hope of his counterattack, but the venue was chosen by Miyu and the others. If they didn't make some traps, it would be unworthy of their ninja identity. Just as Enlushan rushed out, Kakashi silently detonated dozens of detonating tags that had been buried in advance. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded, and the shining explosion light appeared. Enlushan and the 3 puppets that covered his retreat were all engulfed by the huge explosion. Seeing Enlushan being engulfed by such a powerful explosion, the Queen of Lulan was completely relieved. Originally, she was planning to bring Sarah to broaden her horizons and let her know the evil of human nature, but for safety reasons, the Queen of Lulan finally gave up this decision. The thick smoke from the explosion covered Lushan's figure. Uzumaki, Naruto and others stared at the smoke, not knowing what condition Lushan was in. Chapter 388 Jiraiya and Naruto. This guy has such a strong vitality. Obito couldn't help but sigh. When the smoke cleared, the 3 puppets released by Lushan were all blown to pieces. Lushan's body became tattered, but he still didn't fall down. He stared at Uzumaki, Naruto and others with gritted teeth. "You forced me to do this." Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Lushan decided to fight to the death. Even if he died, he would take 2 people with him. As Lushan fully stimulated his own dragon vein energy, the puppet fragments on the ground were attracted and flew towards Lushan at a high speed. These puppets he carried with him were not ordinary puppets. The puppets strengthened by the dragon vein energy could merge with him and become stronger. After absorbing all the damaged puppet fragments, Lushan's body became huge, no longer like a human, but like a monster. Lushan glanced at the Queen of Lulin with his peripheral vision, and then pretended to rush towards Obito. Just when Obito used the fire escape to attack him, Lushan immediately turned around and accelerated towards the queen. The 2 people he wanted to kill the most were Uzumaki, Naruto and the Queen of Lulin. One of them traveled through time and space to continue to hunt him down, and the other one put him in his current desperate situation. But Uzumaki Naruto was obviously not that easy to kill, so Lushan decided to capture the Queen of Lulin first. If he could use the Queen of Lulin to escape, he would escape and then kill her. If not, he would kill her immediately. These Konoha ninjas are only this level. They don't even know how to protect the client. Lushan sneered in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto and his team had a loose formation. There was only one blonde ninja standing next to the Queen of Lulin, and the others were at a certain distance from the Queen of Lulin. The blonde ninja didn't attack just now, so Lushan thought he shouldn't be very strong. If he was really strong, he would definitely fight him as the main attacker instead of being arranged next to the Queen of Lulin. Yamato, Kakashi, and Uzumaki Naruto all used ninjutsu to attack Lushan, but Lushan took all the attacks and still approached the Queen of Lulin at a high speed. If it were an ordinary ninja, they would either have to give up the attack or die under the ninjutsu of Uzumaki Naruto and the others. But Lushan was different now. Although he was not feeling well, he would not die. Seeing Lushan rushing straight towards Miyu, Obito and the others had strange expressions on their faces. He was too eager to commit suicide. Miyu had told them before the battle that Lushan was within their range of dealing with him, so Miyu would not take action under normal circumstances. "Queen, you will regret your decision," Lushan said in a deep voice. Queen Lulin was an ordinary person after all. Seeing this huge monster rushing towards her, she subconsciously took a half step back. But Queen Lulin quickly calmed down because Miyu was by her side. Miyu was the captain of this Konoha team. His team members all had the strength to injure Lushan. As the captain, Miyu must be stronger, break the tiles. Seeing Lushan rushing towards him without knowing whether to live or die, Miyu did not show any courtesy to him. He used the rock breathing to enhance his body strength and flashed in front of Lushan and suddenly chopped with a knife. He didn't make a move in order to get more rewards when the mission was settled, so that Lushan could be the sharpening stone for his disciples. But if Lushan wanted to be beaten, he didn't mind letting him know what real strength was. Miyu's speed was very fast, and Lushan felt a golden-haired figure in front of him in a flash. Bang! Exclamation mark boom! Exclamation mark! Lushan felt a terrifying force coming, and then he flew backwards at a faster speed, hitting the ground hard, cracking the ground. And the place where he was just chopped by Miyu had a hideous and terrifying wound, as if he was chopped by a huge blunt knife. Lushan looked at Miyu with horror, and he found that Miyu was actually the strongest. After the attack, Miyu continued to stay quietly beside the Queen of Lulin and did not make another move. They came too early, and Lushan, who had only absorbed so much dragon vein chakra, was limited in strength. Only Lushan in the original movie version might have the strength to fight Miyu, and Lushan, who was somewhat desperate, found that Miyu did not continue to attack, and a glimmer of hope for survival emerged in his heart. Miyu was so powerful, but she did not participate in the battle and kept protecting the Queen of Lulin. It was obvious that she did not value the client, but was training her disciples. Although this made Lushan feel humiliated, it was indeed his chance. If Muyu also attacked, he would not have a glimmer of hope to survive. But Lushan soon found that he had thought too much, and the strength of Obito and others was not as simple as he imagined. Seeing that Lushan was injured by Muyu, Obito immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and strengthened his own strength to the limit. Whoosh! Obito's chakra exploded and his whole body was burning with high-temperature red flames, and the flames on his right hand were particularly strong. Under Obito's control, the flames of his whole body flowed towards his right hand at a high speed. The fire on Obito's right hand suddenly increased and then compressed and became smaller. Under the continuous compression and enhancement, the flames on Obito's body disappeared, but the flames on his right hand became very deep. Orochi-nagi. Obito charged while compressing the flames, and finally threw the compressed flames directly at Lushan, who was climbing up. Because the enemy this time was very large, Obito did not use the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, but used the Orochi-nagi, which had a smaller range but stronger power. Lushan was not blind and could see that the fire style used by Obito this time was not simple, so he did not have the idea of resisting it, and burst out the Dragon Vein chakra on his body to dodge. But when he was knocked away by Muyu, the others were not idle either. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Kakashi just completed the hand seal and turned the ground wherein Lushan was standing into a swamp, trapping Lushan in it. Wood style, Thorn Killing Technique. Under the stimulation of Yamato's wood style chakra, many wooden strips suddenly appeared around Lushan's body and tied up Lushan's body, causing Lushan, who was trying to break free from the swamp, to stop moving. Wind style, Rasengan. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone also rolled the wind style balls and rushed towards Lushan. This ninjutsu is the prototype of the Rasen Shuriken. The Rasen Shuriken requires too much chakra, so the shadow clone cannot use it. In this situation, he can't just roll his body into a ball and rush forward, otherwise he will be affected by Obito's fire escape. Whoosh! Boom! Uzumaki Naruto's wind escape Rasengan and Obito's Orochi-nagi hit Lushan's huge body at the same time. The terrifying high-temperature flame instantly engulfed Lushan, and Uzumaki Naruto's wind escape Rasengan had an unexpected effect, driving Obito's flame to form a firestorm that enveloped Lushan. Uzumaki Naruto's wind escape Rasengan plus Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode Orochi-nagi were more powerful than Obito expected. The wooden strips that tied Lushan were quickly burned, and the mud under Lushan quickly dried up under this terrifying high temperature. Brother Naruto, our combination is so strong, Obito said with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto also laughed triumphantly. He didn't expect it to have this effect. After the flames dissipated, and Lushan, whose body was burnt and tattered, came into view. Because he was no longer a real person, but a human puppet, Lushan looked miserable but was not dead. As a human puppet, he would not die as long as the energy in his core was still there. Since I can't survive, you can't expect to have an easy life either. Lushan decided to self-destruct after realizing his bad condition. He definitely couldn't win the fight, and he definitely couldn't survive after what he had done, so Lushan chose to commit suicide, and maybe he could take a few people with him. Purple lightning. But just when Lushan had this thought, Muyu flashed behind Lushan and gave him an electric shock. When Muyu used the tile to split Lushan, he also put the Flying Thunder God mark on him. Jutian seal. Then Muyu stretched out her palm and grabbed Lushan's core and sealed it. The Zushin seal is the most powerful achievement of Muyu's 2 years of learning the seal technique. He originally wanted to develop the Bagua seal according to Minato's ideas, but he had no idea about the Four Symbols seal. But he was constantly inspired by the Five Elements seal, and finally changed it to a Zushin seal. The Zushin seal does not have any fancy special effects, but the seal is strong, much stronger than the Four Symbols seal. Muyu added the yin and yang properties on the basis of the original 5 elements, which not only made the seal more stable, but also greatly increased the difficulty of removing the seal. First of all, it is impossible to break through by force. In Muyu's estimation, Only the 6 paths level ninjutsu can directly break the Zushin seal. As for using the knowledge of the seal technique to break the Zushin seal, the difficulty is almost 3 times that of breaking the 5-element seal. If you want to use the Zushin seal, you must master the 7 chakra nature changes. Although you only need to be able to use it, you don't need to practice it very deeply. Even so, few people in the ninja world can meet this requirement. What's going on? My power. The moment Muyu's sealing technique was completed, Lashan felt that the dragon vein energy in his body was like a pool of stagnant water. No matter how he mobilized it, it could not cause any ripples. In order to let you go back safely, I will study the centipede and the dragon vein power in him, Muyu explained. I have sealed him with the sealing technique. He can't escape from now on. Uzumaki, Naruto and Yamato both nodded without objection. They were still confused about how to go back. After all, they didn't do anything special when they came. Thank you very much for your contribution to Lulan. Tomorrow I will hold a meeting to make Lashan's crimes public. The Queen of Lulan saw Lashan was defeated and walked forward and bowed slightly to thank him. Things were a little beyond her expectations. She didn't expect Lashan to be such a spicy and vicious person, and he also had such terrifying power. If it weren't for the help of Muyu and others, Lashan's damage to Lulan would be unpredictable. Then the Queen of Lulan sincerely invited Muyu and others to attend tomorrow's meeting as heroes and accept the blessings of the people of Lulan. Since there was still plenty of time, Muyu accepted the invitation of the Queen of Lulan. Next, he still needed the Queen's help. Giving the Queen a little more face would be good for both parties. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. It's great to have saved another country, Obito said excitedly. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the hero in the ninja novel. Not only did he save 2 countries, but he also met a ninja from the future. Maybe he would need to save the future in the future. Obito, don't you want to meet the Princess of Lulan? Weren't you very interested in the princess when you were in the Snow Country last time? No, Harlan asked twice with a smile. Anyway, it will definitely not be as perfect as in the novel. Obito sighed and replied. After the last Snow Country mission, he no longer had any expectations for the real princess. Maybe this is the price of maturity. Obito felt as if he had grown a lot. Because novels are fictional, only people with brain problems would demand that people in the real world be as perfect as fictional characters. Kakashi attacked unceremoniously. Haven't you heard a saying that novels are based on reality? Obito retorted. Seeing Obito and Kakashi quarreling again, Uzumaki Naruto laughed. He and Sasuke often did this, but now, since Lashan was sealed and imprisoned, there was no need to investigate at night. So Uzumaki Naruto used this time to teach Obito the Rasengan. Since Obito wanted to learn, Uzumaki Naruto really taught him. The first factor of the Rasengan is rotation, and the essence of the Rasengan is high-speed rotating chakra. Naruto first briefly explained the principle of the Rasengan. Yeah, and then, Obito nodded excitedly. Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto immediately began to demonstrate without saying much, condensing a large amount of chakra in his hands to rub a Rasengan, and smashed it directly on the tree created by Yamato's wood release. Bang! A huge gap appeared on the tree in an instant, and wood chips flew for a while. Rasengan is not a complete ninjutsu yet. Adding the property change can make it stronger. Uzumaki Naruto briefly talked about his Rasen-shuriken, because the Rasen-shuriken was too powerful and would also cause damage to his body. Uzumaki Naruto did not demonstrate it, but just briefly talked about it. Obito became even more excited. He thought of the combined attack that he and Uzumaki Naruto accidentally performed today. If he could complete it alone, it would be equivalent to having another powerful ninjutsu. The learning of Rasengan consists of 3 parts. First, practice with this water balloon. Naruto took out a water balloon filled with water, then make it explode with a bang. As Naruto finished speaking the interjection, the water balloon in Naruto's hand also exploded. Oh, Naruto, how did you do it just now? Obito widened his eyes, feeling that he didn't understand. I mean bang and bang, Uzumaki Naruto repeated. He thought that Obito didn't hear it just now, so he deliberately amplified the sound a little. Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a confused face. Seeing Obito like this, Naruto scratched his head and took out another water ball. It's just a bang and a bang. What a simple thing. The water ball burst again with Naruto's interjections. Obito was dumbfounded. Can anyone really learn ninjutsu taught like this? Obito thought that if he wrote down what Uzumaki Naruto said, and then told Miyu about it, it might be faster to let Miyu develop it and teach him. The land of grass, Konoha camp. Why are you here, Miyu? What mission did you accept? Jiraiya asked with a big laugh when he saw Miyu coming. The more powerful ninjas there were on the battlefield, the more relaxed he would be. He naturally welcomed Miyu's arrival. Miyu did not answer Jiraiya's words immediately, but glanced around. Jiraiya, who understood Miyu's meaning, went into the tent used for meetings with Miyu to communicate alone. It's not a mission, it's a private matter related to you, Jiraiya-sama, Miyu said. Oh, what is it that requires you to come to the front line to find me, Miyu? Jiraiya asked in confusion. For a moment, he couldn't think of what kind of private matter could make Miyu come all the way to the battlefield. An angel from the future, he really wants to see you. Miyu didn't act as a riddler, and directly told about the existence of Uzumaki Naruto. An angel from the future? I didn't expect you to be so humorous, Miyu. Jiraiya laughed and said. But then Jiraiya's smile gradually became smaller and then disappeared, because Miyu's expression didn't change at all, and she didn't look like she was joking at all. In fact, Jiraiya felt that Miyu wouldn't be bored enough to make such a joke, but this matter was indeed a little hard to believe. This is not the same as prophecy. If you can travel through time and space at will, wouldn't history be messed up? Who is he? Since you want me to meet him, he must have a name, Jiraiya asked calmly. Uzumaki Naruto, the future Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is the future Kakashi's disciple. Miyu thought for a while and answered, Uzumaki, Jinchuriki? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. At present, there is only one person with the surname Uzumaki in Konoha, and that is Minato's girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina. But this Uzumaki Naruto may not be related to Minato and the others. After all, Minato's descendants should have the surname Namikaze. Maybe they are from the Uzumaki clan who survived and joined Konoha. But the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is worth Jiraiya's deep thought. Jinchuriki will only be replaced in one situation, that is, the death of the previous Jinchuriki, that is, Kushina's death, and then it will be the turn of this Uzumaki Naruto. I think he may be Minato's child. Miyu said his guess. He knows a ninjutsu, which is the ninjutsu that Minato is developing, and he also looks a bit like Minato. Now Uzumaki Naruto himself doesn't know that his father is Namikaze Minato, so Miyu can only say that this is his guess. Jiraiya frowned. He looks like Minato and knows the ninjutsu that Minato is developing. His surname is Uzumaki, which is almost a confirmation. If it is just the first two items, then it can also be applied to Miyu. After all, the current Rasengan is nominally developed by him and Minato together, but this Uzumaki surname has nothing to do with Miyu. The war is at a critical moment. I can't leave, Jiraiya said after sorting out his thoughts. Miyu didn't say anything. There is a way to see him, and it won't delay the battlefield. He believes Jiraiya can think of it. Let my shadow clone go with you. After saying that, Jiraiya made a seal and split a shadow clone. The saying I can't clone is not true in Naruto, because people here can really clone. I'm stuck today. I've been procrastinating for a long time and only wrote 5k. Chapter 389, A Master-Disciple Meeting Across Time and Space. At night, Miyu interrogated in Lushan alone. Tell me the secret method of absorbing the power of the dragon vein, and I can let you die easily, Miyu said calmly. In Lushan's value to him was only this. Ha ha ha. What? So you also want to get the power of the dragon vein? In Lushan laughed. In such a situation, he had already been desperate and thought that he would die, but he didn't expect to have another chance to survive. Although Miyu's words were very cruel, In Lushan didn't care. He understood Miyu, who was a person who pursued power. Let me go, and then we will kill the Queen of Lulan together. Her daughter can also control the power of the dragon vein, and it is easier to control than her. At that time, I can give you 60% of the dragon vein power, and I will only take 40%. In Lushan made a suggestion in a tempting tone. You are so powerful. If you absorb so much dragon vein power, you will definitely be invincible in the ninja world. At that time, you will be the only king in the ninja world. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are the second Six Paths sage. If Muyu agrees to his conditions, In-Lushan will indeed teach Muyu the secret method of absorbing dragon vein energy. Of course, In-Lushan is not so good, only half of his words are true. If Muyu really dares to use an ordinary body to absorb dragon vein energy with secret methods, she will only suck herself to death in the end. At that time, In-Lushan does not need to do anything. When Muyu dies, she can receive the dragon vein energy in his body. You still want 40%? Muyu smiled and looked at In-Lushan. He felt that In-Lushan was also quite dreamy. He dared to ask for 40% and 60% in this situation. Then you get 80% and I get 20%. It can't be less. This is my bottom line. In-Lushan said in a deep voice. In fact, it is not a problem for him to take 0.50%. After all, he has to return it after Muyu dies, but he is worried that Muyu will find out the flaw. I don't have time to play games with you. If you don't want to tell me, I'll have to use ninjutsu to find it in your memory. Muyu put away his smile and looked at In-Lushan expressionlessly. It was impossible for Muyu to believe In-Lushan. How could he pretend to be nice to In-Lushan when he had such a great advantage? When he was brushing the intermediate class rewards, Muyu brushed out the secret method of the Yamanaka clan, but because of his low proficiency, Muyu was not sure to find the information he wanted accurately. Moreover, In-Lushan's current state is a bit special. Strictly speaking, In-Lushan is no longer a human being. Muyu is not sure whether the secret method can still work. If you can do it, just come on. In-Lushan was not submissive for a while. It is a very rare secret method to directly obtain information from the ninja's brain. He didn't believe that Muyu happened to know it, and it was also a question whether he could see it in his current state. Muyu didn't talk nonsense with In-Lushan, left some torturous arrangements and left. If In-Lushan is willing to tell it himself, that would be great. If In-Lushan is unwilling to say it, then Muyu will wait until he is mentally weak and use the secret method to invade. In the following time, Muyu's actions were similar to those in Konoha, either teaching or researching. However, due to time factors, Muyu temporarily gave up the sealing technique and concentrated on studying yang breathing. With the bonus of class, plus Muyu's full efforts to develop it, the progress of yang breathing was very gratifying soon, and there was hope that it could be practiced effectively. At this time, Jiraiya arrived in Lulin. After Muyu's shadow clone entered Lulin with Jiraiya's shadow clone, he directly released himself, leaving only a flying thunder god kunai on the ground. Of course, Muyu couldn't go to find Jiraiya in person. After Uzumaki Naruto made his request, he immediately sent a shadow clone to find Jiraiya. This would not delay his progress in developing yang breathing and would allow Naruto to see Jiraiya faster. After receiving the memory of the shadow clone, Muyu immediately used Flying Thunder God to teleport to Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya. Muyu greeted Jiraiya with a warm smile. Muyu, you have also learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya looked at Muyu in surprise. Flying Thunder God is not an ordinary ninjutsu. It is ridiculously difficult. In Jiraiya's memory, only Minato Namikaze has learned it since the second Hokage Senjutsu Bairama developed it. He didn't expect Muyu to become the third person so quickly. Well, I have to thank Minato for his guidance. Without him, I definitely wouldn't be able to master the Flying Thunder God technique so quickly. Muyu smiled and nodded. After a while of greetings, Muyu didn't say much nonsense. He used Flying Thunder God to go to Uzumaki Naruto and brought him to Jiraiya. Brother Muyu, what's wrong? Uzumaki Naruto originally wanted to ask Muyu what happened so suddenly, but when he saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of him, he was speechless. He said familiar because the other party's white hair, the marks on his eyes, and the temperament on his body proved that this was the lustful immortal he missed so much. But at the same time, Uzumaki Naruto felt very strange, because the lecherous sage in front of him was not wearing the red robe that never changed, but gray plate armor instead, and there was no wrinkle on his face, which was quite different from the lecherous sage he remembered. Looking at the young version of Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto felt a sense of disharmony. He was a traveler who did not belong to this time and space. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto tried to control his emotions, so that his eyes would not be so red, his eyes would not be so wet, and his tone would not be so choked. The lecherous sage at this time did not know him, and if he was too excited, it would cause trouble for the other party. "Are you Uzumaki Naruto? How rude. Either call me Jiraiya-sama or Toad Sage." Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "It does look a bit similar to Minato, plus the surname of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Uzumaki." After a few glances, Jiraiya confirmed Muyu's guess in his heart. "But aren't you the lecherous sage?" Uzumaki Naruto wiped his eyes and said confidently, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you, a little brat." Uzumaki Naruto's performance reminded Jiraiya of someone. "I heard from Muyu that you wanted to see me for something," Jiraiya said as he walked towards Lulan Street. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed, and he remembered something and clenched his fists, nodding heavily. "I am a ninja from the future." Uzumaki Naruto followed Jiraiya and said, "So, what do you want?" Jiraiya's eyes widened instantly when he saw the beautiful woman wearing traditional Lulan costumes on Lulan Street. Looking at Jiraiya's nonchalant look, Naruto scratched his head. This reaction was too bland. "Don't you want to ask me about the future?" "About you?" Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help asking. Obito and the others knew that he was a ninja from the future, but they ran to their room overnight to ask. "No," Jiraiya answered very straightforwardly. "If you know everything about your future life, then life will lack a lot of fun." Although Jiraiya is willing to run around for a long time for the predictions of the great Toad Sage, that is different from knowing one's own future. "And you told me the future directly, aren't you worried about history changing? You might just disappear." Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto seriously. "As long as history is heading in a good direction, it doesn't matter if it changes. Even if I am not in the good future, I will be happy." Uzumaki Naruto looked directly into Jiraiya's eyes and said solemnly, "If Muyu, the fourth generation Fire, Obito, Jiraiya and others all survived in the future, Uzumaki Naruto felt that it would be worth it even if he disappeared." "Who do you think you are? You dare to be so arrogant with the tone of a kid who is not yet an adult. No one needs you to sacrifice, and no one needs you to save." Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and said, after communicating with Uzumaki Naruto to this point, Jiraiya could probably guess that his future would not be too good, but Jiraiya still didn't want to know his future. What a joke. He is Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, the Toad Sage of Miyabaka Mountain. He needs a ninja from the future to sacrifice himself to save him? Damn it. Don't underestimate me. I don't know how many missions I have completed and how many opponents I have defeated, Uzumaki Naruto said unconvinced. At the first sight of Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto felt that Jiraiya was so young that he felt unfamiliar, but after communicating with him, Uzumaki Naruto was sure that this was the lecherous sage he was familiar with. He spoke so irritatingly and was so lecherous. Who else could it be but the lecherous sage? "Really? I see that you don't even have a Chunin vest. You are not even a Chunin yet, right?" Jiraiya said jokingly. "Chunin vests are not required, and there are Chunins who don't wear them." Uzumaki Naruto wanted to continue to refute, but after thinking carefully, his face froze. He seemed to be a genin. Uzumaki Naruto's performance made Jiraiya laugh. It was rare for him to be a genin at this age. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar released this novel for the first time. Uzumaki Naruto showed an indignant expression on his face, and then he rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. "It doesn't matter what the ninja level is. I have a very strong ninjutsu to teach you. It is really strong and powerful," Uzumaki Naruto said and pulled Jiraiya to a corner. Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto gathered a lot of chakra in his palm, and then formed a high-speed rotating chakra ball. With a loud bang, Uzumaki Naruto directly smashed the ball in his hand to the ground, making a hole. After performing the Rasengan, Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on his hips and looked at Jiraiya proudly and said, "I said it was very strong." He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto was looking forward to the scene of Jiraiya and him learning Rasengan. He would do everything Jiraiya did to him. "Just give me 150,000 ryo and treat me to ramen 10 times and I will teach you. It's really powerful." Jiraiya recognized the power of the Rasengan, with his eyesight, it is not difficult to see that this is a simple but complex and powerful ninjutsu. But I don't want to learn it. Then Jiraiya simply rejected Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, why? Naruto's jaw dropped in surprise, and he asked Jiraiya in confusion, because you look too arrogant. Jiraiya touched his chin and said, this was of course a joke. In fact, Jiraiya did not want to change history. Jiraiya came to see Uzumaki Naruto not because Uzumaki Naruto came from the future, but because Uzumaki Naruto was related to Minato and to his future self. He just came to satisfy Uzumaki Naruto's idea, and did not want to know the future, nor did he plan to learn future ninjutsu. Then I don't want money. Just treat me to ramen once. Uzumaki Naruto thought that his request was too high, and immediately cut the conditions in a panic. Of course, he didn't want Jiraiya's money. He just hoped that Jiraiya could learn the Rasengan earlier so that he could become stronger, and the opportunity to eat ramen was just to eat ramen with Jiraiya again. Ramen is not cheap, Jiraiya continued. Then I can treat you? I'll treat you to ramen once, and then you and I can learn the Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto was a little anxious. Jiraiya's eyes swept across Lulan Street, and saw a vendor selling popsicles. His eyes lit up. Forget about ramen. Just treat me to a popsicle. Jiraiya took Naruto to the popsicle vendor. Give me a popsicle. The stall owner immediately handed 2 popsicles to Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto sighed and honestly took out a coin and handed it to the owner. Since Jiraiya didn't want to eat ramen, he just hoped that Jiraiya would remember his words and learn the Rasengan. At this time, Jiraiya broke the popsicle into 2 and handed one to Uzumaki Naruto. I'll treat you, Jiraiya said with a smile. What do you mean by treating me? I bought it in the first place. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but complain. Even though he complained, Uzumaki Naruto took the popsicle handed over by Jiraiya and put it in his mouth as soon as possible. Jiraiya didn't eat it right away, but asked Naruto with a smile, is it delicious? Yeah, it's delicious. Uzumaki Naruto smiled happily and nodded. Although it was just the simplest popsicle, at this moment, its deliciousness in Uzumaki Naruto's heart could even be compared to Muyu's cooking. No matter what happens, you must face it bravely. Don't give up or escape. As long as you are determined to pursue your dreams, you will definitely have a chance to realize them. Jiraiya suddenly said after taking a few bites of the popsicle. He didn't know what Uzumaki Naruto had experienced, but he could see that the child was very lacking in love and trusted him very much. Thank you for the popsicle. I don't need to learn ninjutsu. The chakra of this shadow clone is almost enough. As the first person to fight with shadow clones, Uzumaki Naruto certainly knew what Jiraiya meant. He looked anxious and wanted to warn Jiraiya not to explore the information, but Jiraiya seemed to have predicted Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts and covered Uzumaki Naruto's mouth with his hand. Jiraiya didn't use much strength, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't dare to struggle hard, because he was worried that hurting the shadow clone would make Jiraiya disappear immediately. Jiraiya quickly finished the popsicle and put his hand on Uzumaki Naruto's head. If I accept a disciple again in the future, I will train him to be as good as you. Jiraiya laughed twice and released his shadow clone. He didn't have much contact with Uzumaki Naruto, but he was very satisfied with his performance. Lecherous sage, don't. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand to grab Jiraiya, but he only grabbed the popsicle stick that fell. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the ground where Jiraiya just stood. If he hadn't been holding the popsicle stick that still had a hint of coolness in his hand, he would have thought it was a dream. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto could no longer control his emotions. His vision gradually blurred and tears flowed uncontrollably. He really wanted Jiraiya to survive. Chapter 390 The Unexpected Effect of Dragon Vein Energy. Uzumaki Naruto stayed where he was, and it took him a long time to react. Then he wandered aimlessly on the streets of Lulan. How he wished that Jiraiya was just playing a joke on him, and that Jiraiya didn't leave, but just hid nearby with ninjutsu. Why is this happening? Wouldn't it be better if we just knew the future? Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself with a dazed look on his face. Uzumaki Naruto thought it was easy to change Jiraiya's future, because he knew the cause and effect of Jiraiya's death and the time. It's obvious that just not going to investigate the intelligence would be enough. "Do you want to eat ramen?" Miyu suddenly appeared beside the distraught Naruto and asked. "Eat." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Miyu and answered subconsciously. Miyu took Uzumaki Naruto back to the rental house quickly. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto walked in, he smelled a strong fragrance. He looked at the dining table, where 2 large bowls of steaming ramen were already placed. Uzumaki Naruto was attracted by the fragrance and walked to the dining table. He found that the ramen happened to be his favorite pork miso barbecued pork ramen. "I'm not sure if the ramen here in Lulan tastes the same as in Konoha, so I made it myself." Miyu sat next to Uzumaki Naruto and explained. Looking at the gentle smile on Miyu's face, Uzumaki Naruto felt warm in his heart. Although he was indoors, he felt as warm as if he were basking in the sun. Uzumaki Naruto thanked Miyu and said, "I'm ready to eat," and then picked up his chopsticks to taste this extremely tempting ramen. As the extremely delicious ramen entered his mouth, Uzumaki Naruto felt as if he was basking in the sun on an extremely fresh beach, and his whole body was extremely warm. After eating a few mouthfuls of ramen, Uzumaki Naruto drank a mouthful of soup, and the warmth on his body became even stronger. If this were normal, Uzumaki Naruto would immediately praise the deliciousness of Miyu's ramen with excitement. But when he thought that Jiraiya might still die, this extremely delicious ramen seemed to lose some of its color. "Brother Miyu, the lecherous sage is very strange, right?" Uzumaki Naruto suddenly said while eating. "He always brags about his reputation, but he can't change his lustful habits. When he taught me ninjutsu, he always let me practice alone, and then went out to play. He knew it was dangerous but still tried to go alone to explore intelligence. He bought the popsicles with my money, but he said he would treat me." Uzumaki Naruto kept complaining about Jiraiya's various bad habits, as if he had a grudge against Jiraiya. But Uzumaki Naruto's gradually moist eyes proved his true feelings. Miyu sighed slightly, put her hand on Uzumaki Naruto's head and stroked it twice without saying anything. The reality is extremely cruel. Even if Uzumaki Naruto told Jiraiya everything, the Jiraiya in this world survived, but the Jiraiya in the world where Uzumaki Naruto was still not resurrected, because they are not in different times, but in 2 different worlds. After telling everything, Uzumaki Naruto felt much better, and the ramen in his mouth regained its original deliciousness. "This is really the best ramen I've ever eaten, better than Uncle Akiraku's ramen." After eating, Uzumaki Naruto was still savoring the taste of the ramen he had just eaten. Everything was just right. Although Uzumaki Naruto liked Akiraku ramen very much, he had to admit that the taste of the ramen made by Miyu had reached the extreme of ramen. He felt that there would never be a ramen that tasted better than this. "Just eat it if you like it," Miyu said with a smile. Looking at Miyu's smiling face, and thinking of Yamato's previous speculation about Miyu, Uzumaki Naruto's heart was dark again. He felt that this was really unfair. Why couldn't people like Jiraiya and Miyu survive to the end? "Brother Miyu, if we go back, is it possible to come back again?" Uzumaki Naruto asked. He didn't know the principle of their time travel, but Uzumaki Naruto really wanted to go back and travel again. He wanted to find Kakashi teacher to ask clearly, bring all the causes of death of everyone to the past, and then let Miyu and the others survive. "It's possible, but it should be difficult." Miyu thought for a while and answered. It was difficult for Miyu to answer this question, because he did not understand the mechanism of the dragon vein that allowed people to travel through time and space and through the world. Maybe Uzumaki Naruto would only travel to another parallel world if he triggered the power of the dragon vein, or he might really travel back to the past of their world. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became firm. Since it was possible, he must try it. "Brother Miyu, let's continue the class," Uzumaki Naruto said. Not only did he need to solve things in the past, but there were also many problems waiting for him to solve in his own time, such as the Akatsuki organization and the defected Sasuke. If he wanted to solve these problems, he needed stronger strength. Miyu smiled and nodded, and took Uzumaki Naruto back to continue the class. Although Uzumaki Naruto only needed to follow the steps to become the savior of the ninja world, if he mastered the yang breathing, his road would be less bumpy. Uzumaki Naruto did not tell about his visit to Jiraiya, But Yamato noticed that Uzumaki Naruto had become a little different after he came back. Yamato did not ask Uzumaki Naruto about the specific matters, but practiced as usual. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto was definitely in a bad mood now. How could a ninja like Jiraiya-sama accept this kind of help? Yamato sighed inwardly. When Uzumaki Naruto said he wanted to meet Jiraiya, Yamato guessed that this would be the outcome, but he couldn't stop Uzumaki Naruto. It was not Uzumaki Naruto's style not to try such an opportunity. During the break, Yamato racked his brains to think of all kinds of funny jokes, trying to make Uzumaki Naruto happier. Unfortunately, Yamato's face was not suitable for telling jokes. No matter how funny the jokes were, they would only become cold jokes when told by him. Could wood release affect the humor cells in the body? Obito thought seriously. I don't think so. It's just that the level of joke telling is too bad. Kakashi commented. Kakashi, how can you say that? This is your future junior. Obito seemed to be speaking for Yamato. Well, it should be that he doesn't have many friends and no one to tell jokes to, so his joke-telling level is too bad. Kakashi commented again. Yamato, hard fist. He really wanted to beat up the two people in front of him. Why did they attack him in unison? Don't say that about Captain Yamato. Uzumaki Naruto stood up to speak for Yamato, but what Uzumaki Naruto said next made Yamato unable to hold back. He's just a little stupid. Uzumaki Naruto said seriously. Yamato covered his face speechlessly. Oh no, he made a joke of himself. Yamato's face flushed, and then he said some difficult words, such as people's appearance is not determined by nature and Anbu Ninja, which made everyone laugh. For a while, the air became cheerful. Although he sacrificed himself, Yamato felt that it was not a big loss when he saw Naruto smiling. After a short break, several people quickly returned to training. The most important thing about water escape is the change of chakra form. Don't stick to one form, Muyu said to Yamato. You use the water wall. Yamato nodded and made a seal to condense chakra, then quickly converted all the chakra into water attribute chakra to create a water wall from bottom to top to block in front of him. Such a water wall can only block attacks from one side, but if you use it like me, you can block attacks from all directions, Muyu said and began to demonstrate the seal. Water escape middle. Water wall. Muyu spit out a huge amount of water from her mouth, and the water flow quickly rotated around Muyu and quickly formed an airtight water cover to cover Muyu and Yamato. Yamato also tried it according to Muyu's process, but failed because of insufficient ability to change form. Muyu was not surprised by this. This is not something that can be mastered at once. It requires long-term practice and certain talents. Ninjutsu is not plasticine. Ninjas can rub it into any shape they want. Just like Yamato did not use the tree world birth. Could it be that he didn't like to use it, or he couldn't use it? Try to use water escape while using water breathing. Muyu continued to teach. Yamato has only been practicing water breathing for a short time, and his proficiency has just broken 10. So he can only use it barely. Yamato used the water array wall again according to Muyu's instructions. Although it still didn't work, it felt a little different from before. Lecture completed. Evaluation. S. Awards. Yang attribute chakra nature change +8. Yang breathing +3. Water attribute chakra nature change +2. Water breathing +1. Chakra form change ability slightly increased. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. After the end of the day's course, Muyu had a lot more thoughts about yang breathing in his mind. I don't know if it's because Uzumaki Naruto has accumulated a lot of experience, but today yang breathing gave a little more experience than usual. Usually it is stable at 2 points. But there is no change in other aspects. As the development progress of yang breathing gradually moved towards a prototype that can be practiced, Inlushan finally couldn't stand Muyu's torture and told Muyu his secret method of absorbing dragon veins. All the power of the dragon vein belongs to you. Just let me go. Inlushan begged. Muyu looked at Inlushan with indifferent eyes, and then read the secret method written by Inlushan himself. It seems that I am still too kind to you. Muyu sighed, walked out of the place where Inlushan was imprisoned and increased his strength. In fact, he didn't know whether the secret method written by Inlushan was true or false. After all, This was an area he was not good at, but this did not prevent Muyu from doubting Enlushan. Facing people like Enlushan, Muyu would not show any mercy, and he would not feel guilty if he was wrong. This guy has not become a rebel yet. He must be planning something. Enlushan was dumbfounded when he looked at the ruthless Muyu. Muyu gave him the feeling that he was not a stable and dutiful ninja at all. After leaving the place of imprisonment, Muyu went to see the Queen of Lulan. Because Muyu helped Lulan solve a huge problem, the Queen of Lulan agreed to let Muyu control the Dragon Vein ability for him to study. But this time it was different from Enlushan. The Queen of Lulan would only control a little bit of the Dragon Vein power to Muyu for him to study. If Muyu hadn't already known about the existence of the Dragon Vein, the Queen really didn't want to agree to Muyu's request. She was worried that Muyu would become the next Enlushan. With the help of the Queen, Muyu's research on the Dragon Vein became smoother. To solve the chakra problem, we still need to brush more rewards and develop the Yang Seal. The more Muyu studied the Dragon Vein, the more he felt that the Dragon Vein energy could not be directly put into the body as a power bank like the tailed beast. This thing was too dangerous. However, Muyu found another use for the Dragon Vein energy, strengthening the chakra armor. After Muyu sealed the Dragon Vein energy into the chakra armor of the Snow Country, the armor's power increase in ninjutsu was greatly improved. However, this improvement still has an upper limit. Muyu tried to exert the perfect level nature change fire escape ninjutsu with all his strength, and the increase in the chakra armor became negligible. However, this is still a good discovery. Muyu can't use it, but he can give it to Kakashi and others. Brother Muyu, I seem to feel the difference you mentioned. At noon on the first day of formally practicing yang breathing, Uzumaki Naruto said to Muyu with a happy face. Muyu used the appraisal technique to take a look at Uzumaki Naruto. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Skill, yang breathing, 1/100th. I don't know whether it is because he has learned the theory for a long time or because of his own talent, but Uzumaki Naruto progressed very quickly and became proficient in just a few hours. Uzumaki Naruto, who found the right way to practice, directly used the shadow clone practice method and created more than 20 shadow clones to practice yang breathing together. After practicing for a period of time, Uzumaki Naruto cancelled the shadow clones and sorted out the practice memory. In Muyu's appraisal, Uzumaki Naruto's breathing method proficiency soared to 6 points. Although more than 20 shadow clones could not bring Uzumaki Naruto more than 20 times the practice speed, the practice efficiency was indeed exaggerated. Muyu had expected this. In the original novel, it didn't take Naruto long to develop S-level wind escape from knowing nothing about the changes in the nature of wind-attributed chakra. It can only be said that Naruto is really open compared to ordinary ninjas. On the second day of Uzumaki Naruto's formal practice of yang breathing, his proficiency had surpassed Yamato, who had first practiced water breathing, and he could initially use breathing to enhance his strength in battle. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Muyu stopped the training of Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi and asked them to conduct combat training. Kakashi and the other two were very motivated. It had been a long time since their first battle. Although they could not defeat Uzumaki Naruto, they would definitely not lose as badly as before. Uzumaki Naruto was also very happy. In addition to learning the theory of yang breathing in class, Muyu also taught him a lot of physical skills. This was a good opportunity for him to test the results of his training. This time, Uzumaki Naruto did not directly use the Shadow Clone Human C tactics, but first fought 1 against 3. In this month, Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode has made great progress, and he can also clap his hands like Muyu and use whatever ninjutsu he wants. During the battle, Obito directly transformed into a fire turret and released several powerful fire jutsu, causing Naruto a lot of trouble. Kakashi's speed became faster, and the powerful lightning slash forced Uzumaki Naruto to split a large number of shadow clones to distract Kakashi's attention. The strange power displayed by Nohara Rin reminded Uzumaki Naruto of Sakura. Watching the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and his friends, Yamato couldn't help but nod his head. Everyone had visible progress. Yamato glanced in the direction of Muyu, and admired Muyu's teaching skills in his heart. This look made Yamato a little confused. To Miyu seniors, Yamato realized that there was a man standing next to Miyu who looked very similar to Miyu. Noticing Yamato's sight, Namikaze Minato turned his head and smiled at Yamato. After seeing Namikaze Minato's face clearly, Yamato instantly confirmed that this was the fourth generation Hokage. Miyu wore black framed glasses, while Minato didn't wear glasses. Based on this, Yamato could still distinguish them well. Yamato could understand Obito's feelings to some extent. They looked so similar and had similar temperaments. No one would doubt that they were brothers. "Do you want me to stop?" Miyu asked. "No need. The battle is almost over." Minato smiled and shook his head. Although Obito in the flame-breathing chakra mode and Kakashi who opened the transparent world were both strong, they could not maintain it for too long. Uzumaki Naruto was different. As long as he did not use the Rasen Shuriken, his chakra was sufficient. But Uzumaki Naruto would definitely not use the Rasen Shuriken in the training battle, which would really kill people. "Brother Naruto, you are stronger after all." Obito was convinced of his defeat. Kakashi took a few deep breaths and thought that they were still far from such a powerful Jonin. "After all, I am so much older than you." Naruto scratched his head and smiled. After a very harmonious post-war discussion, Uzumaki Naruto looked back at Miyu, wanting to know what Miyu thought, and then saw Namikaze Minato standing next to Miyu and smiling at him. Chapter 391 Father and son reunited across time and space. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto forgot what he was going to say. He stared at Minato Namikaze in a daze. It was very strange. Uzumaki Naruto felt very strange. It was obviously the first time they met, but he felt an unprecedented intimacy from this man who was very similar to Miyu. "Are you the fourth Hokage?" Uzumaki Naruto asked subconsciously. "No, I am Minato Namikaze. Besides, the village has only been passed down to the third generation now," Minato replied with a smile. Yamato looked at Uzumaki Naruto speechlessly. "This is not the first day of the time travel. Why is it still like this?" Uzumaki Naruto chuckled and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Why is the fourth generation here?" Yamato wondered and looked at Kakashi and the others. He thought it was possible that Kakashi and the others contacted Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato Namikaze was one of the people they wanted to save. If Minato Namikaze knew the future and then saved himself, the success rate of the operation would be greatly improved. "Minato teacher, why are you here in Lulan? Did you accept the mission?" Obito asked curiously, patting the dust off his body. Although Yamato's guess was well-founded, it was unfortunately wrong. Obito and the others didn't know why Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared in Lulan. "No, I came here for a personal matter." Minato thought for a while and said. It was Miyu who asked him to come, but unlike Jiraiya, Minato came here in person, not as a shadow clone. Miyu and the others had been in Lulan for a while, and Minato had just completed his mission during this period, so he came here in person. The first time he saw Uzumaki Naruto, Minato knew that Miyu's guess was correct. Uzumaki Naruto was his child, the surname of the Uzumaki clan, the face that was somewhat similar to his, the feeling of blood relationship, and the fact that Uzumaki Naruto even had his chakra in his body. Who else could it be but his child? "Your battle just now was very exciting. It can be seen that you have been practicing very hard during this period, and you have improved a lot." Minato praised Obito and the others without hesitation. "Obito, your fire escape is not only more powerful, but also more flexible than before. Kakashi, although you are very fast, you also cooperate well with your companions. Zealand, you." Namikaze Minato praised the three disciples one by one. Obito, Kakashi and Noharlin looked at each other, and each of them had a unique smile on their faces. Obito smiled the most directly. Kakashi could only see a hint of smile from his eyes because of the mask, and Noharlin smiled the most gently. Their inner thoughts of changing history became more determined. How could they let a good teacher like Minato die because of the rampage of the Nine Tails? "What about me?" Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. "Whether it is the amount of chakra, combat experience, or the ability to seize opportunities, you can be called excellent. You are already an excellent ninja." Minato looked into Naruto's eyes and smiled warmly. For some reason, Uzumaki Naruto felt particularly happy to be praised by Namikaze Minato. Brother Minato, do you think I can become Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto asked Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato looked at each other with curiosity, wondering how Namikaze Minato would answer his question. Although many things have happened, Uzumaki Naruto's goal has not changed. Until now, he still wants to become Hokage. However, compared with before, he has indeed matured a little. He no longer believes that becoming a Hokage can be recognized by everyone. Only those who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. The selection of Hokage is decided by the whole village. My words are nothing. Namikaze Minato thought for a while and said, but then the tone changed. But if you want me to say, if you want to become Hokage, you must be prepared for the corresponding awareness. No matter what setbacks and difficulties you encounter, you must not give up. If you work hard to the end, you will have the hope of becoming Hokage. Namikaze Minato can be sure that Uzumaki Naruto is his child, but he will not ignore the reality and say that Uzumaki Naruto will definitely become Hokage. He just watched a battle of Uzumaki Naruto and knew about Uzumaki Naruto's ability in ninja, but he didn't know what kind of person Uzumaki Naruto is and what kind of ninja he is. I will definitely work hard to the end. Doing what I say is my ninja way, Uzumaki Naruto said with a bright smile. After that, Uzumaki Naruto threw himself into training again. It was still early, and they usually practiced until 5:30 in the afternoon. Kakashi and others also quickly entered the state of training. If they wanted to change the future, strong strength was indispensable. Don't tell it? Miyu asked. He thought Minato should have recognized it. Since he doesn't know me, there is no need. It will only bring him more distress. Namikaze Minato silently watched Uzumaki Naruto and shook his head slightly. It is true that Uzumaki Naruto is his child, but Uzumaki Naruto is his future child. Since Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know him, there is only one possibility. He died before Uzumaki Naruto can remember, and it is not an ordinary death. There are many implications. Even Kushina may have died with him. If it was just an ordinary death, even if he died, Uzumaki Naruto would know that he was his father from the photos he left and other people's oral accounts. What is the performance of Uzumaki Naruto? He knows that there is such a person as him, but he does not know the relationship between them. Minato does not want to speculate too much about the future. He is not prepared to guess why he died. He just thinks that if they recognize each other here, Naruto will be very painful when he returns to the original world. Although they are father and son, they are people from different times, and the time they can spend together is very short. Uzumaki Naruto, who has never felt the love of his father, may have become accustomed to that kind of life. Namikaze Minato does not want to pull Naruto, who can already endure the darkness, into a short period of light and then let him return to endless darkness. The only thing Namikaze Minato can do is to take good care of Naruto Uzumaki before he goes back. After all, this is his child. It's very much your style. Namikaze Minato's answer was expected by Miyu. Minato is a very gentle person. Although recognizing each other can bring temporary joy and warmth to Naruto, he will experience longer pain after returning. So Miyu has long anticipated Minato's choice. Namikaze Minato smiled and thanked him. I'm sorry for troubling you during this period of time. You have taken care of Obito and Naruto for so long. It's nothing to me, but Minato, you have to hurry up. They will go back in a week. Miyu replied. Uzumaki Naruto and his friends have been here for quite some time. Since time travel is too mysterious, Miyu doesn't know what the situation will be like when Uzumaki Naruto goes back. Will he go back to the moment of time travel or will it change according to the time on Miyu's side? In order to prevent Uzumaki Naruto from fighting with pain as soon as he goes back, Miyu doesn't plan to let Uzumaki Naruto stay too long. If Namikaze Minato hadn't come, Miyu would have arranged for them to go back immediately after Uzumaki Naruto learned the yang breathing. Namikaze Minato nodded and said that he would take care of Uzumaki Naruto as much as possible in this week. After the training, Miyu made another sumptuous dinner. I don't know whether it's because of Namikaze Minato's identity as the future 4th generation Hokage or because of blood connection. Uzumaki Naruto is very curious about Namikaze Minato. He kept asking Namikaze Minato all kinds of questions before and after the meal. In response to this, Minato Namikaze also answered Uzumaki Naruto very patiently, without showing a trace of impatience. This made Uzumaki Naruto have a better impression of Minato Namikaze, and the image of the fourth Hokage in his mind gradually became fuller. Even because Minato Namikaze was too good to Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato felt something was wrong. He had heard that the fourth Hokage was easygoing, but this was a bit too easygoing. He had only known Uzumaki Naruto for a few days, but he could meet all of Uzumaki Naruto's requirements. Uzumaki Naruto casually said that he wanted to eat ramen in the middle of the night, and soon Minato came over with steaming ramen. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to have combat training with Minato Namikaze, and Minato Namikaze readily agreed and told Uzumaki Naruto his shortcomings while fighting. Moreover, since Minato Namikaze came, Naruto, who liked to move around when sleeping, never had his quilt fall to the ground again. Uzumaki Naruto, who was a bit nervous, didn't feel anything about this, but Yamato, who slept in the same room with Uzumaki Naruto, felt something was wrong. Yamato had some guesses but didn't make them public. After all, Minato Namikaze, the person involved, chose to keep silent. As an outsider, he couldn't just say something. On the last day, since Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were going back to their original time and space at night, Miyu didn't let them practice that day, but let them enjoy life. Uzumaki Naruto suggested to take a good look around Lulin. After hearing this, Minato Namikaze said that he also had this plan. Naruto, you go and play first. I have something to do here. I'll go and take a look by myself later, Yamato said after thinking. It's the same here. In order to prevent Obito from talking nonsense, Kakashi directly helped Obito. He was smart and saw something, so he wanted to let Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki spend some time together on the last day. Anyway, they are not time travelers. If they want to play in Lulin, they have plenty of time. Obito wanted to say something, but in the end he shut up at the signal of Kakashi's eyes. Is that so? Then, Minato and I will go out to play first. Uzumaki Naruto didn't think about it, and went out with Minato Namikaze with a smile. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto and the others went out, Obito looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction and said, Kakashi, what do you mean? Naruto will go back tonight. Shouldn't we play with him? We have been with him for so long. One day less is nothing. But it's different with Minato teacher. Kakashi explained briefly but didn't elaborate. Obito hated Kakashi's riddle-like look, but at this moment he had to nod vaguely as if he knew it, because Obito saw that the other people at the scene did not show any doubts. If he continued to ask, wouldn't it make him look stupid? Then Miyu also left. He had a lot of things to do and couldn't be idle. Since you're leaving soon, Yamato, you can recall if there is anything important in the future that you don't say. Obito looked at Yamato and asked after thinking of something. Since he often forgets various things, Obito, who judges others by himself, is worried that Yamato has also forgotten to tell him information. Important information. Yamato showed a hint of hesitation, thinking about it carefully. He really has not told him an important thing related to Obito, that is, the Uchiha clan genocide. I have already said so much, there is no need to hide it anymore, Kakashi said in cooperation. The Uchiha clan will be genocide, and there are only two survivors. One is Uchiha Itachi who genocide the clan with his own hands, and the other is his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke, Yamato said quickly. Yamato's words were very brief, but they brought great shock to the people present. The Uchiha clan was genocide by a guy named Uchiha Itachi. Obito was very shocked. Although it was the first time he heard the name Uchiha Itachi, Obito remembered him deeply in his mind. Obito did not have much family honor, because he had few friends in the Uchiha clan, and the only clan meeting he had attended also left him with a very bad impression. But knowing that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated, Obito would still be angry. After all, this was his clan, and he didn't want his friends to die. Did he exterminate the Uchiha clan alone, or did someone else help? Kakashi asked with a frown. If it was Uchiha Itachi who exterminated the Uchiha clan alone, then Uchiha Itachi's strength would be too exaggerated. The Uchiha clan is now the strongest ninja clan in Konoha. There are many 3 Magatama Jonin in the clan. It's hard for Kakashi to imagine that such a powerful ninja clan could be exterminated by one person. I don't know the details, but Takaichi's strength is really strong. Senior Kakashi, you were once injured and hospitalized by him, Yamato explained. Kakashi's expression did not change at all. He lost in the past, but he might not lose in the present. I'll go to the clan to ask after I go back. I want to see how strong that guy is now. Obito was going to start investigating things related to Akaichi after he went back. While Obito and his friends were planning to change the future, Uzumaki Naruto was having a great time on the other side. In order to make sure that Uzumaki Naruto has no regrets, Namikaze Minato did enough homework. He inquired about various situations several days in advance and recorded all the fun and delicious things in Lulan. They spent the whole day eating and drinking and having fun, and visited everything from local specialties to unique buildings. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Thank you so much, Brother Minato. Naruto stretched and smiled with a relaxed face. As long as you are happy, Namikaze Minato said with a warm smile. This mission is really great. Not only did I meet the young lecherous immortal, but I also met such good people like Brother Muyu and Brother Minato. Uzumaki Naruto sighed in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto is really satisfied now. The only thing he hopes for is to go back to the past and find that the past has been changed by the efforts of Kakashi and others. Naive kid, why do you think he is so good to you? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt dazed, and a huge cage appeared in front of him. Hey, what do you mean? This was not the first time Uzumaki Naruto came here, so he was not panicked. Instead, he asked the Ninetales with an unhappy face. Humphrey, the Ninetales snorted coldly. Nothing, just telling you that Namikaze Minato is your father, and it was he who sealed me into your body. Oh, so it's your father. After listening carefully to what the Ninetales said, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. This joke is not funny. You'd better explain it to me clearly. Uzumaki Naruto's face turned cold, and he clenched his fists and stared at the Ninetales. As an orphan, Uzumaki Naruto hated it most when others made fun of his father. I have no obligation to explain to you, little brat. The person is right in front of you. Go ask yourself. The Ninetales grinned. He told Uzumaki Naruto the truth not because he was a good fox, but because the Ninetales was very unhappy to see them so happy. The Ninetales annoyed Minato Namikaze's family. Uzumaki Kashina trapped him for so long and stole his chakra. Minato Namikaze split it in two and sealed it in Uzumaki Naruto. As the Ninetales who really watched Naruto grow up, he knew very well what Uzumaki Naruto had experienced since he was a child, and why he had experienced all this. He didn't believe that Naruto would not resent Minato who caused all this. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to continue asking, but in a blink of an eye he woke up again, and what came into his sight was Minato Namikaze who looked at him with concern. Is there a problem with the seal? I feel the Ninetales chakra, Minato Namikaze asked with concern, lifting Naruto's clothes and looking at his abdomen. Seeing the seal on it, Minato Namikaze's eyes flickered and quickly put down Naruto's clothes. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Minato Namikaze's actions. The Ninetales' words kept echoing in his mind. He thought about it carefully and felt that Minato Namikaze was indeed a little abnormal in being good to him. Muyu was also very nice to him. But when they first met, Muyu beat him up. It was only after they got along that Muyu treated him well. But Minato Namikaze was different. As if he wanted to make up for something, Minato Namikaze was very nice to him as soon as they met, and tried his best to meet all his requests. Brother Minato, are you my father? Uzumaki Naruto was a person who didn't like to beat around the bush, so he asked directly. The expression on Minato Namikaze's face froze. Although Naruto Uzumaki's words were very flawed, Minato Namikaze had no intention of complaining. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. It seems that my ability to disguise is very poor. Minato Namikaze sighed helplessly. He didn't expect that he would be exposed on the last day. Minato Namikaze didn't want to recognize Naruto. But when the child asked this kind of question, he couldn't pretend anymore. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Minato blankly. His vision suddenly blurred, and 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto thought a lot. He thought about going to school when he was a child. Other children had their parents to pick them up, but he went to school alone and went home alone. He thought about other children's parents cooking delicious meals, but he could only eat instant noodles by himself. Although Uzumaki Naruto could accept the taste of instant noodles, he also wanted to eat the food made by his parents. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who was crying unconsciously, Namikaze Minato put his hand on Naruto's head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Namikaze Minato didn't know what happened to Uzumaki Naruto, but in terms of the result, he obviously didn't fulfill his father's responsibility in the future. "Did you seal the 9 tails on me?" Uzumaki Naruto continued to ask. "Yes." Namikaze Minato nodded. He just saw the seal on Uzumaki Naruto's body. There is no doubt that it was definitely a sealing technique he cast, but it was his future self. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, and the unfair experience he had in his childhood quickly came to his mind. A series of emotions such as grievance and confusion surged into his heart. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but punched Minato Namikaze. He didn't use chakra in this punch, but only used the strength of his body. However, Uzumaki Naruto's body is not weak. Even Minato Namikaze couldn't help but change his expression slightly after being hit by such a punch. But Minato Namikaze didn't say anything. He was dead in the future, so let him take Naruto's anger on behalf of his future self. Good fight. The 9 tails, who was watching strongly in Naruto's body, was already laughing from ear to ear. This was what he wanted to see. It would be best if Naruto went berserk and the two of them killed one. "Why did you seal the tailed beast in your child?" "Because of the 9 tails. The adults in the village never looked at me well, and the children didn't want to make friends with me." The tears in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes became more and more. He excitedly told Minato Namikaze about his hardships over the years. Minato Namikaze : He should be the first person to pay for the sins he committed in the future. "You have worked hard over the years. I am not a good father. If beating me can make you feel better, you can hit me a few more times." Minato Namikaze stroked Naruto's golden hair and smiled. He didn't know what his future self had the purpose of sealing the 9 tails in his child, but after all, he owed Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists tightly and stared at Minato Namikaze with tearful eyes. "I won't listen to you." Naruto Uzumaki loosened his fists and hugged Minato Namikaze tightly with both hands. He had already vented all his dissatisfaction for more than a decade with the first punch, so how could he bear to hit his father again? But Uzumaki Naruto still had a hard time controlling his emotions, and tears were still flowing down. He had suffered too much. Namikaze Minato gently stroked Naruto Uzumaki's back, quietly waiting for Naruto's emotions to stabilize. "It's boring." The 9 tails in the other world was very disappointed to see this scene. He was ready. If Naruto Uzumaki went berserk, he would directly send all his chakra to help Naruto Uzumaki fight Namikaze Minato. "I'm really looking forward to your expressions when we separate." Thinking that Naruto and Naruto were about to separate, the 9 tails became happy again. The reason why he chose to tell Naruto at this time was because if Naruto Uzumaki and Namikaze Minato did not fight, they would soon be separated, and it would be uncomfortable at that time. "Would you like to have a bowl of ramen? I'll treat you." Seeing that Naruto's emotions were gradually stabilizing, Namikaze Minato asked with a smile, "I'm not going to eat at the store. I want to eat what Brother Muyu made." Uzumaki Naruto wiped his tears and quickly replied. When leaving, one of the things that Uzumaki Naruto was most reluctant to leave was the big bowl of barbecued pork ramen made by Muyu. "Compared to what I make and what's sold in the store outside, Muyu's is indeed better." Namikaze Minato nodded and said. In the past few days, Namikaze Minato tried to learn how to make ramen from Muyu, but it was still far from the taste of Muyu's ramen. Converted to the ninja level, Minato just became a ninja, while Muyu's ramen was already Hokage. "Dad, I want to eat what you make, too. I want to eat 2 bowls." Uzumaki Naruto said with a slightly red face. It was the first time he shouted this word, and he was still a little uncomfortable. Minato was in a very subtle mood, relieved and happy, but also felt a little strange. Then the two returned to the rental house. "Brother Naruto, what's wrong with you? Did you meet an enemy?" Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Uzumaki Naruto, Obito asked with a puzzled look. Kakashi saw the marks of tears on Uzumaki Naruto's clothes and understood something. "No, I had a lot of fun today," Uzumaki Naruto replied. "That's good. I must come and play again if I have a chance," Obito said with a smile. "Well, you guys should also work hard." Uzumaki Naruto nodded heavily. After learning that the fourth Hokage was his father, Uzumaki Naruto hoped that Kakashi and his actions to change history would succeed, so that he would also be a child with a father. "Do you think time travel is a visit from your neighbors?" Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. There was still time to come and play. With Kakashi's words, "It's safe," Obito said happily. According to his previous experience, the final result is usually the opposite of what Kakashi said. Kakashi was too lazy to pay attention to Obito. Time and space are the most difficult part of ninjutsu, and this kind of time travel is unheard of. How could it be so easy to happen? "What flavor of ramen do you want?" asked Minato Namikaze. "Dad, just make me some pork ribs chashu." Uzumaki Naruto thought for a moment and replied. He could eat 2 bowls of ramen of the same flavor happily, but it would be better if they liked both. Namikaze Minato nodded and walked into the kitchen and said something to Miyu, and then the two prepared dinner together. But Minato was more of a helper for Miyu. "Wait, Naruto-sama, what do you call Minato-sama?" Obito thought he had heard it wrong. "Dad, I forgot to tell you, I'm actually his future son," Uzumaki Naruto explained. Yamato and Kakashi were not too surprised. They all had some guesses, but they were still a little shocked to hear Naruto say it himself. Obito looked very shocked and asked in confusion, "Since you're Minato-sama's child, why do you call Uzumaki Naruto instead of Namikaze Naruto?" He really didn't expect that the future ninja who got along well with him was also his teacher's future son. "In this case, isn't it a bit too much for me to call Naruto Big Brother?" "He should call me Big Brother." Obito touched his chin and fell into thought. Kakashi looked at Obito helplessly. He really hoped that Obito would think more before speaking. "I don't know. I have no memory of my family since I can remember." Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Obito covered his mouth with his hand. He only realized now that Namikaze Minato must have died before Uzumaki Naruto could remember. Otherwise how could Uzumaki Naruto call Namikaze Minato his elder brother? "It's okay, it's been more than 10 years. I'm used to it." Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand indifferently. He regretted that he didn't find out earlier that Namikaze Minato was his father, so that he would spend more time communicating with his father. When the dishes and bowls of ramen were served, the sound of communication on the table gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. With the efforts of Uzumaki Naruto, even 2 large bowls of ramen did not consume too much of his time, and he still ate a lot of other dishes of Miyu. "It's delicious." After eating, Uzumaki Naruto touched his bulging belly and said with satisfaction, "It would be nice if I could stay for another day." "Then stay for another day," Miyu said after taking a sip of tea. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Miyu with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. He thought that traveling through time and space was a very serious matter, but it turned out that it could be postponed for another day. "Senior Miyu, is it okay to stay for another day?" Yamato asked uncertainly. "It's okay to stay for another day, but I can't guarantee it if it's more time." Miyu put down the teacup and replied. Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato recognized each other, and Miyu thought it was okay to give them another day of warmth. After all, they had stayed for so many days, and they didn't need this day. "Brother Miyu, you are simply the Miyu Immortal." Uzumaki Naruto decisively joined Obito's Miyu Immortal sect. Uzumaki Naruto was indeed very happy today, but it was impossible for him not to feel sad when he just recognized his father and had to separate. Hearing Miyu say that he could stay for another day, Uzumaki Naruto was really happy. Naruto was unhappy in the space of Naruto for a while. This script was different from what he imagined. Where did this guy come from? Why don't I remember him before? Kyubei was a little puzzled. He had no memory of Miyu. Kyubei closed his eyes when he couldn't figure it out. He didn't bother to care about these things. Namikaze Minato also looked at Miyu very unexpectedly. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. Miyu hadn't told him before that it could be like this. Namikaze Minato guessed that maybe he could extend the time more, but Namikaze Minato didn't ask Miyu. Miyu must have his reasons for doing so. When the real last day came, Namikaze Minato took Uzumaki Naruto to visit Lulin as a father. Because Lulin was not very big, they also visited some places they visited yesterday, but Uzumaki Naruto was still very happy. This was a trip with his father, which was a life he had never experienced before. Naruto, I called you Naruto brother so many times, and now I'm leaving. Why don't you call me Obito brother too? Obito said suddenly before leaving. Although you look older than me, I should be older than you if we count the actual age. Then wait until I'm born and let him call me that, Uzumaki Naruto said with a big laugh. Uzumaki Naruto felt it was weird to call someone who was so much younger than him big brother. He only called the young version of Kakashi little Kakashi teacher. Uzumaki Naruto's words almost made Obito's CPU burn out. It's about to start. Get ready. Miyu put her hand on Lushan and said, Dad, big brother Miyu? Little Kakashi teacher, Obito, Lin goodbye. Uzumaki Naruto made his final farewell. Naruto, goodbye. Namikaze Minato smiled and waved. Bang! Looking at Kakashi's head, Yamato couldn't help but punch him. Kakashi-senpai, I'm sorry, it's your fault for always bullying me. I really can't help it. Yamato apologized with a smile on his face. Kakashi looked at Yamato with a dark face. Yamato, right? He remembered this look and name. You'll suffer in the future. Miyu entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and directly covered Lushan with a fire escape. After Lushan's death, the powerful dragon vein energy in his body burst out, a purple light flashed, and Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato disappeared before his eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Mission Harvest, Obito's Life Mission Settlement. Naruto, how are you? Are you okay? Sakura Haruno asked while shaking the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing the call from his teammates, Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes in a daze, and what came into his sight was Sakura Haruno and Sai, who looked worried. Sakura, are you okay? Seeing the two teammates he hadn't seen for a long time, Uzumaki Naruto asked with concern. What an idiot. What can happen to us? It's you and Captain Yamato who are caught in the dragon vein energy, Sakura Haruno complained speechlessly. Sakura Haruno quickly checked the bodies of Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato and found that both of them were in good health, so she felt relieved. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and laughed. Sakura, you guys should be getting impatient waiting. The centipede has been defeated, we can go back. Uzumaki Naruto was a little embarrassed. They had food and fun in Lulin in the past, but Sakura Haruno and Sai could only wait in the ruins here. Sakura Haruno crossed her arms and looked unhappy. Do you think I am so impatient? I can't even wait a few minutes. A few minutes? Uzumaki Naruto was stunned and looked at Yamato. He remembered that he had been in Lulin for a month. Yamato was also very confused and immediately asked Sakura Haruno to explain the task of hunting down the centipede from her perspective. You and the centipede were enveloped by the dragon vein energy. I was almost affected. Fortunately, Sai rescued in time. After a few minutes, the energy subsided and I only saw you lying on the ground, Sakura Haruno replied. Sai nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with what Sakura Haruno said. Naruto, how come the centipede was defeated? No one saw it. Sakura Haruno was also very confused. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his hair with both hands. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it, and didn't understand what was going on. Yamato pondered for a while, and couldn't quite understand the principle. He subconsciously reached into the ninja tool bag and took out a kunai with the word master from it. Then Yamato tried to enter the state of water breathing again, without any problem. Senior Muyu's Flying Thunder God kunai is still in my ninja tool bag, and I can use water breathing. It's not an illusion. Yamato was sure that this strange journey was real. Naruto and I have teamed up to defeat the centipede. Mission accomplished. Return to Konoha immediately. Yamato thought for a moment and said, traveling through time and space is really incredible. Not only is it easy to be suspected of mental disorder if you tell it, it may also lead to people studying the power of dragon veins to commit crimes. so Yamato decided not to explain at first and go back to Konoha to see the situation. After saying that, Yamato immediately pulled Naruto aside and reminded him. Although Haruno Sakura was a little confused, Yamato was the captain of the team after all, so he didn't ask any more questions. I don't know if little Kakashi and the others succeeded. Uzumaki Naruto was a little uneasy. Before returning, Uzumaki Naruto was prepared to disappear because of changing history. Uzumaki Naruto was very happy to be alive, but he was a little worried that Kakashi and Obito would fail. Yamato was also curious about this, but his mind worked faster than Uzumaki Naruto, and he began to test Haruno Sakura and Sai. He and Uzumaki Naruto traveled through time and space, but Haruno Sakura and Sai did not. If history was changed, then their memories should have changed accordingly. Sakura, do you know a ninja named Hani Umuyu? Yamato asked on the way back. Haruno Sakura made a thoughtful expression and shook her head. I haven't heard of this name. Is he a famous ninja? Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto's heart sank. Yamato took a deep breath and looked at Sai. What about you, Sai? No. Sai also shook his head. Is the current Hokage still Tsunade? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help asking. If his father hadn't died, it stands to reason that the current Hokage should still be Namikaze Minato. Stupid Naruto, what nonsense are you talking about? Who else can be the Hokage if not Tsunade-sama? Haruno Sakura complained. She felt that Uzumaki Naruto had become a little strange. What about the lascivious sage? Uzumaki Naruto continued to ask. Naruto, I know you are very sad, but he has. After hearing what Haruno Sakura said, Naruto's face was instantly lost, and his eyes were blank. He felt that they seemed to have traveled in vain, and nothing had changed. Senior Muyu and his father still died. Jiraiya still did not survive, and Obito and Nohara Rin did not know what was going on. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto like this, Haruno Sakura reflected on what she had just said and found that she did not say anything harsh. Naruto, what's wrong with you? I feel you are very strange, Haruno Sakura asked. Uzumaki Naruto remained silent and did not answer Haruno Sakura's question. Facing such an Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura was a little angry, and was about to say something when she was stopped by Yamato. Concentrate on your journey and return to Konoha as soon as possible, Yamato said in a deep voice. He did not blame Haruno Sakura. After all, she knew nothing, but Yamato could not watch Haruno Sakura hurt Naruto with her ignorance. Haruno Sakura nodded and burst out chakra to hurry on. Yamato walked to Uzumaki Naruto and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Let's go back to Konoha first. Maybe it's because of the change in history that Minato-sama failed to become Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto took out the photo that Obito took of him and Minato Namikaze, nodded heavily and hurried on. In fact, if you want to confirm the answer to this matter, you don't need to go back to Konoha, you just need to ask Haruno Sakura who the 4th generation Hokage is. But Yamato didn't say it. He hoped that time would wear away some of Uzumaki Naruto's sadness during the journey. The 4 of them were not ordinary ninjas. They returned to Konoha quickly after they hurried on. The Hokage rock statue of Konoha is located on the cliff behind Konoha. No matter where you are in Konoha, you can see the huge Hokage rock statue. Yamato used to like this very much. He only needed to look up to see the great ninjas who fought for Konoha. But now he thinks it's not a good thing to be too conspicuous. Looking at the huge rock statue of Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes dimmed. They really didn't change anything. Uzumaki Naruto felt a little guilty. If he knew more, Kakashi and the others might have succeeded. Yamato hesitated to speak, not knowing how to comfort Naruto. In fact, Yamato was in a complicated mood. At first, Yamato did not want to change history, fearing that changing history would lead to the destruction of Konoha or major changes in the ninja world. With the getting along with Muyu and others and the recognition of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato felt that changing the future was not bad. If the Konoha in the new history had Muyu and Namikaze Minato, then Konoha would definitely not be worse than it is now. Yamato had to disband the team first, and then went to find Kakashi with Uzumaki Naruto, hoping to get some information from Kakashi. The mission went smoothly, and you came back so soon. Kakashi briefly took his eyes off the book in his hand and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato and said, Kakashi noticed that Uzumaki Naruto was in a bad mood, closed the intimate paradise in his hand and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. "Senior Kakashi, do you know Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin?" Yamato asked. Hearing these two names, the long-forgotten memory was opened again, and the pupil of Kakashi's exposed ordinary eye shrank suddenly. Kakashi sighed and nodded. "They were my friends before, and they died during the Third Ninja World War." "How did you know these two names?" Even after more than 10 years, Kakashi still couldn't forget these two dead old friends, and often condemned himself in his heart. Yamato showed astonishment. He didn't expect Obito and Nohara Rin to die so early. Could it be that they died together to save Muyu? What about Senior Muyu? Did he also die in the Third Ninja World War? Uzumaki Naruto adjusted his mood and stared at Kakashi and asked. It's not his style to be sad meaninglessly all the time. If he fails once, he will go a second time. But before going, Uzumaki Naruto has to figure out how Muyu died. Yamato also looked at Kakashi. He felt that Muyu's death should be a very critical point, which is very likely the reason why history has not changed. Senior Muyu? Which Muyu? Who are you talking about? Kakashi thought for a moment and asked back. Hanyu Muyu? He is your teacher. Have you forgotten Kakashi-sensei? Uzumaki Naruto frowned and asked loudly. No kidding. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to punch Kakashi now. How could he forget such an important person? Uzumaki Naruto's attitude made Kakashi a little unconfident, but he recalled all the people who had taught him since he was a child, and there was no ninja named Hanyu or Muyu. Naruto, where did you hear that? I can tell you clearly that I don't have a teacher named Hanyu Muyu, Kakashi answered with a serious face. Kakashi's expression looked very serious, not like a joke at all. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato looked at each other. Their expressions were both shocked and confused. How could this be? Obviously little Kakashi-sensei respected Senior Muyu so much. Uzumaki Naruto recalled everything he had experienced in time travel and his eyes gradually became confused. Uzumaki Naruto really couldn't understand what was going on. Even if Muyu died in the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi wouldn't have forgotten it directly. Obito and Nohara Rin Kakashi both remembered it. Yamato felt that his brain was not enough. The situation was completely different from what he imagined. Not only did the history not change at all, but Kakashi's behavior was also very confusing. Did you experience something during this mission? Kakashi asked when he saw the two people behaving strangely. They had met not long ago, and at that time, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were still normal. That could only be that something went wrong with the mission. We captured the Sand Village rebel ninja Centipede in Lulin. Centipede swallowed the Dragon Vein seal and caused the Dragon Vein power to run wild. Then we traveled through time and space back to the past, where we met the former Senior Kakashi and your teammates and teachers. Yamato finally chose to tell Kakashi the whole story of the Lulin mission, hoping that this would help him sort out his thoughts. Traveling through time and space to go back to the past, and also met my teenage self. Kakashi frowned after hearing this. Yamato's words sounded like the content of a ninja novel, traveling through time and space to the past and meeting the elders and strong men of the past. But Kakashi could see that Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were not joking. They were talking about real experiences. At least Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato thought so. Is it possible that the Dragon Vein energy has a hallucinogenic effect, and everything that happened is your hallucination? Kakashi thought for a while and said, compared with traveling through time and space, Kakashi thought this was more reliable. After all, he didn't know Hanyu Muyu, and he didn't meet Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto in his youth. So you stayed there for a month, but in fact only a few minutes passed, which can also be explained, because everything is an illusion. This Kakashi is a little experienced. He once got hit by Uchiha Shisui, and was pierced by the ninja sword for 72 hours. But in fact only a moment passed. It can't be an illusion. If it is an illusion, how can this be explained? Uzumaki Naruto took out a photo of him and the fourth Hokage and handed it to Kakashi. Looking at the smiling Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto in the photo, Kakashi's expression changed. If it weren't for time travel, this photo theoretically couldn't exist. because the Namikaze Minato in the photo was only 4 or 5 years older than Uzumaki Naruto. If you want to create such a photo, there is actually a way, that is to use the transformation technique, but this situation is obviously not the case. Kakashi-senpai, that is definitely not an illusion. This is the flying thunder god kunai that Muyu-senpai gave me before the battle with the centipede. Can an illusion come out of nothing? Yamato took out the kunai with the flying thunder god mark from the ninja tool bag. Not only are there photos of me and my father, but also yours, Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto then took out more photos, including photos of him and Obito, photos of Muyu Minato and 3 disciples, and photos of everyone together. Obito, Zealand, looking at the old friend in the photo who was exactly the same as in his memory, Kakashi fell silent, especially the photo of Muyu Minato and his 3 disciples, which made Kakashi's memories surge uncontrollably, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. In addition to the flying thunder god kunai, I can also use the ninjutsu taught by Senior Muyu. Yamato performed a water array wall with no dead angles and a water wave with strong cutting power. Teacher Kakashi, don't you really remember the person named Senior Muyu? Uzumaki Naruto asked again. Kakashi shook his head. What Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato experienced was not an illusion, but he really didn't know the ninja named Hanyu Muyu. If the ninja named Hanyu Muyu is really as good as you say, and is so similar to Teacher Minato, how could I forget his existence? Kakashi replied. Now he can't figure out what's going on. Tell me in detail about the young Kakashi you met, his age, ninja level, and all the ninjutsu he used. Kakashi said after careful thinking. The memories related to Obito and Nohara Rin are far away, but he is very clear about what abilities he will have at what stage. It seems that he is 10 years old, but he has not celebrated his birthday. His ninja level is Chunin. Although his ninja level is Chunin, his strength is stronger than some Jonin. His extremely sharp lightning blade technique is enough to kill an ordinary Jonin in seconds. As for ninjutsu, he mainly uses lightning blade technique and earth blade technique. There is a purple lightning blade technique that does not require hand seals and is very powerful. Yamato recalled all the details of the young Kakashi and said it out. Kakashi was stunned. He could kill a Jonin in seconds before he was 10 years old. What kind of lightning blade technique is so powerful? He is also Kakashi, how come he doesn't know it? At this point, Yamato asked the doubts in his heart. Senior Kakashi, your lightning blade technique is so powerful, why is it useless now? Kakashi, he doesn't even know what Yamato is talking about. Is this really him? The Kakashi you met is not me. Kakashi said his conclusion. I'm not talking about age, but he's not me at all. Not to mention 10 years old. Even if I became a Jonin at the age of 12, I don't have any tricks that can definitely kill a Jonin in 1 second, and none of my lightning techniques are purple lightning. Not only are the strength and ninjutsu different, Kakashi remembers that he was still autistic at this time. The Kakashi described by Yamato is a bit like him now, just too serious. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the photo and then at Kakashi. You said this is not you, although he looks like me before. He is definitely not me, Kakashi said in a decisive tone. Could Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato understand Kakashi better than him? You may not have traveled to the past, but to another world. Kakashi expressed his speculation. Although this world is very similar to ours, with Hotake Kakashi and Namikaze Minato, it is not the same world after all. That world has Hanyu Muyu, and perhaps our world also has people who do not exist in that world. Kakashi stood up and jumped from the tree to pick 2 leaves to show to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato. These 2 leaves look the same, but if you look closely, there are subtle differences in size, thickness and shape. Perhaps the relationship between our 2 worlds is just like these leaves, similar but not exactly the same. This is the most reasonable explanation Kakashi can come up with, which can perfectly solve all existing problems. After listening to Kakashi's words, Yamato suddenly understood. Everything can be explained in this way. They clearly said so many things about the future, but the history did not change at all. This is obviously unreasonable. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know how to describe his current emotions. Good news, Obito and the others may not fail. His father, Muayu, and Jiraiya may all live to the future. Bad news, this future is not their future. His father in this world, his teacher Jiraiya in this world will never come back. Uzumaki Naruto really envied the unborn Uzumaki Naruto in another world, because he might have something that Uzumaki Naruto would never have when he was born. Little Kakashi teacher, Obito, Zealand, keep going. Uzumaki Naruto silently cheered for the three Kakashi in another world. Although envious, Uzumaki Naruto still sincerely hoped that the other self would not be like him. If his father was still alive, and there were elders like Muyu, and an interesting big brother like Obito, then he would definitely have a happy and interesting childhood. Naruto is fine, but why are you so messy, Yamato? Fortunately, you didn't really go back to the past, otherwise your actions might lead to immeasurable consequences. Kakashi threw the leaf to the ground and said. Kakashi believed that changing history would lead to very terrible consequences. And Yamato's choice this time was too unstable. I can't help it. I really can't refuse your pleading expression, Kakashi Sr., Yamato said jokingly, as if he wanted to put the blame on Kakashi. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? Then I beg Yamato to treat me and Naruto to a bowl of ramen. Is that okay? He felt that this should be able to reduce the depression in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Yamato could only agree reluctantly, thinking that the senior Kakashi in another world was better. At least he would not ask him to pay. Let's go and eat ramen, Naruto. Just eat as much as you want. Yamato has saved a lot of money. Don't worry about him not having money to pay. Kakashi patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder with a relaxed and happy smile. Yamato was shocked that Kakashi even knew that he was saving money. Uzumaki Naruto hadn't eaten a kairaku ramen for a long time and missed it, so he agreed directly. But after eating a few mouthfuls of a kairaku ramen, Naruto found that a kairaku ramen seemed to have lost the delicious taste in his memory. It tasted much worse than the ramen made by Muyu, and emotionally it was not as good as his father's ramen. Naruto, what's wrong? Is the ramen today not to your taste? Shuda found that Uzumaki Naruto's state of eating ramen was different from usual, so he asked with concern. Shuda's words reminded Uzumaki Naruto of Shuda's encouragement and support for him. During the days when the whole village excluded Uzumaki Naruto, Shuda was one of the few people who did not look at Uzumaki Naruto strangely. Uzumaki Naruto ate his ramen a little faster. He quickly finished the ramen in the bowl and smiled and said, "No, it's still as delicious as before." He would miss Muyu and Nimike's Minato, and might even try to find a way to go back, but he would also cherish what was in front of him. It still doesn't work. After Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato left, Muyu found that he could not sense the Flying Thunder God kunai on them. He tried to see if he could use the Flying Thunder God to travel back and forth between the two worlds. If he succeeded, then there would be many choices for the fifth disciple, which would be equivalent to having more resources in one world. The result was obviously not possible, which was far beyond his perception. Muyu was not too disappointed. He had considered this situation. After all, traveling through the world should not be that simple. I hope everything goes well for them. Thinking of Uzumaki Naruto's life after he returned, Nimike's Minato sincerely wished him well. Yes, Muyu said with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto with the breath of the sun will only be stronger than the original. In order to prevent history from changing, I think we should seal the memory of this Lulan mission. Nimike's Minato retracted his gaze and talked about business. It doesn't matter if the ninjas of the future know the things of the past, but if the ninjas of the past know the future, that's a problem. Hearing Minato's words, Kakashi and the other two instantly became nervous. Although they recorded some of the future, if the memory is sealed, it is unknown whether the information can work, and the success rate of changing the future will definitely be greatly reduced. Obito made eye contact with Kakashi and Nohara ran frantically. Obito, what should I do? If the memory is sealed, it's over. Kakashi, don't panic first. Don't say you want to change history. See what Teacher Muyu thinks. Kakashi forced himself to calm down and used his eyes to tell Obito not to speak. He guessed that Minato Nimike's didn't want to change history, but he didn't expect Minato Namikaze to be so cruel and choose to seal the memory. You know, if the memory is to be sealed, then all the memories of Minato Namikaze and Naruto will disappear. I don't think it's necessary to go to this extent. If the future is unchanging, are we all puppets with a script written on our strings? Since the future is not unchanging, why do we need to seal these beautiful memories? Muyu shook his head and said, sealing Lulan's memory has no effect on Muyu. After all, his identity as a time traveler has allowed him to know the whole story. If he didn't want to be sealed, with his current level of sealing skills, it would not be a problem to fool Minato, but Muyu still has to raise objections, because he thinks this memory is a memory worth recalling for Minato Namikaze and others, and there is no need to seal it because of such a meaningless thing. With him, this world cannot move towards the original future. Obito's eyes lit up, and he secretly cheered Muyu in his heart, hoping that Muyu could convince Minato Namikaze. I don't think we are puppets acting according to the script. I just think we have to be responsible for the people in the future. Minato Namikaze expressed his point of view. He is not a person who will waver at will, and will not change his mind because of Muyu's words. Even if that future doesn't have him, Namikaze Minato still has to protect that future, because in the future, Konoha and his children will exist well. But the future may change. Being responsible for the future has nothing to do with sealing memories. What we have to do is to use our efforts to create a future that is as good as possible. Muyu retorted, I have never asked Naruto about the future, because I think our future has to be created by ourselves, and the future is never immutable. Namikaze Minato was a little shaken, and Muyu's words really made sense. Teacher Muyu really didn't ask about the future, and also asked us not to ask, saying that future ninjas also have their own difficulties. Kakashi immediately stood up and said, Teacher Minato, I think what Teacher Muyu said makes sense, and I don't want to forget the time I spent with Brother Naruto. Obito said immediately, Teacher Minato, we will never spread the news about this mission, and it is really unnecessary to seal the memory. No Harlan also stood on Muyu's side. Muyu walked to Minato Namikaze and said seriously, Minato, believe us, and believe in yourself. There is no reason for Naruto to become an orphan. Minato Namikaze showed a helpless expression. I can't argue with you. Because of Muyu's character and qualities, Minato Namikaze was convinced by Muyu. If there was a choice, he certainly didn't want his future children to be orphans and suffer so much. And Muyu also said that they didn't ask about the future. Minato Namikaze felt that this should be within a controllable range. Seeing that Minato Namikaze gave up the idea of sealing the memory, Kakashi and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be the immortal Muyu. Obito gave Muyu a thumbs up in his heart, and was glad that they came with Muyu. After sending Naruto and the others back to another world, Muyu and the others' mission was completely over, and they left Lulan the next day. On the way, Muyu discussed the matter of reporting the mission with Minato Namikaze. In the end, they all agreed that they could not report the matter of the future ninja, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. When they reached a location close to the land of grass, Minato Namikaze temporarily separated from Muyu and others and went to the battlefield of the land of grass to find Jiraiya. Jiraiya also knew about the future ninja. Although Minato Namikaze believed in the quality of his teacher, he felt that it was important to discuss and communicate, rest today, and train as usual tomorrow. After returning to Konoha, Muyu gave Kakashi and others a day of rest as usual. Although Muyu gave them a rest time, Kakashi, Obito, Nohara Rin did not go back to rest, but went to the South Forest to practice. They are eager to improve their strength. With their current strength, it is a bit arrogant to say that they want to change the future. Obito is wondering whether to tell Shisui, who is also an Uchiha, that the Uchiha will be exterminated in the future. Muyu split a shadow clone to look after his disciples, and the main body returned home to sort out the gains this time. Disciples Hotai Kakashi and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission tasks and received 800 chakras. The teacher himself led them to receive an additional 400 chakras. Disciple Uchiha Obito's strength increased, his reputation rose, his qualifications increased, and his probability of becoming a Hokage increased slightly. He received progress rewards, 1,400 chakras, ninjutsu extraction scroll S, mastery level, Fire style, great fire extinction, mastery level. The chakra required to complete the task was more than Muyu had imagined, because this task was almost threatening, and it was not easy to have this total amount. Muyu set her sights on the settlement of Obito's second life mission, which was the main reason for Muyu to go out on the mission. Compared with the settlement of 10%, the settlement of 20% progress required more chakras, and Muyu was not easy to compare the remaining rewards. In Muyu's opinion, the mastery level Great Fire Extinction and the Dragon Flame Song technique were about the same, and neither of them was stronger than the other. As for the Bloodline Enhancement Scroll and the S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll, it is not easy to compare the two. It depends on what specific ninjutsu is extracted from the Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. This is the first time that Muyu has obtained an S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. Before, he had only obtained an S-level Physical Technique Extraction Scroll, and what he extracted was the Golden Skyline. The power of the Golden Skyline is unquestionable. This is one of Muyu's strongest means of attack, so Muyu still has great expectations for this S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. However, Muyu does not want offensive ninjutsu this time. He is not short of offensive capabilities now. He has too many ninjutsu and physical techniques. He hopes to extract a powerful ninjutsu. 10,000 subscriptions. Thank you for your support. Today is also 8K. I will try my best to update in the next few days. Chapter 393 Investigating Uchiha. Muyu did not draw the lottery immediately, but burned incense and bathed in a ritualistic manner before clicking to draw. Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll S has been consumed, and the skill, Transformation, Mastery level, has been obtained. Seeing the name of the ninjutsu, Muyu was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, there was no word technique at the end, otherwise Muyu's mentality might be a little broken. This is an S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. It is too abstract to draw one of the three body techniques. As the ninjutsu was extracted, a large number of memories about the transformation skill entered her mind. Muyu then knew the source of this skill. Transformation is a localized ninjutsu of the Pokemon world. Speaking of the transformation skill alone, many people may not have much impression, but if you talk about Ditto and the Dream Transformation ability, people who have seen Pokemon will have some related memories. This transformation is different from the transformation technique in Naruto. It can use the ability of the transformed object, although there are some restrictions. After sorting out a lot of information in her mind, Muyu can only say that transformation is worthy of being a ninjutsu extracted from the S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. It is simply a Panacea ninjutsu. Muyu, who has the skill of identification, can be said to be an intelligence Muyu, and the skill of transformation can allow those who practice it to master the ability similar to the identification skill to a certain extent. There are two links in the transformation. The first link is to scan and record the information of the body of the transformed person. If Muyu teaches Jiraiya the transformation, then he can really create an intelligence Jiraiya, if Jiraiya can learn it. The second link is to copy the recorded information into the ninja who uses the transformation. After completing this link, the caster will enter the transformed state and can use the copying ability. Muyu can say that transformation is the most complicated ninjutsu he has ever seen. With Muyu's current ninja knowledge reserve, trying to understand the essence of the transformation skill is like a primary school student reading a university textbook. Muyu even thinks that transformation is a bit like the pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the effect is so strong that it is extremely difficult to understand how to say it. The skills drawn are indeed very strong and functional, but they still do not meet Muyu's expectations. What Muyu wants most is skills related to clones, so that it is very convenient to make various arrangements and protect disciples. Although the shadow clone is not bad, it cannot refine chakra by itself, and cannot exist for a long time. Moreover, the shadow clone is also very fragile, and basically disappears after being hit. But since he has drawn it, Muyu will only complain about his average luck at the moment of drawing it. The next step is to develop it, and he will not think too much about it. After all, if he doesn't draw the ability that suits him, then he doesn't have it. Only by studying the existing abilities down to earth can he break through the situation better. In addition to the rewards from the system, the biggest gain of Muyu's trip to Lulin is the successful development of yang breathing. The special nature of Uzumaki Naruto allowed Muyu to successfully brush up the yang breathing rewards, which greatly increased Muyu's development speed. However, in Muyu's opinion, the current yang breathing cannot be considered a complete success, because the current yang breathing can only breathe alone, and cannot be, as Muyu thought, yang fire fusion or yang thunder fusion. But this is also a huge improvement. If Muyu's guess is correct, yang breathing can also solve the problem of Obito and Shisui's future Mangekyo blindness. According to the original Naruto, there are two solutions to solve the problem of Mangekyo blindness. The first is to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan of blood relatives and evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which includes Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. The second is to transplant Hashirama cells. Obito can use Kamui without restraint because half of his body is filled with Hashirama cells by Uchiha Madara. Why can Hashirama cells have this effect? After analysis, Muyu felt that it was the strong vitality contained in Hashirama cells, that is, physical energy. Danzo's arm of Hashirama cells was transplanted with 10 3-Magatama Sharingans to balance the spiritual energy and physical energy. The physical energy contained in Hashirama cells can be seen. The effect of yang breathing is to strengthen physical energy. In theory, it can have a similar effect to Hashirama cells. However, Muyu is not going to let them learn yang breathing at this stage. It is too difficult to learn. Yang breathing cannot effectively enhance combat power before, and the effort is not proportional to the reward. The most important thing is that Obito and Shisui are still a long way from the Mangekyo at their current age. Since the transformation skills have a certain range limit, Muyu went out of the house after finishing the sorting, and looked for random ninjas on the street to scan and record. Muyu tested and found that the maximum distance of the transformation scanning information is about 15 meters, and it is impossible to scan beyond this distance. Transformation technique, water style middle. Water dragon bullet technique. Strong ninjas are rare. Muyu scanned several ninjas in a row, all of whom were Chunin and Genin, and all their abilities were mastered by him. However, Muyu still used Flying Thunder God to go home, took off his glasses, and tried to use a transformation. Muyu could find through the mirror that his body shape changed rapidly, and instantly became the strange Chunin scanned by him. Muyu checked very carefully, and there was no flaw in his body, and it was completely restored 100%. Even Muyu couldn't see through it when he opened the Byakugan. Muyu tried to use ninjutsu and found that his chakra had changed. Everyone's chakra is different, and it is even more unique than a person's appearance. In the world of perception ninja, perception of chakra is much more reliable than looking at a person's face. In Muyu's impression, only the disguise technique of White Zetsu can imitate chakra in the Naruto world, but the disguise technique of White Zetsu must be absorbed before it can be imitated, while Muyu only needs to take a look, which is more advanced. I don't know if the Samsara Eye can see through the transformation. If not, it will be easy to accept Nagato as a disciple. Muyu immediately thought of a plan to accept Nagato as a disciple. It is too difficult to become Nagato's teacher as Hanyu Muyu. First of all, Nagato himself will resist Muyu's identity as a Konoha ninja. Then because of Obito, Uchiha Madara should know some information about Muyu, and may not be very happy that Muyu is close to his Samsara Eye. If Muyu is not Hanyu Muyu, it would be much simpler. He has many personalities in his mind that can win Nagato's favor. For example, he was born in the Rain Country, and then he was displaced because of the war and wandered in the ninja world. Finally, he returned as a strong patriot and tried to change his motherland. Or he is the last descendant of the ancient ninja clan. Seeing the constant wars in the ninja continent, the ninja lost their initial perseverance and came out again for peace. Muyu quickly recorded the plan in her mind. In the current ninja world, the best candidate for Muyu's fifth disciple is Nagato, not because of Nagato's potential, but because Nagato can bring Muyu huge chakra benefits, make up for Muyu's shortcomings, and even make it an advantage. Next, Muyu continued to test the transformation skills. Substitution technique, fire style, Great Fireball Technique, 3 Magatama Sharingan, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. When scanning a Uchiha Jonin, Muyu was surprised to find that the 3 Magatama Sharingan, a bloodline limit, could also be recorded by the transformation. Muyu returned home calmly and used the transformation skill again. This time, the chakra consumed by the transformation was a little more than that of the transformation of the Chunin. If the Sharingan is okay, then there will be no problem with other bloodline limits. Looking at the pair of blood-colored eyes in the mirror, Muyu was a little surprised. The upper limit of transformation is higher than he thought, and the Sharingan can be copied. Muyu, who is using the Sharingan, is sure that the transformation skill is not just copying the appearance. At this moment, he really has a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, and his dynamic vision has been greatly enhanced. Muyu's emphasis on the transformation skill has been raised to a higher level. The ability shown by the transformation may be considered good among the S-level extraction scrolls. In other words, there is no Uchiha in Konoha who has the Mangekyo Sharingan at present, otherwise Muyu would have to copy it. If the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan can be copied, it would be really strong. This transformation also allowed Muyu to test a limitation of the transformation skill, information consumption. After Muyu's transformation, the Sharingan disappears after 20 minutes of use and can no longer be used. Muyu tried to cancel the transformation state and then use the transformation again to become an Uchiha Jonin, and successfully opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan again. Then Muyu went to Tsunade's house, had lunch with Tsunade, and discussed the development of the Yang Seal supporting ninjutsu. Muyu, have you made any new characters recently? Tsunade, who was tired of playing the old characters, asked. Tsunade is a little addicted now, and plays a few ninja kills every day. No. But I am thinking about it. Muyu thought for a while and replied. When he was in Lulin, he didn't even have time to develop the sealing technique, so how could he think about the ninja killer characters? Then you should quickly release a few new characters. I can recite the skill explanations of these old characters, Tsunade urged. Okay. Muyu nodded and agreed, and prepared to let the shadow clone design a few characters with skill explanations like a short essay for Tsunade to play, so that it should be more playable. Before leaving, Muyu scanned Tsunade's information. When scanning Tsunade, Muyu could clearly feel that Tsunade had much more information than ordinary ninjas. Tsunade alone had more information than all the people Muyu had scanned before. Muyu used the sealing technique to create a barrier around him for a warning before using the transformation to become Tsunade. He didn't want someone to accidentally break in and see him, otherwise he would be regarded as a pervert. By comparing the panels before and after the transformation, Muyu found that it actually took 15,000 chakras to transform into Tsunade. After transforming into Tsunade, Muyu found that the yin seal that he couldn't practice before had a feeling, and many advanced medical ninjutsu appeared on his panel. Because he could use the Sharingan when he transformed into Uchiha before, Muyu tried to restore chakra in the appearance of Tsunade. So fast, Muyu felt like he had changed from a 3G network to a 5G network, and the recovery speed was greatly increased. Then Muyu found a way to meet Kushina and copied Kushina's information. However, Muyu regretted that copying Kushina could not make him become Chitinla. The copied vortex physique could not increase chakra, and the transformation could not copy the 9 tails sealed in Kushina's body, but could only copy a bunch of sealing techniques. At this point in the test, Muyu has understood the basic effects of the transformation skills. First of all, the chakra limit cannot be increased, no matter how much chakra the object of Muyu's transformation has. Muyu's chakra limit will not change after the transformation, and his physical strength will not change. Although the upper limit cannot be increased, the special ability of the transformed object such as the Thousand Hands physique can increase Muyu's chakra recovery speed. In addition, blood limit and secret ninjutsu can basically be copied. Muyu copied all 3 heads of the current Ino, Deer and Chu families. Then the more and higher the information of the transformed object, the more chakra it needs to consume. The consumption of ninjutsu after transformation is normal. Muyu's skills in the transformed state have 2 states. One is Muyu's own skills, and the other is the skills of the transformed object. Using the skills of the transformed object will consume the corresponding information. After the information is consumed, the skill cannot be used. Cancel and transform again to refresh the information. If there are overlapping skills, such as the transformed object can do the Great Fireball technique, and Muyu can do it, then it depends on the skill level. Whichever party has a higher proficiency will be classified into which category. Muyu's high proficiency will be counted as his own skills, and the high proficiency of the transformed object will be counted as the transformed object. In addition, if the proficiency of the scanned character's skill exceeds the proficiency of the transformation skill, it cannot be completely copied, and only part of the information can be copied. For example, Muyu's current transformation skill is proficient in a little proficiency, so the skills he copied can only reach this level at most. Finally, there is a limit to the storage of information. Since Muyu copied too much ninja information, he had to delete the ninjas he copied earlier. Later, Muyu simply deleted only Tsunade, Kushina and the three heads of the Inoshikacho family. Muyu found that it is best to take off the black-framed glasses when using transformation. Otherwise it may look weird. To outsiders, it will be Muyu's head and the body of the target of transformation. If the body shape and gender are the same as the target of transformation, it is fine. If they are different, it will look very awkward, like Muyu's head is photoshopped on someone else's body. Muyu also tried to imagine the other party's information to use transformation, but the result was that he could only change his appearance, and the corresponding consumption of chakra was also very small. Shisui, come here and tell you something. At the end of the afternoon training, Obito walked to Shisui and whispered. Obito discussed with Kakashi and Nohara Rin and felt that he could tell Shisui about the future. Changing the future requires strength. Shisui is also Muyu's disciple, and he is a genius among geniuses. He is a natural member of their team to change history. Shisui stopped practicing, exhaled a long breath, and followed Obito to the side. The Uchiha clan will be exterminated in the future, Obito said seriously. Why? Shisui asked doubtfully. He felt that the Uchiha clan had a big problem, and if it was not eliminated, a serious accident might happen in the future, but he did not dare to say that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated in the future. After all, the Uchiha clan was the first ninja clan in Konoha, with many Chunin and Jonin in the clan, and it had a deep foundation and strong strength. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. This is not my speculation, but something that is very likely to happen in the future if we do not intervene. Obito saw that Shisui had misunderstood his meaning and hurriedly explained. Our mission this time is to go to Lulin to help the queen investigate the minister. On the way to the mission, we met two ninjas from the future. Future ninjas, traveling through time and space. Shisui looked at Obito in shock. If it were not for Obito's extremely true description and his serious expression, Shisui would have suspected that Obito was trying to trick him. One of those two future ninjas is Kakashi's apprentice and the other is Kakashi's junior, but they don't know Muyu teacher at all, nor do they know me and Jalin. At this point, Obito's voice became a little low. When he thought of the existence of such a future, Obito felt uncomfortable even if it had not happened yet. I don't know Muyu teacher. Shisui's eyes flashed, and a bad guess came into his mind. As Kakashi's apprentice, even if he was not familiar with Muyu, he should have heard of her a little bit. If he had never heard of her at all, then it might be. Shisui didn't dare to think too much, and continued to listen to Obito's story about their trip to Lulin. We have speculated based on future intelligence, and it is basically certain that Muyu teacher in the future will sacrifice in the Third Ninja World War if we do nothing. Obito said what Shisui didn't want to happen the most. Impossible. Shisui subconsciously refuted. That's Muyu teacher, the powerful and mysterious Muyu teacher. I don't think it's possible either. Muyu teacher is so strong. How could he die? Obito was not surprised by Shisui's reaction. He felt the same way at the time. That was the almighty Muyu immortal, who could kill him. But this is a possible future after all. We have confirmed many times that they are really ninjas who traveled from the future. There is no mistake about this. Obito sighed. Shisui was silent, and the memories of his time with Muyu kept coming to his mind. In order to give him a birthday present, Miyu taught herself to forge ninja tools in her busy schedule and even injured her hand, just to give him a good birthday present. As long as he was confused, Miyu would always comfort him and enlighten him at the first time, and guide him in the direction of progress. Absolutely, 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 we must not let this happen. Shisui's brain surged with various emotions. Under the effect of this special chakra, Shisui unknowingly entered the state of Sharingan, and the Magatama in his blood-red eyes quickly rotated from 2 to 3. No one wants this to happen, so we must work together to create the best future, Obito said with a fist. He wanted to create a perfect future. Uzumaki Naruto was not an orphan, and teacher Miyu lived to the end as a legendary ninja, and they all became excellent ninjas. I will do my best. Shisui took a deep breath and replied. The future of Miyu's death is definitely not the future Shisui wants. He wants to prevent Miyu's death and prevent the Uchiha clan from being exterminated. There is little information about the death of teacher Miyu, but the extermination of the Uchiha clan is very clear. In the future, the Uchiha clan was exterminated by a ninja named Uchiha Ichi, who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is stronger than the 3 Magatama. After roughly telling the story of the Lulan trip, Obito immediately told Shisui the relevant information about the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ichi? Shisui felt as if he had heard this name somewhere. Don't you know him, Shisui? Is this guy extremely gloomy and doesn't look like a good person at first glance? Obito asked sarcastically. In Obito's opinion, Uchiha Ichi is really not a human being. His behavior is simply a beast among beasts. According to Yamato, not only the Uchiha ninjas, but also the ordinary people of the Uchiha clan, even the women, children, the elderly and the young who had no fighting power, were all killed, leaving only the genocide Uchiha Ichi and his brother Uchiha Sasuke. If Uchiha Ichi had suffered some unfair treatment and killed those who had a grudge against him, Obito would not hate it too much. But killing all the ordinary people of the Uchiha clan was too much. Obito hated this act of killing innocent people. With Shisui's continuous efforts, he finally remembered where he had heard this name. One day, when he was walking in the Uchiha clan, he met Uchiha Fugaku holding a child, and the child that Uchiha Fugaku was holding was named Uchiha Ichi. Obito, are you sure that it was Uchiha Ichi who exterminated the Uchiha clan? Shisui recalled Uchiha Ichi's cute little face and asked. Of course, I must have confirmed this important matter several times. The name is definitely not wrong. It's Uchiha Ichi, Obito replied. Shisui showed a somewhat unbelievable expression. I do know Uchiha Ichi, but he seems to have just been born not long ago. He met Fugaku only a few months ago, and it is even a question whether Uchiha Ichi is 1 year old now. Ah, is he still so young now? Obito scratched his head. No, I still have to go and take a look. Maybe this guy is the kind of inherently evil existence. Due to preconceived notions, Uchiha Ichi's negative impression in Obito's heart has been full. Even if he was just born not long ago, Obito still feels that the other party is not ordinary. Then I will go with you. It should be no problem to go to the home of the head of the Fugaku clan under the pretext of asking for advice on training. Shisui thought for a while and said. He was not very confident that Obito could investigate alone, so he decided to act with Obito. Due to his outstanding performance in the Chunin exam, Obito is now more famous than Shisui in the Uchiha clan as a genius. With their performance, Uchiha Fugaku would only welcome them. Well, this is a good idea. I thought so too. Obito silently denied his original investigation plan and said. Obito was going to buy some snacks like lollipops and wander around Uchiha Fugaku's house, and then use the lollipops to lure Uchiha Ichi out for investigation. The two of them first went back to their respective homes to have dinner, and then gathered together to go to Uchiha Fugaku's house. Uncle Fugaku, good evening. Shisui greeted Uchiha Fugaku very politely. Clan leader, good evening. Obito greeted Shisui together. Uncle Fugaku, are you free now? Obito and I have encountered some misunderstandings in training. Shisui continued to speak. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and welcomed the two in. As soon as the two walked into the yard, they saw Uchiha Ichi sitting in a daze in the corridor outside the house. Uchiha Fugaku thought of something and smiled and waved to Uchiha Ichi. Ichi, come here and meet the outstanding seniors of the clan. Uchiha heard Uchiha Fugaku's voice and looked at Obito and Shisui curiously, then walked to Uchiha Fugaku's side. "This is my child. His name is Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku touched Uchiha's head and simply introduced himself to him. "Call Shisui and Obito. They are the most talented ninjas of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Last year, Shisui touched your face." Shisui, Obito. Uchiha followed Fugaku's instructions and greeted Obito and Shisui honestly. Maybe because he had just learned to speak not long ago, he was not very fluent. "Ichi, good evening." Shisui responded with an unchanged expression, and at the same time, he quietly touched Obito, who was arsively observing Uchiha with his elbow. Shisui was glad that he came along. Obito's performance was comparable to that of a human trafficker. Obito, who had reacted, immediately greeted Uchiha. "Why does he look so stupid? How could he destroy the Uchiha clan?" Obito was somewhat puzzled. He suspected that the Uchiha clan had been badly damaged after the Third Ninja World War. Uchiha Fugaku did not care about Obito's performance. In his eyes, Uchiha Obito was just a bigger child. In order to prevent Uchiha Fugaku from finding anything unusual, Shisui came prepared. He really prepared 2 questions about practicing fire style. He and Obito asked one each. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was an old fire style ninja who had practiced fire style for decades. After a little thought, Shisui answered Obito's questions fluently. "At this age, if a chi has 2/3 of your strength when he is your age, he can be called excellent." Uchiha Fugaku sighed. He could judge the progress of their practice to a certain extent from the questions they asked. Uchiha Fugaku could only describe Shisui and Obito in this way: the 2 prides of Uchiha. In Uchiha Fugaku's opinion, the revival of Uchiha in the next few decades will most likely depend on Obito and Shisui, if they grow up normally and don't die young. "Uncle Fugaku, you are too kind. There are always people who are better than you. Maybe Uchiha's ninja talent is even better than ours," Shisui said modestly. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. If this is really the case, then the revival of Uchiha is just around the corner, and returning to the glory of the Warring States period is not a dream. It may be because Obito showed a strong interest in Uchiha. After discussing the training issues, Uchiha Fugaku took the initiative to leave space for the 3 of them to communicate. "Ichi, you have to learn more from your 2 predecessors." After saying this, Fugaku temporarily left the living room. Obito's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku was too much of a hindrance here, and Obito had a lot of things to say. "I was entangled in the setting for a long time, so I only wrote 6K in the end." Chapter 394. Is Obito born evil? If an old lady walked slowly in front of you and slowed down your pace, would you want to beat her up? Obito asked Uchiha. After hearing what Obito said, Uchiha looked at him with his big eyes in confusion. Why do you want to beat up an old lady? Obito scratched his hair. Of course, a normal person wouldn't beat someone up, but you were capable of destroying your clan, so beating up an old lady shouldn't be a common thing. Obito thought about it and felt that he had to give Uchiha a few choices, and he couldn't let him answer his questions with questions. When you were crossing the street, you met an old lady who was slow in her movements. You have 3 choices. A. Help the old lady cross the street. B. Ignore the old lady and walk on your own. C. Take the lollipop from the old lady. After saying the question and the options, Obito immediately said, "You are not allowed to answer questions with questions. You must choose an option." Shisui looked at Uchiha, curious about Uchiha's choice. Although Obito's question was a bit childish, Uchiha was still young and didn't have too many thoughts, so it could serve as a test. Uchiha stared at Obito blankly, and after 2 minutes he replied, "I choose B," and walk away from him. Obito showed an expression that was as expected. He saw that Uchiha didn't look like a good boy, and he didn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Sure enough, he is a born evil kid. He has this idea at such a young age. If he is a few years older, he will steal the lollipop. Obito thought to himself. Then why did you choose B, Ichi? Shisui wanted to know what Uchiha was thinking. I will fall when I walk, and if I get close to the old lady, it is easy for him to fall to the ground with me, Uchiha answered honestly. Shisui looked at Uchiha in surprise. He spoke a little unclearly but had such a clear mind. Maybe he is really an extraordinary genius. Obito's expression froze, and Shisui showed a thoughtful expression. Why don't you take the lollipop from the old lady? She walks very slowly and can't catch up with you, Obito whispered like a devil tempting people to fall. How can you steal other people's things? Brother Obito, stealing other people's things is a very bad thing, Uchiha said seriously. Uchiha's words made Obito a little nervous. He came to test. How come he seemed to have become an evil Uchiha? Don't talk about this, Ichi. I'm going to tell you a story. Do you want to listen? Shisui stepped out to break the awkward situation. Uchiha moved his eyes to Shisui and nodded. Once upon a time, there was a ninja. Shisui told a very cliched positive energy story. The plot is about a ninja with a tragic childhood who is optimistic and changes the surrounding environment and finally makes the country and the world better. After the story was told, Uchiha just returned to the living room and smiled at this harmonious scene. It seems that you get along very well. Shisui smiled lightly and praised Uchiha, and Obito followed suit. The smile on Uchiha face became even more intense. I'm sorry to bother you today, Uncle Fugaku. Shisui prepared to retreat. Uchiha was too young, and Uchiha would be more concerned, so it was not suitable for him to stay too long. No trouble. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me like today, Uchiha said with a smile. The brothers are leaving. Ichi, do you have anything to say? Uchiha looked at Uchiha. Uchiha nodded and turned his gaze back to Obito. Brother Obito, it's not good to bully old ladies. Uchiha looked at Obito in surprise, curious about why Uchiha would say such a thing to Obito. Obito, you will bully old ladies? Obito roared in his heart. He was a good boy from Konoha who would help old ladies when crossing the road. Ichi, I was just assuming just now, not really saying that I would do that kind of thing, Obito explained. Uchiha said oh and nodded. Obito felt powerless, and his eyes changed when he looked at Uchiha. As expected, he is the one who can exterminate the Uchiha clan in the future. He really can't be underestimated. Obito felt that this Uchiha was difficult to deal with. It was just a child's unintentional words. Obito, don't take it seriously. Uchiha smiled and explained for Uchiha. Obito made a generous expression to show that he didn't care, and then walked out with Shisui. After walking a little further, Obito couldn't restrain his inner complaints. This Uchiha is really not simple. He has such thoughts at such a young age. Maybe he used many tricks when he exterminated the clan, Obito complained. Shisui expressed a different opinion on this. I think we can't use the future to look at the present Uchiha with strange eyes. Future Uchiha? No matter what the reason or difficulty, he committed an unforgivable sin by carrying out the genocide. But that is the future Uchiha after all. The present Uchiha is just a child who speaks unclearly, and he may not have such a big evil intention. Shisui felt that it was not advisable to judge the case across time and space, and we couldn't just default to the past Uchiha for the crimes that the future Uchiha would commit. I think what you said makes sense, Shisui, but what should we do? We can't just watch and do nothing. Obito scratched his head and said, of course we have to take care of it. We can guide him to be good. Shisui said his solution. Shisui was ready to guide Uchiha as a senior, and guide Uchiha to become a ninja who loves his clan and village and has a sense of responsibility. The courtyard of Tsunade's house. Miyu and Tsunade sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, while Shizune and Nohara Rin stood in front of them meticulously. Half a year ago, Miyu and Tsunade made an agreement to exchange disciples for half a year. Although she took Nohara Rin out to do some tasks in the middle, generally speaking, Nohara Rin spent most of the past 6 months learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Today is the time to test the results of her practice. Lin, show your learning results, Tsunade said confidently with her hands folded on her chest. Nohara Rin has a very good talent in medical ninjutsu and works very hard when studying. After 6 months of teaching, Tsunade is very optimistic about Nohara Rin's future in medical ninjutsu. With Nohara Rin's current medical level, Tsunade feels that she can completely promote Nohara Rin to a special jonin. There is still a distance to become a formal jonin, and Nohara Rin lacks in frontal combat. Okay, Tsunade-sama. Nohara Rin nodded and walked to the stone table to pick up a bloody fish, palm immortal technique. Nohara Rin gathered a large amount of chakra in her palm, and then changed the nature of the chakra by changing the nature of the yang attribute chakra. A rich green light bloomed in Nohara Rin's palm, covering the bloody fish in Nohara Rin's hand. Under the effect of yang attribute chakra, the wound of the fish in Nohara Rin's hand healed rapidly, without even a trace of scar left. The completely healed fish became lively and kept struggling in Nohara Rin's hand. Muyu nodded. The fish just now really only had half a breath left. If Nohara Rin was a little slower, it would have died. Then Nohara Rin took out a purple pill from the stone table and stuffed it into the fish's mouth. The fish, which was originally lively and struggling, struggled less and less after eating the purple pill, and the fish's body gradually showed bad purple lines. Detoxification is also a compulsory course for medical ninjas. If you don't detoxify first in the case of poisoning, all treatments are meaningless. Tsunade explained, the reason why she is the strongest medical ninja is not only because she can heal the body at an extremely fast speed, but also because Tsunade has the strongest detoxification ability in the ninja world. The Sand Village, which likes to play with poison the most, is very troubled by Tsunade's ability, the art of extracting the poison. Nohara Rin held the poisoned fish tightly in her hand and used ninjutsu to find the source of the poison. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. After determining the location, Nohara Rin grabbed the fish with her left hand and raised her right hand slightly. Chakra scalpel. Nohara Rin concentrated a large amount of chakra to strengthen her hands, making her palms extremely sharp. The moment she touched the fish's body, a scratch appeared on the fish's body. Nohara Rin accurately extracted the toxin and then treated the fish. In fact, Nohara Rin also learned how to prepare antidotes, but this took a long time and was not suitable for a demonstration. Then Nohara Rin used some more basic medical ninjutsu such as hemostasis and recovery to show her solid foundation now. After completing the demonstration, Nohara Rin took 2 breaths and looked at Muyu with some expectation. Being able to achieve this step is the result of Nohara Rin's hard work. Her chakra scalpel was only completed a few days ago. Very good. Even if some jonins who have mastered medical ninjutsu come, they can't do better. Muyu praised Nohara Rin's excellence without hesitation. In order to keep up with Kakashi and Obito, Nohara Rin did work hard enough, and he saw all of this. Nohara Rin's nervous heart instantly relaxed and she showed a happy smile. Nohara Rin respected Tsunade very much, but in Nohara Rin's heart, Muyu was her real teacher and the one she wanted to be recognized the most. Thank you very much, Tsunade-sama. Muyu smiled and thanked Tsunade. Medical ninjutsu really depends on Tsunade. Although he has the blessing of teaching skills, this skill will be limited by his own knowledge. If you know, why don't you make more delicious food to reward me? Tsunade answered bluntly, and even mentioned several of her favorite dishes. For Tsunade, hints don't exist at all. If Muyu didn't understand or pretended not to understand, she would be at a big loss. Muyu readily agreed, which was a matter of convenience for him. Tsunade-sama, you know Shizun's previous strength best, so you should test Shizun's training results. Muyu thought for a while and said, it is not easy for a person to see the improvement in strength, and Shizun has not learned any powerful ninjutsu, so she needs to fight to experience it. Shadow clone technique. Tsunade made a seal to create a shadow clone, and let the shadow clone check Shizun's learning results. Shizun, attack me with all your strength. Don't have any psychological burden, Tsunade's shadow clone said with a relaxed look. Shizun nodded and immediately entered a state of full concentration breathing to improve her ability. Tsunade-sama, be careful, Shizun reminded, and then burst out chakra and rushed out with a shaving flash. Although she was definitely not able to beat Tsunade's shadow clone with her strength, she still had to respect it. Whoosh! Shizun's figure flashed, and she instantly moved to the side of Tsunade's shadow clone, and her right foot, which had already condensed a lot of chakra, suddenly smashed towards Tsunade. Bang! Exclamation mark at the moment when Shizune was about to make contact with the shadow clone. The shadow clone retreated at high speed, causing Shizune's super strength kick to hit the ground, breaking it into pieces. Tsunade, who was watching the battle, was a little surprised. Shizune's speed and sharpness of attack made her think that she was a ninja who was good at physical skills, but Shizune's physical skills half a year ago were not outstanding among the genin. Shizune was not discouraged by the failure of the first move, and soon organized a second wave of attack. The sharp chakra scalpel cut down a big tree in Tsunade's courtyard. Unlike Nohara Rin, who had to go to Tsunade to learn medical knowledge, Shizune had learned a lot of medical knowledge because she lived with Tsunade for a long time. Miyu taught her super strength and chakra scalpel very smoothly. In the first 2 minutes, Tsunade's shadow clone did not launch an attack, but was dodging, allowing Shizune to show her offensive ability. 2 minutes later, Tsunade's shadow clone showed some strength and immediately reversed the offense and defense. Although Shizune was beaten back step by step, she did not panic. She tried her best to defend and then look for opportunities. Of course, due to the huge gap in strength, Shizune finally fell under Tsunade's knife. "Shizune, did you slack off when you were training with me before?" Tsunade cancelled the shadow clone and asked Shizune. "Of course not. You and I were very serious when we studied." Shizune patted the dust on her body and replied quickly, "Okay, I was just joking." Seeing Shizune was eager to explain, Tsunade laughed and said. Tsunade turned to look at Miyu. "Since you're so good at teaching, Shizune will teach you for another year, and try to make her a jonin with one punch." Shizune's growth was somewhat beyond Tsunade's expectations. Not only did she master the super strength and chakra scalpel, but her physical skills had made great progress. "It's okay to teach for another year, but I can't guarantee that Shizune can beat a jonin with one punch after a year," Miyu replied. "Tsunade-sama, please don't make it difficult for teacher Miyu," Shizune said helplessly. Tsunade herself may not be able to defeat a jonin with one punch. If she is dealing with just an ordinary jonin, she can definitely handle it easily. But if she is facing dozens of jonin at the same time, she will definitely not be able to defeat them easily and comfortably. "You have only studied with Miyu for half a year and you are already speaking in his favor." Tsunade pinched Shizune's fair face in dissatisfaction. Shizune was explaining, but her explanation became unclear because of Tsunade's movements. Shizune's 6-month training plan came to an end. Miyu took the time to check Asuma's training progress and give him some pointers. After the training, Miyu went to his home with Asuma on the pretext of looking for Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask him about ninjutsu. As for the real reason, one is to let Sarutobi Hiruzen know that he has successfully practiced Flying Thunder God, improve his apparent strength, and make his genius personality more perfect, and the other is to use the transformation to record Sarutobi Hiruzen's panel. Today, I have revised the previous chapter and improved the outline of the next plot, so today is a little short. You can reread the previous chapter before 5 p.m. Chapter 395, Hanzo of the Rain Country. Miyu, it seems I have to trouble you again today. Seeing Miyu and Asuma coming together, Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and said with a smile. At first, Miyu was just a tutor he paid for. Later, Miyu could not stabilize the teaching time due to various reasons. The relationship between Miyu and Asuma became more like that between a master and a disciple. How can it be considered troublesome for a teacher to guide a student? Miyu replied with a warm smile. "I don't know if you have free time today, Sandame-sama. I encountered some difficult problems in the practice of Earth Escape, and I would like to ask you for advice." Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and agreed. In order to prevent his son from being filial, and Miyu's questions would be more difficult, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not bring Asuma with him. Among all the chakra nature changes that Miyu mastered, the earth attribute was the poorer one. This time, Miyu did not ask about the content he had already mastered, but really asked about the problems encountered in practice. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed the knowledge that a ninjutsu professor should have. Not only did he quickly answer Miyu's questions, but he also personally demonstrated the solution and the way forward. "Miyu, how is your Flying Thunder God technique going? If it's not going well, I can help you change a ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he remembered something. It has been half a year since he awarded the Flying Thunder God technique to Miyu. If Miyu can't learn it in half a year, then she probably can't learn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't feel anything about this. In his opinion, it was normal not to be able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. You know, he who can skillfully use thousands of ninjutsu secrets has not learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Although not as skilled as Minato, I can be considered to have learned it, Miyu replied. He originally wanted to expose the fact that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly, it would save some trouble and he didn't need to deliberately guide him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Miyu with some surprise, but he was the third Hokage who had seen a lot of storms after all, and he quickly adjusted himself. Then it seems that I underestimated Miyu's ninja talent. After all, Minato has practiced for many years before you, so there is no need to compare with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his goatee and smiled. Whoosh! Miyu took out two kunai that had been marked with the Flying Thunder God mark from his ninja tool bag, threw one to his side and front, and stuck the other at his feet. Whoosh! When the kunai flew about 7 or 8 meters, Miyu activated the Flying Thunder God, and his body instantly disappeared from the original place and appeared in the direction where the kunai flew. Whoosh! After pausing for a while, Miyu quickly performed the Flying Thunder God and returned to the place where he just stood. Seeing Miyu coming and going freely, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed. Miyu, you didn't just learn it for the time being, but you learned it very smoothly, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with a puff of smoke. Although he didn't know how to use the Flying Thunder God, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a good eye. The level of Flying Thunder God displayed by Miyu was not like that of a beginner at all, and it was already quite skilled. Of course, what Miyu said was not wrong. He was indeed not as skilled as Minato. Miyu smiled and said modestly, he smashed so many proficiency scrolls, so it was of course not smooth. After achieving the goal, Miyu talked with Sarutobi Hiruzen about the affairs of the ninja school and the training of Asuma, and then left. Even the Flying Thunder God technique has been mastered. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a burst of white mist as he looked at Miyu's departing back. He really hoped that Miyu would split into two people. One was a special talent with unique talents in education, and the other was a genius ninja with super strength, so that they could be used separately. Although Konoha's current situation is not as bad as it is now, and it has even won many battles, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that things are not that simple. Now it is just a small fight. If Konoha really fights with all its strength, it is impossible for Konoha to beat 3 large ninja villages. Unless Hashirama Senju or Akaya Madara is resurrected, it is possible. They can suppress a large ninja village alone. Konoha only needs to withstand the pressure and guard the home to win. Konoha now does not have such a strong person, so the current situation in the ninja world is really embarrassing and passive for Konoha. With Konoha's strength, it is no problem to go all out to defeat a large ninja village, but Konoha really dares not do so. The other 2 large ninja villages are not stupid and are waiting for you to defeat them one by one. As long as Konoha dares to concentrate the power of the ninja on a certain battlefield, the defense lines in other places will inevitably be greatly impacted, and it is not impossible to be stolen. Since you can't show too strong, you can only defend, keep the enemy outside the land of fire, minimize the loss and look for opportunities. When leaving, Miyu used the transformation skill to scan the information on Sarutobi Hiruzen. It may be that he has mastered too many ninjutsu secrets. Sarutobi Hiruzen has become the ninja with the most information among Miyu's current scanned ninjas. The information occupied by Kushina and Tsunade combined is about the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen. The chakra required to transform Sarutobi Hiruzen is also exaggerated. After Miyu transformed, she looked at the densely packed skills and felt that they were reasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew too many skills, and there were many highly proficient ones. After training normally in Konoha with his disciples for a period of time, Miyu accepted a B-level mission in the Land of Rain. However, this time was different from the previous ones. In addition to Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara Rin, Shisui would also participate in this mission. During the time when Muyu was doing the mission in Lulin, Shisui graduated and became a genin. Because Shisui performed very well, he also contributed a ninjutsu mastery scroll to Muyu. Although he graduated, Muyu performed a special operation. Shisui was not assigned to a 3-person team like ordinary genin, but followed Muyu to perform the mission, just like Tsunade and Shizu. Hongdu and Gangzidi, who also did internships, did not choose to graduate early, but chose to upgrade to the 3rd grade to continue studying in the ninja school. This is also Muyu's suggestion. Although the 3 of them are indeed better than ordinary graduates, they are completely incomparable to Shisui. In this situation in the ninja world, it is better not to graduate early unless necessary. After all, the current ninja schools have taken the initiative to shorten the school hours. Normally, the school hours are usually 6 years. Shisui joined Muyu's team, and the Muyu team was composed of 1 jonin, 3 chonins, and 1 genin. Accepting B-level missions was completely in line with Konoha's regulations. Shisui, this is your first time to do a B-level mission, but you don't have to be nervous. I'm sure it will be fine with me. It was the first time that Obito did a commissioned mission with Shisui, and he wanted to show some senior style. Although he was often pressed to the ground by Shisui in previous training battles, Obito was 2 years older than Shisui after all, and he was much taller. He felt that he had to take on the responsibility of being the eldest brother. Are you serious about taking care of Shisui? Kakashi looked at Obito in surprise. Because they were all Muyu's disciples, Kakashi had quite a lot of contact with Shisui. Shisui was the only peer who made him feel inferior to him in ninja talent. Now Obito might be better than Shisui in terms of strength, but forget about other aspects. Is there any problem? Haven't I done a lot of B-rank missions? Obito said confidently. Nothing. I just think it's terrible for people to be ignorant of themselves. Kakashi said lightly. You are the one who has no self-knowledge. Just a Kakashi. Obito, who felt looked down upon, began to blush. Nohara smiled helplessly at Shisui. This was the daily routine of their team. Shisui nodded to show his understanding. This kind of scene was also played out in the South Forest. I am indeed a newcomer in the mission. Please give me more advice. In order to prevent delay in Muyu's work, Shisui stood up to end the argument. Obito smiled and put his arm on Shisui's shoulder. He felt that he could form an Uchiha brotherhood with Shisui to deal with Kakashi together. Check it again. If there is no problem, go to the client, Muyu said. This mission can be said to be a mission carefully selected by Muyu. Today's Rain Country has once again become a venue for the game of major powers. Although there has not been a big melee like the Second Ninja World War, it can also be said that the domestic situation is chaotic, since it is a small country and has not yet been transformed into a battlefield. There are not many powerful ninjas in the Rain Country, which is just suitable for Kakashi and his level. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar first published this novel. In addition to training disciples, Muyu will also take a look at Nagato to test whether the transformation can be seen by the Samsara and whether the transformation can copy the Samsara. In addition, Muyu is also going to collect some information about the Rain Country. He wants Nagato to become a disciple, so he must take some actions in the Rain Country. The target is the Rain Country. Let's go, Obito shouted excitedly after the inspection. The Rain Country is a country he has never been to. Obito is curious whether there will be scenery he has never seen there, such as the desert of the Wind Country and the glaciers of the Snow Country. After all the disciples have confirmed it, Muyu took them to find the client. This is an escort mission. Because he was bored on the road, Obito often asked the client about the Rain Country. There is no special scenery over there in the Rain Country. After all, it rains frequently, which is not a scenery. The middle-aged client replied. Obito's expectations dropped a little, but he was still excited. Even if there were no special scenery, there should be unique plants or something. The middle-aged client that Muyu and the others met this time was a more talkative type. After Obito started the topic, the middle-aged client took the initiative to talk about a lot of things about the Rain Country. Hanzo is a failed ninja village leader. He is half responsible for the decline of the Rain Country. The middle-aged client was very dissatisfied with Hanzo. Originally, The strength of the Rain country was only slightly worse than the 5 major countries, but now even the domestic security cannot be guaranteed for people like him. The ninjas in the ninja village are not very dangerous, because the battles of ninjas have little to do with ordinary people like him. But it's different for wandering ninjas. They are not afraid of those who wear shoes if they are barefoot. They can live one day at a time. As the intersection of the 3 major countries, the Rain country needs strength to be stable, and the current Rain country just doesn't have it. Hanzo's failure also disappointed many Rain ninjas in him, and thus left the Rain village. Among these people, those with a little conscience joined the ninja organization, and those who let themselves go became wandering ninjas, which further led to the deterioration of the security in the Rain country. Hanzo, why do I feel like I've heard this name somewhere? Obito scratched his head, feeling that the name sounded familiar. He is a very strong ninja. Some people say he is a demigod in the ninja world. As long as you survive the battle with him, you will gain great fame, Shisui explained to Obito. It's not that Shisui knows too much, but Hanzo's reputation in the ninja world is indeed very big. Although the Rain village was defeated in the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo's reputation among ninjas did not decline too much. After all, Hanzo himself did not lose in that war. But the Rain ninjas other than him were defeated. He sounds so strong. Obito touched his chin. He was a little curious. Who is stronger, the demigod or the Muyu immortal? Although he has never compared them, Obito thinks that Muyu should be stronger, and asking is just intuition. Tsunade-sama was defeated by him once in the Second Ninja World War, and that was when he teamed up with Orochimaru-sama and Jiraiya-sama. Nohara-rin was worried that Obito would go crazy and challenge Hanzo, so she reminded him. Although Nohara-rin thought that Obito and Kakashi were not bad, they were still too young. He defeated Uncle Toad. Obito became excited. Obito decided to challenge Hanzo once in 10 years, and if he won, he would show off in front of Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya was his teacher's teacher, it was difficult for Obito to regard him as his master because Jiraiya's performance was too abstract. Obito still remembers the scene when Jiraiya asked him to fight Minato alone. After entering the Land of Rain, Muyu opened his white eyes. So far, Muyu has been to many small countries, and the Land of Rain is the most chaotic one he has ever seen. Obito and the others may not have this feeling, but Muyu, who has a wide field of vision, can see too many things. In Muyu's view, it is not an exaggeration to say that the Land of Rain is a chaotic place. Muyu saw several times that there were wandering ninjas wandering around them and eventually retreating. You should know that Muyu and his team were not disguised, and they were still dressed as Konoha ninjas. In addition to the wandering ninjas, Muyu also saw Kumagakure ninjas disguised as Iwagakure, and Iwagakure ninjas disguised as Kumagakure, as well as Sangakure ninjas who were investigating them. Muyu can only say that the blessings of the people of the Rain country are too great, so great that they are a bit overwhelmed. After entering the Rain country for a distance, Muyu's main body left the team and let the Shadow Clone lead the team to continue the mission. In order to prevent the car from turning over, the cautious Muyu looked for the traces of the Akatsuki organization at the maximum distance that his Flying Thunder God could teleport, so as to ensure that Kakashi could provide support in the first time if there was any problem. P.S. My work and rest schedule has been rotten again recently. I hope I can fall asleep before 2 o'clock today. It's really hard to write something without energy. I'm worried about side effects of taking medicine. An author friend is drinking Chinese medicine, and he said that he would suffer from insomnia again if he stopped. Chapter 396. The terrifying Akatsuki organization. Be careful, there are ninjas fighting ahead. Kakashi, who was walking in the front, found that there was a fight in the village ahead. Obito immediately ran to Kakashi's side to check the situation together, while Nohara-rin and Shisui looked around vigilantly and guarded the middle-aged client. In order to see more clearly, Obito directly opened the Sharingan to enhance his insight. 1, 2, 3, 5. There are 5 ninjas, but their strength is very average, and none of them wear forehead protectors. I don't know which ninja village they are from. Obito said his observation conclusion. They should be ninjas from a certain ninja organization or wandering ninjas. Kakashi replied, there are more than ninja villages in the ninja world, but the ninjas in the ninja villages are the strongest. Teacher Muyu, should we take a detour? Kakashi looked back at Muyu and asked. Kakashi preferred to take a detour, although those ninjas seemed to be of average strength. The most important thing about the escort mission was to send the client home safely, and the less trouble the less. The less trouble the less. That's not necessary. I can defeat all of these ninjas by myself. Obito thought it was unnecessary to go through so much trouble. In Obito's opinion, those ninjas who were fighting would be eliminated in the third round of the Chunin exam. It was a bit unwilling to take a detour for them. No need to take a detour. There are only 5 ninjas around here. Muyu thought for a while and replied. Seeing that Muyu agreed with him, Obito couldn't help but show a proud expression. Muyu teacher can sense ninjutsu to do this, but it's not the same as your recklessness. Kakashi said sarcastically. You just talk hard, and if you find excuses, I'm right, Obito said sarcastically. Although they were arguing, the two were not idle. They kept observing the surrounding environment while arguing. After entering the village, Kakashi found that many villagers were nervously watching the ninjas fight, which made Kakashi feel a little strange. It stands to reason that the villagers should close the doors and windows to prevent being affected. Ninja battles are not about watching the excitement. A kunai is enough to easily end the life of an ordinary person. However, Kakashi didn't think it was a good show. He couldn't be too nervous because he was too involved. At this time, the villagers noticed Muyu and others entering the village. After noticing the Konoha forehead guards and vests on Muyu and others, they subconsciously stepped back. Another wandering ninja is preparing to rob the village. What a terrible environment. The middle-aged client sighed when he saw this. Although he didn't know who the 2 ninjas who were beaten were, the middle-aged client could confirm that they were ninjas from the Akatsuki organization through their uniforms. Although the Akatsuki organization is not the strongest ninja organization in the Rain Country, its unique organizational charter makes them quite famous in the Rain Country. As a ninja organization, the Akatsuki organization is simply a breath of fresh air among ninja organizations. Not only is the hiring price cost-effective, but the members of the organization also do good deeds outside from time to time. Although he has a good impression of the Akatsuki ninjas, the middle-aged client did not intend to ask Muyu and others to help the Akatsuki ninjas. This is a problem outside the mission. Muyu's team has the responsibility to deal with the ninjas who attacked him, but they don't need to listen to his orders to deal with other ninjas. You deal with the 2 ninjas in robes, and I'll deal with the remaining 3. Kakashi thought for a moment and said to Obito. It was difficult for Kakashi to analyze everything in such a short time, so he chose to knock down all 5 ninjas, so that the problem would be solved. Kakashi paid attention to Muyu's expression while speaking, and immediately concentrated his breathing when he saw that Muyu had no objection. Just now you took a detour, and now you want to take the initiative to attack again. Kakashi, your mouth is really harder than a kunai. Obito couldn't help but complain. Complaining? Obito still acted according to what Kakashi said. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat, and then transformed all the chakra into fire attribute chakra in one breath and sprayed a large amount of flames. Whoosh! The raging flames gathered together and quickly formed a huge fireball, smashing towards the 5 ninjas who were fighting. The 5 ninjas immediately stopped fighting and retreated. They couldn't take on such a powerful fireball. Why don't we retreat? We have bad luck today. These Konoha ninjas don't look easy to deal with. A tall wandering ninja immediately wanted to retreat when he saw Obito's extraordinary strength. They just wanted to rob the village and steal some things, so there was no need to fight with Konoha ninjas. After the tall wandering ninja finished speaking, he found that his 2 companions had already run back without looking back. Rain Country swear words. The wandering ninja cursed and turned to run away. Flash! Kakashi's chakra condensed in his legs burst out completely. The increase in breathing method and the activation of lightning attribute chakra made Kakashi's body strengthen, making him extremely fast. In the eyes of the villagers, He was like lightning on the ground. Swish! Kakashi swung the white fang short blade violently while running, and the legs of the two wandering ninjas running in front instantly burst into blood and fell to the ground. The wandering ninjas who were a little behind saw that Kakashi's strength was so exaggerated, and they immediately braked and dared not continue running. Swish, swish, swish! Kakashi did not stop, but took out a shuriken and threw it at the uninjured stray ninja. Kakashi's ninja tool throwing skills were excellent, and the stray ninja dodged in a very awkward manner, with several scratches on his body. Before he could figure out how to run away, a kunai carrying lightning pierced his knee. The previous shuriken was just a feint, and the kunai with the added lightning chakra property change was Kakashi's real attack. We are ninjas who protect the village, not stray ninjas who want to rob. The Akatsuki ninja dodged the fireball and said hurriedly. Obito did not stop attacking because of the Akatsuki ninja's words. Who knows if what he said is true? First beat them to lose their combat effectiveness, and then ask the villagers, and you will naturally know the truth. However, the Akatsuki ninja's words are not completely useless. Obito was worried about killing people, so he did not use fire escape, but only used physical skills to attack. But now Obito is not weak even if he only uses physical skills. The injured Akatsuki ninja was knocked to the ground by Obito in a few moves. Thank you, ninjas of Konoha, but please don't hurt them. They are ninjas who come to protect our village. The village chief saw Kakashi deal with the stray ninjas and thought that Kakashi and his ninjas were not bad people, so he stood up and said, "Ah, really?" Obito scratched his head a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I thought you were also robbers or something." Obito, who hit the wrong person, immediately apologized and pulled up the knocked down Akatsuki ninja. "It's okay, you saved us too." A tall and thin Akatsuki ninja shook his head and said, "If Kakashi and Obito hadn't taken action just now, they would have died soon under the siege of the three stray ninjas." Another Akatsuki ninja also expressed his gratitude. Knowing that the three people who were besieging were robbing stray ninjas, Kakashi directly killed them all with a knife. If they were not killed, they might come to retaliate against the villagers after their injuries healed. Seeing the Akatsuki ninjas injured, Nohara Rin stepped forward to help them heal with the Palm Immortal technique. The green light full of life enveloped the wounds of the Akatsuki ninjas, and then they healed rapidly without leaving any scars. "Amazing. Thank you so much," the tall and thin ninja said with a look of surprise. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. There are no ninjas in the Akatsuki organization who master medical ninjutsu. If it weren't for Nohara Rin's treatment, they would have to rest for a long time when they returned. Obito's eyes subconsciously drifted towards the sky. Some of the injuries were caused by him. "Thank you very much for your help. We are ninjas of the Akatsuki organization. If you encounter any problems in the Rain Country, you can ask our organization for help." The tall and thin ninja apologized again, but what the tall and thin ninja didn't expect was that this apology, which he thought was ordinary, made Nohara Rin look shocked and made Kakashi's eyes sharp. Obito didn't react at first, but his expression became stunned after he came back to his senses. It turned out that he didn't hit the wrong person. "Are you a ninja from Akatsuki?" Kakashi asked, gathering chakra silently, and glanced around cautiously. He trusted Muyu's perception, but Akatsuki was a terrifying ninja organization that could challenge the 5 major ninja villages in the future, so he couldn't be careless. "Yes. Have you heard of our organization's name?" the thin and tall ninja asked excitedly. There are not many ninja organizations whose people can be remembered by the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages. "Indeed, I have heard of it." Obito was ready to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode to launch the great snake Nagi. Nohara Rin gathered chakra in her palm again, but this time she was not going to use the palm magic, but the chakra scalpel. Due to the information brought by Naruto and Yamato, Akatsuki was the most terrifying ninja organization in their hearts. Shisui noticed the actions of Kakashi and others and was a little confused. He didn't understand what the Akatsuki ninjas just said was worth paying attention to. Although Asuma and Jiraiya died at the hands of Akatsuki ninjas, because the time was too late, Obito's summary of the Lulan trip did not talk about Akatsuki. Shisui's impression of Akatsuki was still the same as the last mission to defeat bandits in River Country. Although they almost fought, Shisui's impression of Akatsuki was not bad. If there were more responsible ninja organizations like yours in Rain Country, maybe the environment would be better, the middle-aged client praised. Listening to the client's words, Kakashi, Obito, and Nohara Rin looked at each other. The situation seemed to be different from what they imagined. We will work hard. It is precisely to change Rain Country that we get together, the tall and thin ninja said with a fist. Obito scratched his hair in confusion. Where is the terrifying ninja organization? Why does it sound so positive? Is it a coincidence? Kakashi and Nohara Rin dispersed the condensed chakra. They could see that it was not pretended. In the end, Kakashi and the other two watched the Akatsuki ninjas leave, and after a brief rest, they continued to escort the client to the destination. On the way, Shisui asked his puzzlement. Kakashi did not answer Shisui's question immediately, but glanced at Miyu calmly with his peripheral vision, and finally answered Shisui's question after standing in front with Shisui to explore the way. Obito should not have told you about the Akatsuki organization. According to the information obtained from Lulan, in the peaceful period of the future, the Akatsuki organization is the most powerful ninja organization in the world. The members of the organization are all S-level rebels from various ninja villages, and they are engaged in activities to snatch the tailed beasts, Kakashi said in a voice that only Shisui beside him could hear. Shisui knew why Kakashi and the others were careful. Such a crazy ninja organization should indeed be cautious. Shisui could only use the word crazy to describe the Akatsuki organization. The tailed beasts are the ultimate weapons of the 5 major ninja villages. Snatching the tailed beasts is to make the 5 major ninja villages the enemy. If it is them, maybe they will really have that kind of strength in the future. Shisui thought of Miyu's evaluation of those Akatsuki ninjas. Obviously, they don't look very big, but Miyu said that there are 2 of them that he can't beat, and there is one person who can kill him directly. If this kind of genius grows up and gathers a bunch of powerful ninjas, it is really possible to achieve the actions Kakashi said. I once met a few Akatsuki ninjas during a mission in the Land of Rivers. Shisui thought about it and told him about his experience on that mission. Kakashi's expression became serious. He knew very well what kind of strength Shisui had. It was really difficult to kill Shisui in seconds, because Shisui not only had the Sharingan that could enhance his insight, but he was also extremely good at the instant body technique. Even the elite among the Jonins could not kill Shisui in seconds. Of course, the elite among the Jonins did not refer to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The 3 ninjas were strong men who were famous in the ninja world. The ninja level could not measure their strength. That should be correct. This Akatsuki organization is the Akatsuki organization that will snatch the tailed beast in the future. They may be accumulating strength now, Kakashi speculated. After Shisui said this, Kakashi became more and more suspicious that Minato Nimike's death was related to the Akatsuki organization. It happened that the tailed beast went berserk, and the Akatsuki organization's target happened to be the tailed beast. Kakashi thought that it might be that the Akatsuki organization wanted to take action, but found that the 5 major ninja villages were too strong, so they retreated to accumulate strength. I didn't expect that even the Konoha ninjas knew about our organization. If we continue like this, maybe we can change the entire Rain Country soon. On the way back, the tall and thin Akatsuki ninja said happily. Another Akatsuki ninja also smiled. In this way, they talked and laughed and returned to the village where the Akatsuki organization was stationed. But what they didn't notice was that there was a brown-haired ninja following them. Chapter 397 Peace-Loving Sosuke. In addition to a shadow clone disguised as the real body leading the team, Miyu also has a shadow clone protecting the disciples in the dark. After discovering the Akatsuki ninja, the shadow clone who was secretly protecting directly released himself and let the memory flow back to the real body. After getting the memory, Miyu immediately rushed over to split a new shadow clone to protect Kakashi and others. And then the real body followed the Akatsuki ninja to find the Akatsuki base. In order to test the hiding ability of the transformation skill, Miyu used the transformation to pinch herself a face that looks a bit like Aizen. Why is it a face that looks a bit like Aizen instead of using Aizen's face directly? Because Miyu used the transformation technique to transform into Aizen when he was on a mission before, and Uchiha Madara may have this information. Even if you can't see through Miyu after the transformation, you may be suspicious because they are exactly the same. If it's just a bit similar, plus you can't see through the transformation, then there is basically no problem. Miyu opened the transparent world to restrain her own breath, and quietly sneaked into the village where the Akatsuki organization is located. Chief Yahiko, today we helped a village fight off 3 stray ninjas, the tall and thin ninja said excitedly to Yahiko, who was practicing physical skills. You two fought off 3 stray ninjas, very good. Yahiko laughed and praised. Although he was much older than Yahiko, the tall and thin ninja smiled from the bottom of his heart when he received Yahiko's praise. As a ninja organization, the Akatsuki organization is not in good condition. The station can only be in a small village, and there are no benefits. The ninjas who joined the Rain village were basically infected by Yahiko's personality charm and wanted to change the Rain country with him. We don't have the strength. It was the Konoha ninja who passed by who helped us, the tall and thin ninja explained. It is a terrible thing for a ninja to have no self-knowledge. If he really gets arrogant and takes all the credit, he may receive tasks that are not in line with his strength in the future. Hearing the 4 words Konoha ninja, Nagato next to Yahiko subconsciously glanced at the tall and thin ninja. Those Konoha ninjas are really strong. Although they look only about 10 years old, they are very strong. They solved the 3 stray ninjas in less than a minute. There is also a very powerful medical ninja. After being treated by her, there is not even a scar left. The thin and tall ninja recalled the battle between Kakashi and others and exclaimed, as long as you practice hard, you can become stronger. Yahiko encouraged with a smile. Yeah, the thin and tall ninja wanted to practice now. Are you the Akatsuki organization? Miyu jumped down from the roof and slowly walked towards Yahiko and others and asked. Several Akatsuki ninjas quickly took a fighting posture and looked at Miyu cautiously. We are the Akatsuki organization. What? Do you want to entrust us with a task? Yahiko signaled the surrounding ninjas with his eyes to put down the kunai in their hands and said with a smile. In Yahiko's opinion, although Miyu sneaked in, Miyu dared to show up openly, so she should not be looking for trouble. If you want to fight, sneak attack is a better choice. After all, no one on the Akatsuki side has discovered Miyu. Nothing. I just heard that Akatsuki is a ninja organization dedicated to peace, so I wanted to take a look. Miyu answered Yahiko's question while continuing to walk towards Yahiko Nagato. Miyu's attention was mostly focused on Nagato's face. Nagato had seen Miyu's true form in the river country before. If Nagato's samsara eye saw through the transformation, he would definitely be surprised. Yes, the goal of our Akatsuki organization is peace in the ninja world. Before that, we will make the Rain country peaceful first. Yahiko thought Miyu was a ninja who came to join the Akatsuki organization, and he happily told his ideals. As he spoke, Yahiko also walked towards Miyu, ready to explain his peace plan in detail. Don't go over there, this person is very strong. Nagato grabbed Yahiko, who was about to walk towards Miyu. He could see the powerful chakra in Miyu's body, so Nagato was worried that Yahiko would get too close to a ninja like Miyu who had sneaked in. Yahiko was stunned, then smiled and patted Nagato on the shoulder and said, "Don't we still have you? Nagato, I believe in you." Then Yahiko and Nagato walked to a distance of 1.5 meters from Miyu. You said you want to make the Rain country peaceful, so how are you going to do it? Miyu asked with a smile. Protect the villagers from the harm of stray ninjas, spread the ideas of our organization, and attract more ninjas with the same ideals to join our organization. As long as we become strong enough, even the 5 major countries will not dare to start a war against the Rain country. Yahiko answered quickly. The first 3 ninjas who joined the Akatsuki organization were defeated by Yahiko and Nagato and were infected by Yahiko's ideals. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Rain village had thousands of Rain ninjas and Hanzo, the leader of the Rain ninjas with the name of demigod, but they still couldn't get rid of the war. When do you think the Akatsuki organization can surpass the Rain Village during the Second Shinobi World War with your plan? Miyu asked calmly. In Miyu's opinion, the only possibility for the current Akatsuki organization to realize its ideals lies in Nagato, but Nagato has Uchiha Madara's arrangement, which may lead to the demise of the Akatsuki organization. Will be. Yahiko was stuck for a moment, including him. Nagato and Konan. Akatsuki now has only 20 ninjas, let alone the Rain Village during World War II. It is very far away from the current Rain Village. What advantages do you think your Akatsuki has compared to the Rain Village or other ninja organizations that can make those ninjas choose to join the Akatsuki instead of the Rain Village or other ninja organizations? Miyu continued to ask. The reality is very cruel. Without enough benefits, even Uchiha Madara, no one was willing to go with him when he left. Because Konoha can enjoy unprecedented peace, everything is unknown if he leaves with Uchiha Madara. Yahiko wanted to say something, but found that Akatsuki seemed to have no special advantages. They had neither money nor training resources. Akatsuki is a place where everyone fights together for peace. After holding it in for a while, Yahiko finally said, "It is undeniable that many ninjas yearn for peace. But how can you make them believe that Akatsuki can achieve everything you say?" Miyu seemed a little disappointed with Yahiko. Yahiko was silent for a moment, because he found that he had no other answer except to say something like dreams and everyone working together. For the first time, Yahiko clearly felt how far they were from their ideal. Chief Yahiko is a genius ninja. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become a powerful man who dominates the ninja world. An ninja from the Akatsuki organization spoke for Yahiko. Yes, although our Akatsuki organization was founded a short time ago, its reputation is not inferior to some ninja organizations that have been established for more than 10 years. This is enough to show that we are on the right path, the tall and thin Akatsuki ninja said. As followers of Yahiko, they firmly believe that Yahiko will succeed. It just shows that you are unique among ninja organizations. Miyu retorted. Most ninja organizations are for making money and making more money. It is normal for a ninja organization that shouts love and peace to be mentioned. You have nothing but ideals now, even if you can continue to grow. Have you considered the attitude of the Rain Village and other ninja organizations? Have you thought about how to earn enough funds to keep the organization running? 20 or 30 ninjas can make do together, but what about hundreds of ninjas, or more? Have you considered how to maintain peace if peace is achieved? What if the peace that we have worked so hard for falls into war again after a few years or more? Miyu's continuous questions directly confused everyone in the Akatsuki organization, and Yahiko showed an embarrassed expression. He really hadn't considered many things yet. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. After all, he was just a 14-year-old boy who had never been to school. Although he was embarrassed to be asked, Yahiko wanted to invite Miyu to join the Akatsuki organization. He felt that Miyu could bring a leap forward to the Akatsuki organization. You are right. Our Akatsuki organization does have many shortcomings, so I would like to invite you to join us. Let's work together to change these shortcomings and bring peace to the Rain country and the ninja world, Yahiko said seriously. If you are willing to join the Akatsuki organization, your status is equivalent to that of the leader. Yahiko took out the biggest bargaining chip he could. In fact, he wanted to give the position of leader to Miyu, but the Akatsuki organization was the result of his and his companions' efforts after all. Giving it to a person he just met so easily showed that he did not value the like-minded companions of the Akatsuki organization. If Miyu could really solve all the problems he mentioned, Yahiko would willingly let Miyu become the only leader. Yahiko yearned for peace. If the Akatsuki organization could really bring peace to the Rain country and the ninja world, then it didn't matter who the leader of the Akatsuki organization was. Leader Yahiko, this is not good. The Akatsuki members around him looked at Yahiko in surprise. There's nothing wrong with it. Everyone is fighting for the same ideal. There is a leader just to lead everyone to move forward better, Yahiko said with a smile. This doesn't attract me. If I want, it's not difficult to find dozens of ninja subordinates. Miyu rejected Yahiko. Then how can I join the Akatsuki organization? Yahiko asked without giving up. He did not doubt that Muyu was bragging. After all, even Nagato said that Muyu was very strong. It is indeed not difficult for a powerful ninja to establish a ninja organization of dozens of ninjas by strength. Muyu smiled and said nothing, turned and left. At least tell me your name, Yahiko shouted. Muyu paused but did not look back. Sosuke. After that, Muyu quickly left the village where the Akatsuki organization was stationed. Looking at Muyu's back, Yahiko's eyes were filled with a trace of regret. He felt that Sosuke was also a ninja who yearned for peace, otherwise how could he have gone to great lengths to find this place? However, their performance made Sosuke dissatisfied, so he did not join. Everyone has to work harder in the future, so that more outstanding companions will join in. Yahiko encouraged the Akatsuki ninjas. The Akatsuki ninjas nodded and began to work hard. They might not forget the scene for a long time. The samsara eye still doesn't work. Muyu checked the information scanned from Nagato. He was not too disappointed. The samsara eye is considered the top one in the Naruto world. Black Zetsu has worked hard for thousands of years, but only Akayama Dora has successfully opened the samsara eye. Muyu did not have too many expectations for the samsara eye, because even if he could copy the current one, he couldn't use it. This thing is not for ordinary people. Nagato has so much chakra that he feels weak when using it. Obito, who has a lot of Hashirama cells in his body, only dares to transplant one. After taking a look at Nagato's information, Muyu directly deleted Nagato's information. Nagato's information is particularly large, and there is a lot of overlap with the information of the third generation Hokage. Nagato also knows a lot of ninjutsu. Hiding ability is pretty good, and it has not been seen through by the samsara eye. Muyu recalled Nagato's performance just now and confirmed the disguise ability of the transformation. As a Konoha ninja, Nagato should have some impression of him, but judging from Nagato's performance just now, it is obvious that he does not know him at all. After achieving the goal, Muyu returned to the team and replaced the shadow clone to continue the mission. Although Nagato is very important to him and is his opportunity to obtain a large amount of chakra, the existing disciples are more important. Moreover, Muyu has already thought of a specific plan. If everything goes well, in addition to accepting Nagato as his disciple, he can also get a lot of rewards in the Rain Country. Chapter 398, Muyu vs. Sand Hidden Heroes. Muyu's caution was correct. Facts proved that Obito and his team had really bad luck, or that the Land of Rain was really in chaos. Just when Muyu and his team were about to deliver the client to their destination, a team of Sand Village ninjas saw them and immediately surrounded them. Since Sand Village did not go to war with Konoha, Kakashi did not take action immediately, and even stopped Obito with his eyes. "What do you want to do in Konoha?" The female ninja standing at the front of the Sand Village team asked unkindly. "Are you sick? You suddenly came over to surround us and asked us what we wanted to do." Obito complained with an unhappy face. Although there were 12 ninjas on the Sand Village side, Obito was not panicked at all because Muyu was by his side. "Little brat, didn't your parents teach you that when adults talk, children should not interrupt?" "Lord Yikang is not asking you." The Sand Village ninja next to Yikang scolded. Yikang was a ninja he admired very much, and he could not tolerate Obito's disrespect for Yikang. But Obito was not scared. He glared back immediately. "Do you think I'm talking to you? What are you talking about?" The Sand Ninja drew out his long sword, and the atmosphere on the field immediately became tense. Kakashi silently drew out the White Fang short blade. Although the Sand Ninja and Konoha did not go to war, the other party showed hostility, and they must not sit still and wait for death. Shisui and the others also concentrated their breathing and were ready to attack at any time. Bang! At this moment, a transparent energy hit the long sword in the hand of the Sand Ninja, breaking the long sword directly. "Didn't your teacher teach you not to point weapons at people randomly?" Muyu slowly put away his hand knife and said with a smile. Muyu doesn't like people who are arrogant without strength. The Sand Ninja looked at the broken long sword, and his expression became horrified when he looked at Muyu. "This is not made of wood, but a long sword made of steel. Even without the blessing of chakra, it is sharp and strong. This kind of destructive power, if it was not his long sword that just hit him, but his body, what a heavy blow it would be." The more scared the Sand Village was, the more happy Obito felt. "I have Muyu teacher here, what do you have?" Obito couldn't help but raise his mouth. He finally understood why the descendants of the big villains in ninja novels would be so arrogant. "If you have a strong backer, it would be really cool." Yi Kang looked at Muyu with some surprise. He didn't expect that a Konoha ninja he met casually would have such strength. But Yi Kang was not panicked. She was a Sand Village hero after all, and this was a small scene for her. Yi Kang asked the Sand Village ninja with a broken sword beside her to step back a little, and then looked at Muyu. "Yesterday, a 4-member team of our Sand Village disappeared, and the nearby villagers only saw Konoha ninjas active nearby that day." Yi Kang certainly couldn't be looking for trouble. After all, the Sand Village had experienced civil strife and was at war with Kumagakure, and the situation in all aspects was not good. Muyu didn't even have to think about it to guess who did it. It was either Iwagakure or Kumagakure. These two troublemakers like to do this kind of thing. Anyone who has some understanding of the situation in the ninja world would not think that this was done by the Konoha ninja. Konoha has now been declared war by 3 major ninja villages, and it would only provoke Sand Village if it was full. As a ninja, you should know how easy it is to deceive ordinary people. "I think you should investigate Kumagakure or Iwagakure," Muyu replied. "Ordinary people do not have the eyesight to see through the transformation technique. Even a ninja with average transformation skills can easily deceive ordinary people. If you spend more time and get some real Konoha forehead protectors and vest uniforms, ordinary people will not be able to recognize them. Whether it is true or false, the truth will naturally come out after you cooperate with the investigation." Yi Kang admitted that Muyu's words made some sense, but this may also be Muyu's defense for his fellow villagers. Normally, Konoha should not provoke Sand Village under this situation, but every ninja has his own ideas. Yi Kang believes that there may be other reasons why the Sand Village team was killed in the battle with the Konoha ninja. Name: Yi Kang. Chakra: 56,000. Skills: Scorch Release. Mastery Level: 2,815,000. Fire Chakra Nature Change. Mastery Level: Wind Chakra Nature Change. Mastery Level: Scorch Release. Oversteam Kill. Mastery Level. As a ninja, Yi Kang is indeed more arrogant than the previous Sand Ninja holding a long sword. With her high proficiency in Scorch Release and the double mastery of Nature Change, her strength surpasses more than 90% of the ninjas in the ninja world. But unfortunately, she met Muyu, a ninja who has mastered hundreds of ninjutsu and 7 chakra attributes. "What if I say no?" Muyu said lightly while protecting the disciples behind him. The lethality of Scorch Release is also considered strong among many bloodline limits. With Yi Kang's Scorch Release level, a Jonin would be killed instantly if he was touched by his Scorch Release. For safety reasons, he wanted his disciples to keep a safe distance from Yi Kang. "Then we have to knock you down and then investigate." Yi Kang took a fighting stance and ordered his subordinates to block the position. Several Sand Village ninjas appeared behind Muyu and others. However, Yi Kang underestimated the strength of Kakashi and Obito. Obito concentrated his breathing to enhance his physical ability and strengthen the nature change. At the same time, he opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and knocked down the 2 Sand Village Chunin to the ground with just physical skills. Shisui also opened his blood-red eyes. Illusionary body instant technique. In the eyes of the Sand Village ninjas, dozens of Shisui appeared on the field. Just when they thought everything was an illusion, the fists of those Shisui hit them again. The 2 Sand Village Chunin were knocked down at a very fast speed without even finding Shisui's real body. Kakashi concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the state of transparent world. The Sand Village Jonin wanted to deal with Kakashi and then deal with Obito and others. But soon he didn't have this idea because he felt tremendous pressure from Kakashi. All his attacks were seen through by Kakashi, but he could not resist Kakashi's attacks. In just over a minute, 5 Sand Village ninjas were beaten and lost their combat effectiveness. The remaining Sand Village ninjas were all stopped by Muyu. Whenever a Sand Village ninja wanted to go over Muyu to deal with Kakashi, they would be knocked unconscious by Muyu and thrown to the ground. Yi Kang's expression became serious. The strength of this Konoha team was beyond her imagination. Scorch Release. Oversteaming kill. After seeing Muyu's physical skills, Ye Kang was not prepared to fight Muyu in close combat, and directly launched the blood limit of Scorch Release. Ye Kang burst out a large amount of chakra, condensed 6 head-sized fireballs around his body and flew towards Muyu at a high speed. Muyu did not underestimate this trick because of the size of the fireballs. Scorch Release is different from ordinary fire release. Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique. Muyu condensed a large amount of chakra and spit out a waterfall-like terrifying water flow towards the Sand Village ninjas. A water ninja? It's a bit troublesome, but not a big problem. Ye Kang's face remained unchanged as he looked at the terrifying water flow. Scorch Ninjutsu, as a bloodline limit that combines the nature of wind and fire chakra, is very different from ordinary flames. Water Ninjutsu cannot restrain Scorch Ninjutsu too much. Under Ye Kang's control, the water flow rushed straight towards Muyu in a straight shape, ignoring the waterfall technique. The water flow was evaporating rapidly, and Ye Kang's fireball was also slowly shrinking, but it was not directly extinguished like an ordinary flame. Quick Freeze Ray. Muyu jumped lightly and stood on the water surface, then raised her hand and released a cold air ray into the water flow, instantly freezing the water flow. Ye Kang's Scorch Ninjutsu flame dissipated in the struggle with the ice. Ice Ninjutsu? Ye Kang looked at Muyu with some surprise. Konoha actually had such a powerful ice ninjutsu. Ninja! Whoosh! Exclamation mark. Muyu threw out a large number of flying thunder god kunai, taking care of all the sand-hidden ninjas including Ye Kang. Ye Kang naturally couldn't be hit by such an ordinary and miserable fate, and he dodged it by turning sideways. Scorch Release. Flame Wave. Ye Kang decided to change his tactics and use a larger range of ninjutsu to attack. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. A large amount of Scorch Release flames were spit out from Ye Kang's throat, forming a small sea of Scorch Release fire and rushing towards Muyu. Although the opponent also mastered the blood limit, Ye Kang still had the confidence to win. Strictly speaking, there is no upper and lower restraint between blood limits, but Ye Kang felt that her Scorch Release was still more advantageous against Ice Release. It is common for flames to melt ice, but there is no ice to freeze flames. Facing Ye Kang's Scorch Release ninjutsu, Muyu did not release the ninjutsu or dodge, but just condensed chakra on the spot. What is this guy doing? Muyu's actions made Ye Kang's heart ring with alarm. With the strength shown by Muyu, it is obvious that she will not be scared by her ninjutsu and dare not move. There must be some means that she doesn't know. Ye Kang used his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings vigilantly, but did not find anything unusual. Other Konoha ninjas did not move either. Just when Ye Kang was extremely confused, Muyu moved. Whoosh! Ye Kang felt a flash in front of her eyes, and she subconsciously kicked forward. But how could Ye Kang's reaction speed and attack speed be faster than Muyu? Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Ye Kang's face and body came into close contact with the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. Lord Ye Kang! Ye Kang looked at Muyu in disbelief. Ye Kang is a hero of the Sand Village. There are many ninjas who admire Ye Kang in the Sand Village. During the time when the 3rd Kazekage disappeared, Ye Kang was also a strong candidate for the 4th Kazekage. It's the Yellow Flash. A Sand Village ninja thought of the Yellow Flash that had recently become famous in the battle between the Grass Country and the Soup Country. Shouldn't he be on the battlefield? Why did he come to the Rain Country? The Sand Village ninja was extremely confused. Muyu has always been a kind person. Seeing that the Sand Village ninjas were so worried about Ye Kang, he immediately asked them to lie on the ground with Ye Kang. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. Muyu activated Flying Thunder God again and appeared beside the Sand Village ninjas, and eliminated all the Sand Village ninjas in a very short time. This group of Sand Village ninjas are not strong, except for the female ninja with green and yellow hair. Can the others last more than 10 seconds together? Obito commented. Because Muyu asked them to retreat, Obito and his men did not go forward to help Muyu even if they solved the Sand Village ninjas in the back. Obito wanted to fight side by side with Muyu, but he didn't want to cause trouble for Muyu. Muyu must have a reason to ask them to retreat. It's not that the Sand Village ninjas are not strong, But that teacher Miyu is too strong, Kakashi corrected. Kakashi looked at Obito. Do you know who the female ninja with green and yellow hair you mentioned is? Obito scratched his head and shook his head. Is she a famous ninja? She doesn't look very strong, strictly speaking. Miyu defeated Yikang with only 3 ninjutsu just now, which looked easy and simple, so you should supplement the common sense of the ninja world. Kakashi sighed. Her name is Yikang, a ninja known as the hero of Sand Village, who has mastered the blood limit of burning escape. If touched by her burning escape flame, she will instantly turn into a mummy. She is a well-known strong man in the ninja world. Kakashi explained to Obito. Although Yikang was defeated by Miyu after only a few moves, Kakashi knew that this was caused by many factors. The biggest one was intelligence. Kakashi didn't think Miyu would be like Obito and not even know about Yikang, a famous ninja, so Miyu knew Yikang's information. But Yikang couldn't know Miyu's information because Miyu was too low-key. Yikang didn't know that Miyu had mastered Flying Thunder God, so it was normal for him to be killed instantly by Flying Thunder God at close range. It looked easy for Miyu to beat Yikang, but if Kakashi and the others were to fight, Kakashi felt that the 4 of them combined might not be able to beat Yikang. The power of Scorch Release was too strong, and Nohara Rin's medical ninjutsu might not be able to heal her in time after being hit by Scorch Release. Is this really common sense, Kakashi? Where did you know this? Obito couldn't help asking. Obito felt that this was not common sense at all. This is not only common sense, but also the basic skills of ninjas. Don't you know the importance of intelligence to ninjas? Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. Watch more, listen more, and pay more attention to major events in the ninja world, Kakashi reminded. Then Kakashi stopped talking nonsense with Obito and walked towards Uchiha Shisui had already walked over when they were discussing Yikang. So what if he is a hero of Sand Village? He was still killed by us and teacher Uchiha together, Obito muttered and walked over. Is this considered a clear investigation? If Konoha really wanted to deal with Sand Village, do you think you could still be alive now? Uchiha said as she looked at Yikang, who was slowly getting up. Although Uchiha definitely doesn't like Yikang, if Uchiha knew that Uchiha killed Yikang, he might even open champagne to celebrate. But Yikang's identity in Sand Village is indeed not simple. If he is killed, it will easily escalate into a diplomatic incident. Uchiha doesn't want Konoha to be surrounded and beaten by the 4 major ninja villages soon. This is not a good thing. You should pay more attention to Kumage-cure or Iwaga-cure. The yellow flash is indeed worthy of its reputation. This time it was my mistake. I will reinvestigate when I go back. Yikang apologized and accepted Miyu's suggestion. My name is Hanyu Miyu. Don't make the mistake next time. Leaving this sentence, Miyu took the somewhat frightened client to the destination. Yikang and a group of Sand Village stood there in a daze, all at a loss. There will be another 4K chapter later, but it will be very late, probably 3 o'clock. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. In addition, the previous chapter has been revised and you can subscribe. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, The Eyes of the Six Paths Sage. After encountering Yikang, Miyu and his team did not encounter any unexpected situations and successfully sent the client to the destination. Really reliable. If I go to Konoha to issue a mission next time, I must name you Miyu. The middle-aged client highly recognized Miyu's business ability. As an ordinary person, he doesn't know much about ninjas, but Miyu is the kind of strong that can be seen with the naked eye, which is really reliable. In order to express his gratitude, the middle-aged client also wanted to invite Miyu and his team to a famous local restaurant for a big meal. Miyu asked Obito and his team for their opinions, and finally declined the middle-aged client's kindness. If it were normal times, Obito would be happy to have that big meal, but he was a little concerned about the Akatsuki organization in the Rain Country. The result of the discussion among the 4 of them was to conduct some investigations on the Akatsuki organization on the way back. Because the information from the Akatsuki organization was obtained from Uzumaki, Naruto and Yamato, they had to keep it secret from Miyu. We can ask Miyu teacher for a certain degree of freedom of movement, and don't be too far away from Miyu teacher. In this way, Miyu teacher can use Flying Thunder God to support us, and there will be no accidents. Kakashi expressed his thoughts. Kakashi felt that there was no problem with the investigation, but considering that the rain country was really chaotic, they couldn't run too far. Otherwise, if they met a strong man from Kumagakure or Iwagakure, it would be troublesome. You can ask Obito to ask. Just say that he wants to take pictures of the scenery of the rain country. Shisui gave a suggestion. I do want to take pictures of the scenery of the rain country. Obito nodded. Lin, you don't have to go. Stay with Miyu teacher. Nohara Rin is the weakest among them. Most of her abilities are in healing, and her ability to deal with danger is much worse than theirs. I will stay with Miyu teacher to cover you. Nohara Rin smiled softly and agreed. She is very self-aware and will try not to add burden to Obito and others. The four of them did what they said. Obito held the camera and said to Miyu with an embarrassed look, Teacher Miyu, you see that this mission has been completed. Can I find a place to take some photos to commemorate it? It won't be too far from the team, and I will ask Kakashi and others to come with me. Then go. Miyu readily agreed. Miyu also wanted to investigate more information about the rain country, and slowing down the pace of returning was in his plan. Teacher Miyu, you are the best. Seeing that Miyu directly agreed, Obito laughed and cheered. Be careful and don't run too far. Miyu smiled and touched Obito's head to remind him. Although he will definitely send shadow clones to protect his disciples, Miyu still hopes that his disciples will be more vigilant. Obito nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and patted his chest vigorously to show that he had no problem. After achieving the goal, the Miyu team began to act separately. Miyu and Nohara Rin were together, and Kakashi, Obito and Shisui were a group of 3 to investigate the Akatsuki organization. Obito and his team asked the residents of several villages and towns, but the other party either didn't know or said good things about the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization is full of good ninjas. They helped our village drive away stray ninjas before. Akatsuki? I heard it's a good ninja organization. It's more cost-effective to entrust them to fight against mountain bandits than to go to the ninja village. The more they inquired about the news of Akatsuki, the more confused Obito and his friends became. Could it be that they have the same name? Maybe these two Akatsuki organizations are not the same Akatsuki organization? The more Obito listened, the more he felt that Akatsuki was a kind ninja organization, not a terrorist ninja organization. It's hard to say. Kakashi shook his head, because he thought it was an Akatsuki organization because of Shisui's information before, but now Kakashi is a little uncertain. If it was just to accumulate strength, Akatsuki would not have to do this, and organize members to do good deeds everywhere. This is a meaningless thing. As a ninja organization, even if it does 100 good things, as long as it does 1 or 2 bad things, its reputation will not be maintained. Accepting employment to earn money is the correct operation to accumulate strength. Maybe these two Akatsuki organizations are the same Akatsuki organization. The current Akatsuki organization is indeed a kind ninja organization, and the future Akatsuki organization is indeed a terrorist organization. Shisui thought for a while and said, people change. Being kind now does not mean being kind in the future, and being evil in the future does not mean being evil in the past. Shisui thinks this is the same as Ukaichi. Although Ukaichi will exterminate the Uchiha clan in the future, Ukaichi is just a child who speaks unclearly and is somewhat naive. Although they only exchange a few simple sentences, Shisui does not think that the current Yahiko is a madman who will snatch the 5 national-tailed beasts. This is very likely. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. Although he is only 10 years old this year, Kakashi has indeed experienced a lot of things, and some things can really change a person's personality. So is it? Obito was confused by Shisui's words. Shisui and Kakashi did not answer Obito's words. Now there is too little key information, and they can only speculate. It's really troublesome. It would be better if I could ask in person. Obito sighed. I don't know if Obito's mouth is blessed or their luck has turned. When they were trying to find out the news, they happened to meet Yahiko and others who came out to maintain law and order, and saw Yahiko take action with their own eyes. The orange-haired man who used water escape is Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki, Shisui said softly. Shisui knew Yahiko because he had introduced himself before. He shouldn't be the one that Muyu teacher said could kill you in seconds. Obito touched his chin and said. Yahiko showed strong strength, but it was too much to say that he could kill Shisui in seconds. Obito didn't feel the aura of a strong man from Yahiko. He was not as good as the Sand Village hero Yikang who he met before. The red-haired man next to him is very strong. After entering the transparent world, Kakashi saw the huge amount of chakra in Nagato's body and his pupils shrank suddenly. This is definitely the most terrifying chakra Kakashi has ever seen, even stronger than Muyu's chakra. But Kakashi soon didn't care about Nagato's chakra, because he found something more amazing. Just by looking at it with the transparent world, he felt the extreme threat from Nagato's eyes. Nagato felt something and looked in the direction of Kakashi and others. Seeing the Konoha Chunin vests and forehead protectors on Kakashi and others, Nagato frowned. Yahiko, there are several Konoha ninjas coming over there. Nagato reported this information to Yahiko. He didn't like Konoha ninjas very much, but he wouldn't attack them casually. Konoha ninjas over there, we have found you. Yahiko shouted directly in the direction pointed by Nagato. Yahiko didn't have much bad feelings towards Konoha ninjas, and Konoha ninjas had saved members of the Akatsuki organization some time ago, so Yahiko didn't care about being peeped. What should I do? Should I go out or just go? Obito looked at Kakashi and asked. Kakashi took out the Flying Thunder God Bitter thing from the ninja tool bag, checked it, and put it back. Then Kakashi split a shadow clone and ran towards where Muyu was at full speed. Kakashi was a person who didn't want to stand under a dangerous wall. If Muyu wasn't far away, he would have left without hesitation. Go and take a look, but be careful to keep a distance. Especially pay attention to the red-haired man, Kakashi replied. Then the three of them flashed out from the dark together and looked at Yahiko and Nagato. They are the Konoha ninjas who helped me before, the thin and tall ninja said immediately when he saw Kakashi and the others. What a coincidence. Yahiko was a little surprised. Thank you so much for your help last time. This is Yahiko, the leader of our Akatsuki organization. The thin and tall ninja introduced Yahiko. Yahiko looked at Kakashi and the other two and found that Shisui looked surprisingly familiar. After a little thought, he remembered that he had met him once before when he went to eliminate bandits, and there was a small misunderstanding. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. It turned out to be you. The ninja world is really small. We met once in the river country before. Do you remember? Yahiko smiled and greeted Shisui. Shisui nodded in acknowledgement. I heard that your organization is a ninja organization that pursues peace and stability, Kakashi said after thinking about the wording. Since Yahiko was so friendly, Kakashi thought he could try to find out some information. Yes. The establishment of Akatsuki is to make the rain country and the ninja world peaceful, Yahiko replied happily. He felt that the more people knew about Akatsuki's dream, the closer Akatsuki would be to the dream. Although we still have many shortcomings now, I believe that as long as we work hard, we will succeed. Yahiko thought of the man named Sosuke. Yahiko has been working hard to protect the village outside these days. In addition to wanting to make Akatsuki famous, he also wanted to meet Sosuke again, but Sosuke came and went without a trace. Not to mention seeing him, Yahiko had never even heard of him. Kakashi observed all the members of Akatsuki, and then turned his attention back to Yahiko who was excitedly describing the future of Akatsuki. What happened to turn such an Akatsuki into a terrorist organization that snatches the tailed beasts? Kakashi felt a little heavy in his heart. When Yahiko talked about Akatsuki's dream and future, all the members of Akatsuki looked yearning, which was difficult to pretend unless they practiced in advance. Although Kakashi didn't know what would happen, he guessed that it would be a very tragic tragedy. War should not exist. Obito agreed with Yahiko's words. Obito also wanted to end the war, to make Konoha and the Land of Fire peaceful, and no more ninjas would die in the war. Do you think so too? Yahiko looked at Obito with shining eyes. If it weren't for Obito's identity as a Konoha ninja, Yahiko would have invited Obito to join the Akatsuki organization on the spot. Yahiko infected some ninjas to join the Akatsuki organization, but more often they disapproved of his dreams and goals and ridiculed him. My dream is to end the war and become Hokage, Obito said with his chest raised. Although Kakashi always said that he was not the material to be Hokage, Obito felt that he could do it. If you work hard, you will succeed. Then we can work together to restore peace to the ninja world faster, Yahiko said with a big laugh. At this moment, Obito looked at Yahiko very pleasing to the eye, and felt that Yahiko was a good person and could get along with him. As long as you think I can become Hokage, then you were his good partner. Because he had to go to other places to check the situation, although Yahiko wanted to talk to Obito again, he had to leave. Goodbye, I hope that when we hear about each other again in the future, it will be famous in the ninja world. Yahiko said goodbye. He really hopes that someone like Obito will become the Hokage. The 5 major ninja villages have a great influence in the ninja world. It will definitely happen. Just wait for the name Uchiha Obito to spread throughout the ninja world. Obito said his name before leaving. The 3 watched the Akatsuki ninjas leave, and then stopped investigating the Akatsuki. After such an exchange, Kakashi was basically sure that the current Akatsuki and the future Akatsuki were completely different, and the investigation was in vain. No matter what they will become in the future, they are now a group of ninjas fighting for peace. But Kakashi still has some headaches about the Akatsuki. For Uchiha, they can choose to guide him from a young age to change the future. But the Akatsuki is not so easy to deal with. The ninjas in the Akatsuki are much older than them. And there is also a red-haired ninja whose strength is unknown. Obito didn't think so much. What he wanted most in his heart now was to let Muyu and No Harlin survive the Third Ninja World War, and then Minato would not die in the rampage of the Nine Tails, and the Uchiha clan would not be exterminated. After returning to the team, Kakashi could not forget the pair of eyes that gave him fatal danger. Kakashi drew the unique eyes on paper and then asked Muyu tentatively, "Teacher Muyu, I saw this on a mural somewhere in the Land of Rain. It feels so special. Is it a special culture of that place?" Kakashi asked calmly. Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. When did Kakashi sneak to see the mural alone? Haven't they been trying to find out about the Akatsuki organization? Muyu took the paper handed over by Kakashi, thought about it and replied, "It has many names. The eyes of the sage, the eyes that control life and death, the eyes of the reincarnation, and it is the eyes of the Six Paths Sage." Kakashi showed a shocked expression. He thought that it might be a very powerful blood limit, but he didn't expect it to be so big that it could be related to the Six Paths Sage. Although most people worship the Six Paths Sage as a god, the Six Paths Sage is not a fictional myth, but a real person. Because he founded the ninja clan, he is considered the ancestor of ninjas. Huh? The eyes of the Six Paths Sage? Obito hurriedly leaned forward to take a look when he heard that it was the eyes of the Six Paths Sage. Kakashi did not give Obito this opportunity. In order to prevent the information from being exposed, Kakashi pulled Obito to the side for combat practice. Shisui could not remain calm when he heard it. The Six Paths Sage is too special for a ninja. I have diarrhea and it's a little late. I'm a little mentally ill because I stayed up until 4 o'clock. If there are any mistakes, please leave a message in this paragraph. I will correct it when I wake up. Chapter 400, Disciples Strengthening Plan. After returning to Konoha, Muyu gave his disciples a day off as usual, and went to the Hokage's office to report on the mission. Originally, this kind of B-level mission did not require a separate report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the accident they encountered this time was not ordinary. Knock knock. Muyu knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, Muyu immediately pushed the door open and walked in. "Sandame-sama, there may be ninjas from other ninja villages disguised as Konoha ninjas to attack the Sand Village ninjas. Muyu, please tell me in detail." Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a serious expression. 3 of the 5 major ninja villages have now declared war on Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want the last Sand Village that has not declared war on Konoha to declare war on Konoha. It's like this, I accepted an escort mission to the Rain Country, and on the way I was surrounded by the Sand Village team led by Yi Kang, and the other party attacked us in the name of investigation. Muyu began to tell the cause and process of their encounter with Yi Kang. Yi Kang, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful expression. Yi Kang is not an unknown person in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also heard of her name. She is a powerful blood ninja. Muyu, you didn't kill those sand ninjas, did you? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and asked. In terms of fame, Yi Kang is a famous strong man in the ninja world, and Muyu is only a little famous in Konoha, but in terms of strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think Yi Kang can beat Muyu. Muyu is proficient in 5 kinds of chakra nature changes, has ice escape in her blood limit, has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, knows many powerful ninjutsu, and has intelligence advantages. Yi Kang can't beat Muyu, so Sarutobi Hiruzen is not worried about Muyu getting hurt, but only worried that Muyu didn't control her strength well and killed some sand ninjas. In this case, no matter which ninja killed the sand ninjas who died before, the sand ninjas will be counted on Konoha. I was forced to fight back and fight with them to the point where we could have a good conversation, and there were no casualties, Muyu replied. Afterwards, Yi Kang also admitted that it was their mistake and they would reinvestigate. With his current strength, fighting against the Sand Village team led by Yi Kang is pure bullying, and there will be no accidents that he doesn't want to happen. Muyu, you handled it very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and praised. Next, I will arrange for the Anbu to investigate. This task allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to see Muyu's ability to handle affairs. Not only teaching and ninjutsu, but Muyu's abilities in other aspects are also very good. Fortunately, I dug him out in time, otherwise Muyu would not be able to truly exert his abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, and stepped on Chimura Danzo. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, a genius like Muyu could not have remained unknown. It must be the darkness of the root that restricted Muyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very sorry for this. If Muyu had shown such talent earlier, perhaps he would have directly accepted Muyu as his disciple. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen's best candidate for the 4th generation Hokage is Jiraiya, followed by Tsunade. But what makes Sarutobi Hiruzen helpless is that neither of them wants to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to pave the way for Jiraiya many times, but Jiraiya just started to move, and he almost carved the words "I don't want to be Hokage" on his face. Not to mention Tsunade's words, Jiraiya still gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a little respect, but Tsunade didn't even bother to pay attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's other disciple Orochimaru had the intention to become Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want him to become Hokage, because Orochimaru has changed too much. When he was a child, Orochimaru was just a little lonely and cold, but now Orochimaru gives Sarutobi Hiruzen a feeling of gradually losing his humanity. Such Orochimaru can become a high-level official in Konoha, but he can't become Hokage. After the report, Muyu went straight back home. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give any special rewards, but some ninja training resources. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already rewarded the right to borrow ninjutsu freely before, and Muyu had enough in terms of ninjutsu. Muyu only worked in the ninja school, and Muyu was already the vice principal of the ninja school. It was impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to fire himself and give the principal to Muyu. There are many wandering ninjas, and there are many ninja organizations, in addition to ninjas from other large ninja villages. After going home to sort out the information about the Rain Country, Muyu found that the situation in the Rain Country was too consistent with his plan to recruit disciples. Muyu's plan was this: he first impressed Yahiko Nagato and others in the Akatsuki organization, and then became famous in the Rain Country, established an image of a master, and attracted Yahiko and others to recruit again. However, Muyu still would not agree to them immediately. He would refuse again and continue to become famous in the Rain Country. When the time was right, he would do some tests and become the mentor of Yahiko and others. As for the way to become famous, Muyu would definitely choose the one with the greatest benefits. It is undoubtedly to give lectures to gain both fame and rewards for Muyu. and to get rewards for taking classes. At that time, many ninjas in the Rain country will be Muyu's class objects. Muyu has no worries about no ninjas coming to listen to his class. After all, he has been verified many times in this field. When the time comes, Muyu will show his strength a little bit, and those ninjas will have to rush to attend the class. After the disbandment, Kakashi did not go to practice immediately, but went to the Konoha library to look for information about the samsara eye. It's not that Kakashi doesn't trust Muyu, but Kakashi is curious about more content. However, to Kakashi's disappointment, he did not find any records about the ability of the samsara eye, but only some myths and legends. With the idea that he was here, Kakashi looked for relevant information about the tailed beasts again, but still didn't get much, and still didn't understand why the tailed beasts went berserk. After leaving the library, Kakashi went to find Might Guy. After returning from Lulin, Kakashi went to find Might Guy, but Might Guy happened to be on a mission that time, so Kakashi didn't find him. "My dear friend, are you going to challenge me? I have been waiting for this day for a long time," Might Guy asked excitedly. It has been more than half a year since he defeated Kakashi last time, and Might Guy has long wanted to fight Kakashi again. In the past 6 months, Might Guy has never relaxed and has been exercising. He has a feeling that he is only one step away from the 5th gate. "I'm not here to fight you, I have something to talk to you about." Kakashi shook his head and replied. He wanted to tell Might Guy about the future and let Might Guy work with him to change the future. Might Guy's face instantly changed from excitement to disappointment when he heard Kakashi say that he was not here to fight. He had already thought about how to start the fight. "If you really want to be challenged, it's not impossible." Seeing Might Guy so disappointed, Kakashi thought for a while and said, "Sure enough, we still have to have a battle full of youth and blood." Might Guy laughed and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. His 2 rows of white teeth were particularly shining, but it's limited to rock paper scissors. Kakashi added. Might Guy, who was revived with full blood, seemed to be hit by the instant kill skill again, and the whole person was like a wilted cabbage. Scissors, rock, paper. Although Might Guy was a little disappointed, he still took the rock paper scissors challenge seriously. "You win." Kakashi raised the scissors in his hand and said. Might Guy looked at his fist and sighed. He still wanted to fight Kakashi with fists and flesh, so that he would feel good to win. Silently adding this victory to the overall victory of the battle with Kakashi, Might Guy followed Kakashi to a remote grove. "We accepted the task of the Minister of Investigation of Lulin and met a ninja from the future." Kakashi first briefly talked about the cause of meeting Uzumaki Naruto and his friends, and then explained the future intelligence to Might Guy in detail. Not only the future intelligence, but also the latest intelligence of the Akatsuki organization that they obtained in the Land of Rain. Kakashi told Might Guy all of it. Might Guy was very surprised that Kakashi and his friends could meet the future ninja, but he directly believed Kakashi and did not raise any questions. "In order to change the future, we need your power," Kakashi said seriously. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9+_. "This is exactly the meaning of my training to become stronger," Might Guy replied with a bright smile. Teacher Muyu, Obito, and Nohara Rin are all companions recognized by Might Guy, and Might Guy will definitely do everything to protect them. "Don't tell anyone except us about this," Kakashi reminded. Might Guy nodded with a serious face. Then Might Guy and Kakashi went to the South Forest. Kakashi wanted to discuss something with Muyu's other disciples. He just didn't agree to fight with Might Guy because of this matter. "In order to make everyone improve their strength faster, I propose to conduct a practical test every 3 months, and the last 2 people in the test will be punished." Kakashi expressed his thoughts. Maybe in the eyes of others, they are already super geniuses with such strength at the age of 10, but Kakashi thinks it is not enough. Such strength is not enough to change history. At least they must have the strength of Uzumaki Naruto or Yamato. Lin doesn't need to participate in this. After all, you mainly practice medical ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at Nohara Rin and said. When estimating the combat power, Kakashi only considered Nohara Rin to be an ordinary chunin, and the chakra of a medical ninja should of course be reserved for treatment. Nohara Rin nodded helplessly. She wanted to participate, but it would be meaningless if the strength difference was too big. I agree, and I think today is good. Let's just start the first actual battle. Might Guy was the first to support Kakashi. I think it's okay. Shisui nodded in agreement. Although Shisui is not sure that he can defeat any of the three people among Kakashi, he thinks this will be more conducive to the improvement of strength. I have no objection, but what is the punishment? Obito asked curiously. It's very simple. The punishment is what everyone hates. Kakashi replied, because of individual differences. Some punishments may be rewards for some people. Kakashi thinks that personalized punishments should be carried out. Obito's face showed a bad look, and he quickly said, I hate it. For example, Obito, you don't like studying and doing exams, so your punishment is studying and doing exams. Kakashi interrupted. I think I hate eating green peppers more. How about eating 10 green peppers instead? Obito tried to change the punishment. After all, I know myself best. Kakashi glanced at Obito indifferently. If you really hate eating green peppers more, you wouldn't ask for a replacement. Obito certainly knows himself very well, but he can also lie to himself. The test paper is indeed Obito's weakness. Nohara Rin recalled Obito's face when he was punished to do the test paper and laughed softly with her hands covering her mouth. After all, with his knowledge, it is indeed a big challenge to do the test paper. Kakashi immediately added another knife. Obito blushed and tried to quibble. I got 80 points in the science part of the Chunin exam. This is 80 points. Although this was the result of Muyu's little help, it was also his hard work. So what you mean is that you are not afraid of doing the test paper, so you should not ask for a replacement. Looking at Obito with a red fever, Kakashi's mouth corners raised and continued. Obito didn't know how to refute. He could only curse the hateful Kakashi in his heart and then accept that this was his punishment. Kakashi was ruthless to Obito and himself, and soon took the initiative to tell him his punishment. If I am the last two, I will not refute anything Obito says for a week, Kakashi said solemnly. In Kakashi's opinion, this punishment is simply torture for him, because Obito will definitely ride on his face with a flying dragon and say all kinds of dirty words. With Obito and Kakashi as examples, Shisui and Might Guy did not show mercy and gave themselves a punishment that was hard enough. Then came the formal actual battle. The four people drew lots to decide their opponents in the first round. The two people who were eliminated in the first round had to accept the punishment, and the two winners of the round would fight again. The winner would be the strongest disciple of Muyu within 3 months. Since they did not have to participate in the actual battle, Nohara Rin took on all the odd jobs and helped Obito and the others complete the drawing of lots. Shisui is number 1, Obito is number 2, Kakashi is number 3, and Might Guy is number 4. Nohara Rin announced the results of the draw. My dear friend, this is the bond between us. Might Guy laughed and gave Kakashi a thumbs up, and his previous disappointment was instantly swept away. Kakashi's expression became serious. No matter how strong Might Guy was, he had to win this battle. Otherwise he couldn't imagine how arrogant Obito would be in these 7 days. Shisui and Obito looked at each other, and both of them were burning with a strong desire to fight. Shisui wanted to win, not only because of the punishment, but also because of the desire to win. Shisui was the youngest among Muyu's disciples, but he was the first one to learn from Muyu. Compared with the weakest, he was more accustomed to the strongest. Obito, your flame-breathing chakra mode is very strong, but you don't know that I can already use armament haki proficiently. Shisui's confidence comes from armament haki. From the very beginning, Shisui's armament haki progress was far ahead of Obito and the others. When others were still confused, Shisui could already use haki that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. I stayed up too late yesterday, and I was not in good spirits, so I wrote very slowly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.